individuals or as separate political entities. आज अगर हम एक आवाज में बात करेंगे अपने लोगों के प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे, हमारे बच्चे, हमारे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के भविष्य के बारे एक आवाज में, तो शायद हमारा समस्या का हल होगा और लोग भी हमें और गहराई से लेंगे. इसी के लिए we have all come together and we are starting a process. बहुत लोगों को लगता था होगा नहीं, लेकिन आज शुरुआत हो चुका है और हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे रीजन का जो एस्पिरेशन है, we are all one here. I don't think many of the media people here, and you are all renowned media people, many a times you yourself have come and told us that you couldn't differentiate between one Northeasterner to another Northeasterner. We are all one here. We all have similar problems. We all have similar challenges. And I think that if we have to speak for a region, then we should all shed our personal ambitions and egos and come together for the sake of our people, our communities, and speak as one singular political entity. इसी के लिए हमने ये कदम ली है और मैं आशा करता हूं और विश्वास भी करता हूं कि अहंकार से कुछ नहीं होगा. We have to shed our personal ambitions and egos and we should come together because the most important thing in political sphere or platform is not personal interest but the interest of our people. Our people need collective leadership. Our people need a political voice not only in the Northeast but also outside Northeast. Mainly in Delhi, in Bombay, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, across metros, Calcutta, and we are going to attempt to do this. And again, to everyone who may have certain questions, our singular effort is to unify the separate voices of Northeast into one singular platform so that we can articulate our point of view to people who perhaps may not understand our challenges. Our challenges are not just within the country, but we also share a big boundary with neighboring countries. And I think that if we can come together, you will probably be able to understand and we will be able to articulate our views in a more cohesive manner. Thank you.
Sir, one question is that Pradyot ji and NEDA and NDA का part है, but what is the concept of one Northeast? और ये political party होगा या एक
That was the live joint PC.
जैसे मैंने अपने स्टेटमेंट में कहा और ये हमारा जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट है और जैसे श्री प्रद्युत जी ने अभी आपको बताया कि पहले भी अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एक तरीके से एक प्लेटफॉर्म नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए इन्होंने लाने की कोशिश की और अपना जो पॉलिटिकल आइडेंटिटी उन्होंने मेंटेन करके एक पॉलिटिकल प्लेटफॉर्म को लाने की कोशिश की और किसी चीज़ों में हम लोग आगे बढ़ पाए, कुछ चीज़ों में नहीं. हमारा मानना ये है कि अगर हम सिर्फ एक तरीके से एक प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पे मल्टीपल पार्टीज़, अलग अलग पार्टीज़ आए तो उसका जो लिमिटेशन है उस पे हम पूरी तरीके से हम लोग आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे और जो हमारे अलग अलग इश्यूज़ है उनको हम रिजॉल्व नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि जो ये अलग अलग पार्टीज़ जो हैं वो एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में कंबाइन हो. तो इस बार जो हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं और जिसका काम जैसे हमने कहा कि हम लोगों ने एग्रीमेंट कर चुके हैं, हमने डिसीजन आज हमने लिया है और इस डिसीजन को हम लोग आज आप सबको बता रहे हैं कि हमारा मकसद अगले 45 दिनों में या उससे पहले हमारी जो ये कमिटी है, जो अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज से अलग अलग मेंबर्स हैं, इसमें जो अलग अलग मॉडलिटीज़ जहाँ पे हम लोग इन सबको मर्ज करके एक पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी हम लोग लेके आएंगे, उस पे हम लोगों ने काम आज इस अनाउंसमेंट से हमने शुरू किया है. इस कमेटी का जो हमारे कन्वेनर हैं वो हमारे वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर जेम्स सांगमा हैं। इस कमेटी में 9 मेंबर हैं। इस कमेटी के हमारे मेंबर सेक्रेटरी मिस्टर किकॉन, जो हमारे फॉर्मर बीजेपी स्पोक्स पर्सन और नागालैंड सरकार में जो मंत्री थे, और अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज जो आज यहाँ पे आए हैं, उनके मेंबर्स को लेके हम लोगों ने 9 मेंबर का एक कमेटी बनाया है, ताकि अलग अलग मॉडलिटीज को हम लोग देखकर जो काम हमें करने हैं उसको पूरा करके एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, एक एंटिटी हम लोग बनाएं।
Isn't it contradictory? And if you are coming together, which party is going to be your number one party? And will you be able to confront a big political party like BJP in Northeast?
Let me make it very clear. We are, number one, obviously we cannot put all our principles, all our constitution, everything in the statement. The joint committee that is going to be submitting its report or whatever the steps forward will be giving the details of all aspects, including the principles on which this new entity is going to move forward in. So therefore, all of that will come in. Today, we are only announcing that we have decided that we will work together, and the modalities of that is going to be worked out within the next 45 days, number one. Number two, we're not here to fight with anybody. We're not here to try to say that we're going to contest against anybody. We are all only saying is
This is the joint news conference of the prominent...
the entity that we're trying to create is something that the Northeast today needs. That is all that is driving us today. We take up different issues, and sometimes we find ourselves alone in taking up those issues. And we realize that those issues actually sometimes cut across the borders. But because we are different political entities, we are not able to take this. Let me make it very clear, what is driving our decision is the interest of our people and the interest of our region. That is what the primary. And in that process, we will take things forward. We will work. We are working today with the center government. We move forward, and we'll see. We are not here to, to fight with anybody or the contest or something. I mean, obviously, as a political party, we will contest our elections. But as I said, our primary focus is on the people of the Northeast, and the idea is to give a singular platform where people of the Northeast and different political parties can come together and be a one voice for the people of the Northeast.
Just a second. The question which Chitrita you have raised, we are all bound by the Constitution of India. And the Constitution of India clearly mentions, and as per the ECI rules, secular is a part of the Constitution of India. And we will always speak for those people whose constitutional rights, whether it is regardless of any religion, regardless of any ethnicity, if we feel that the rights, the constitutional rights of the people are being violated, we will stand up for that. And that's why we have taken a conscious decision of this committee, which will form the principles of what this entity will be based upon. We have also continuously, it may not be reported, but whether it is one community, one faith or another, whether it is atrocities in Bangladesh regards to the minorities, or whether it is within India, if we feel that there is unfair means being used, we will stand up for the voiceless people. The indigenous people of Northeast, in fact, आप लोग भी सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, घुमा चढ़ाकर एक ही सवाल आता है कि आप किसके विरुद्ध हैं? हम लोग अपने लोगों के पक्ष में हैं. हमेशा किसी के विरुद्ध फाइट करके आप राजनीति करेंगे तो विरोधी रहेंगे। हम अपने लोगों के हित के लिए बात करना चाहते हैं और मुझे लगता है और हमें लगता है कि अगर हम अपने लोगों के लिए, if we speak for our people with conviction, honesty and truth, we do not have to necessarily fight with everyone. We are one country, we are one nation, we may have different points of view, but we are not at civil war. And I think what Northeast needs today is articulation and cohesiveness. And for that, this entity is being formed. As Conrad Sangma ji has said before, efforts have been made to create platforms. But we feel that if we come as one, then our unity will be stronger. And if we are united, we will be able to speak in a manner which will be heard by the opposition in this country and the center in this country. But we are not here to pick up fights with anyone. We are here to fight for our rights in a proper manner.
See, it is very clear from the stand that we have been in the past, whether it is the Tripura Morta or whether it is the NPP, we have been a part of the central government and we're working with them. So we are very clear on that. But I've been very clear that our decisions and all our political points are mainly based and centered around the interest of our people. I think the primary point right now which we should all focus on is the fact that we are not here to pick a fight with anybody, but as I said, we are here because we have strongly felt that coming together is going to be making us stronger. Coming together will ensure that we have a voice that will be heard. Coming together will ensure that we are there to support each other. And that's really the primary motive of today's press conference, and that's how we're going to move forward. Again, first of all, Mr. Daniel Langthasa, who's the founder of the People's Party of Assam, he's of course here with us. I also want to share with you that this committee that we have formed has also been mandated to reach out to other political parties in the Northeast, to reach out to individual leaders who have the same and similar mindset and who are like-minded with the thought process that we are trying to move forward with, and who would like to work together with us to strengthen this platform and strengthen this entity so that we can all work together. And let me be very clear with everybody. We are here to also ensure that we invite, whether it's the people from the media, whether it's the people who are professionals, whether individuals who are there. So many people in different parts of the country today always have felt, and I'm sure many of you here also feel it, that a platform like this and a party like this is necessary. We also feel that there are individuals, and I'm sure there'll be many of you. I invite some of you or many of you or whoever wants to come. You can also join the party. You can also come with us and work with us. Your input will be, it's not about only politics, please remember. It's about ensuring that wherever we find that there is a concern or an issue for anybody from the Northeast, somehow or the other, when it is a person from Meghalaya, though we in our heart we feel, "Are yaar, kya ho raha hai?" but we don't know what to do, what to say, or who to approach. If somebody happens to be, some issue happens with somebody from Arunachal, then we'll find the Arunachal people talking. But then there is a space, there is a vacuum, there is a need for a platform that is going to be talking about the Northeast. So you can imagine when, professionals like you, others, officers, others who are individuals who would like to see some kind of a platform, we are hopeful that we'll be able to provide that. And this committee that we have set up is mandated.
This is the joint news conference of two prominent leaders from the Northeast who have now launched a new political party, and it's not a merger. It is aimed at addressing the region's long-standing concerns and ensuring that its voice resonates more strongly in the national capital. All right, we seem to have that audio back. Let's listen in.
That in almost all the past elections, almost, maybe barring one, the NPP has always contested on its own. Tripura Morta has also always contested on its own. All the other political parties have contested on their own. So we are very clear that if we don't contest elections on our...
All right, so a new party has now been announced. Conrad Sangma and Pradyot there joining hands, announcing a new political party. They say that they've come together to make a collective and historic announcement. They also say that the people of Northeast need unified political voice for national politics. All right, moving on to more breaking news that's coming in. It's a proud moment for India and a blockbuster one for the booming automobile market, as at the world's biggest motorcycle show in Milan, an Indian company will be stealing the spotlight. TVS Motor, one of South Asia's largest automobile makers, has now taken center stage with a global debut that's got the entire motorcycling world talking. The company's UK-based brand Norton Motorcycles is all set for a reveal, marking one of the most remarkable comeback stories in the world of two-wheelers. Once a fading British icon, Norton is roaring back, powered by Indian innovation, investment and ambition. TVS has pumped in nearly $250 million into Norton, a part of massive $1.3 billion Indian investment drive into the United Kingdom that's set to create close to approximately nearly 7,000 jobs, including over 500 in the West Midlands. From Chennai to Solihull, this is the story of an Indian firm that's not just building bikes but rewriting its history. TVS now leads one of the world's most inspiring turnaround stories, a symbol of how Indian enterprise is redefining global industry. Pranav is joining us live from the digital news floor on that. Pranav, please share more details.
Well, this is indeed a huge development of yet another Indian company, expanding its global footprint. But to understand the significance, we must look at the legacy of the brand that is being acquired here. We're talking a brand that is a World War II cult. This is in fact the same bikes that Che Guevara picked through his journey of self-discovery through Latin America. We've seen the likes of Keanu Reeves, we've seen Clint Eastwood riding these bikes. So these are the bikes that are a cult, a legacy. And it is this brand that the Indian, auto giant TVS is now acquired. It acquired for a 16 million euros in 2020. And what we're going to witness today is the launch of 4 bikes that will be launched at EICMA. We will be tracking the developments live from Milan and bringing the bikes and the unveiling on Republic.
All right, Pranav, we learned that the live streaming will be available to us, and the event is starting at 3:30 p.m. Who all are going to be present at that event? All right, we seem to have, Pranav, if you can hear me, please share more details about the event that's going live in Milan.
Okay, yeah, the event is actually getting unveiled at EICMA, which is one of the biggest automobile fests or automobile events in Europe. We are expecting at least till about 3:30 p.m. Indian time is when we are expecting 4 bikes that will be unveiled. Just to give you a perspective on the bikes that will be launched, we are given to understand the flagship models of V4 Superbike, a Manx Naked bike, a Manx R Sports bike, and Atlas Adventure bike. These are the 4 bikes that will be launched at the event, and it is expected that the launch will take place at about 3:30 p.m. Indian time.
All right, Pranav, thank you very much for sharing those details. Big Republic Business news break that's coming in, and TVS Blockbuster show in Milan is all set to take place. We will be streaming that live. Thank you very much, Pranav, for giving us all those details.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Quick check of all the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. The Election Commission of India has launched the second phase of the Special Intensive Revision, a nationwide voters list cleanup drive across 9 states and 3 union territories from today. The large-scale electoral roll revision aims to ensure greater accuracy, transparency and legitimacy in the country's voter database ahead of the upcoming elections. A contingent of 1,796 Sikhs pilgrims departed from Amritsar for Pakistan on Tuesday to participate in the celebrations of Guru Nanak Dev's Prakash Parv. The group will take part in religious ceremonies at Nanaka Sahib, the birthplace of Guru Nanak, and other historic gurudwaras across Pakistan. Pakistan had issued visas for over 2,100 Indian Sikh pilgrims for the birth anniversary celebrations of Guru Nanak Dev. 6 people have died and 2 have been injured in a collision between a truck and a car at Deva Fatehpur Road in Barabanki. The accident took place on Monday night when a speeding truck collided head-on with an Ertiga car that was reportedly without a license plate. Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking, a shocking incident was captured on camera in Faridabad. The footage shows a youth opening fire at a minor while she was returning home from her classes. Take a look at this detailed report.
A horrifying incident was reported from Faridabad's Sham colony last evening. A girl was shot at while she was returning home from coaching classes. One of the CCTVs in the vicinity has captured the entire sequence of events. In the video, the accused is seen waiting for the girl in the narrow street at around 5 p.m. And soon after the girl approached near, the accused cornered her and opened fire at her from a very close range. She was immediately taken to a nearby hospital where her condition remains critical. The police have registered a case and are scanning CCTV footage from nearby areas to trace and identify the accused.
It is being assumed by the police that he is somebody close to the girl, somebody that the girl already knows, maybe shares a relationship. And that is the expectation that the police now has. In regards to the girl's condition, her condition remains critical. She is currently in the hospital. She is being tended to by the doctors, by a team of doctors there, but her condition remains critical. And the police currently, they are trying to identify the nearby CCTV cameras and everything so that some proof, some identity can be assessed of the accused that you can very clearly see in the CCTV footage. Very patiently waiting for the girl and then came close to her and fired several rounds.
The motive behind the attack is being investigated. The girl is currently awaiting medical treatment.
All right, there's breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the IHPL scam. We learned that Jammu and Kashmir police have now moved 2 teams to trace the organizers of the event. That is the Indian Heaven Premier League, who had gone absconding after unpaid dues. One team has been sent to the national capital and the other to Chandigarh. Sources now say that an arrest is likely to take place within a day or 2. The Jammu and Kashmir police intensifying their probe in the IHPL scam. The scam is about how the players, the international players like Chris Gayle and others that were called along with the umpires were not paid after the match had been initiated. We learned that there was less footfall that was registered in Kashmir. This was an event that was launched to discover the new cricket talent in Kashmir. It has now collapsed into a major financial scam, with organizers allegedly absconding with the funds, leaving international stars in hotels locked over the unpaid dues. We also have many reactions that are coming on this story. Let's listen in.
You see, to my mind, such leagues are doing more harm to cricket than doing good. They are not only exploiting the local players, they are also giving them false hopes. Like, one of the things which was being told to the players was that they will provide them platform. It is totally false and fictitious because such leagues have no locus standi to provide any platform to the players. The only platform which can be provided is by the BCCI recognized tournaments, and these tournaments are not recognized by BCCI, neither are these leagues. So therefore they mislead the people, they mislead the young players, they mislead the parents, and I am afraid to say that to some extent they were able to mislead the government also, because it was the government's approval that this such type of league was being held here.
Sir, when you say that only BCCI can provide platform, this also means that they had no approval of the BCCI or the JKCA?
Not at all, not at all. As I told you, it's an unrecognized league. It's a private league, and BCCI or JKCA doesn't give recognition to such leagues. These leagues are purely for entertainment cricket. They are not for serious cricket, and they are for minting money. They mint money at the cost of the players. You'll be surprised to know that they have also charged selection fee from the players, so which is very unfair. No, JKCA and BCCI from day one has been opposing leagues, has been opposing unrecognized tournaments, and if you remember here in J&K also, we have not been giving permission to these leagues. Very selectively we given permissions where we have gone into the complete background, the finances and everything, and we have ensured that there can be no hera-fairy, there can be no disgrace brought to cricket, and the game is played in the spirit of the game, and only then we have given recognition to few leagues. Otherwise we are totally against these, and we would like that such leagues be discouraged.
So why is league management right now?
League management is nowhere to be seen. They haven't been answering anyone's calls. So it's just us guys on the ground floor trying to find a way out of this situation.
Who had made the payment now?
Sorry?
Who had made the rest of the pending payment?
No one has made the rest of the payment. We have come to an agreement with the owners at this moment in time to allow the players home to their families, as obviously they're not getting any money whilst they're here. They haven't been paid themselves, and it's not fair on the players being away from their homes and their families for this long.
Players are there inside? Local players?
There is over 40 players, local players.
That's now coming in. Supreme Court cafeteria has blasted effects. Courtroom number 6 ceiling has completely collapsed. Justice Ali Bakar Najwavi and Justice Malik Shehzad were hearing a case just before the explosion. There's a massive explosion. Video of that that's taken place inside the Supreme Court in Pakistan. At least 4 people have been injured after an explosion took place. And this happened in the basement of the Supreme Court in Pakistan. There are more details that we are awaiting. But this is courtroom number 6 of the Supreme Court in Pakistan, where a massive blast took place. We learned that the blast was so severe that 4 people have already been injured. The video shows the impact of the blast inside the Pakistan Supreme Court. And there are 2 justices. And we learned that there was hearing the case just before the explosion had happened. Justice Ali Bakar and Justice Malik Shehzad were hearing a case just before the explosion. Pakistan Supreme Court judges were hearing the case during the explosion. That's exactly when the explosion had happened. 4 people have been injured after the explosion took place. This happened in the basement of the Supreme Court of Pakistan. All right, we're trying to get in Gursimran to get us more details on that. More details are currently awaited. Nobody yet has taken responsibility of the blast that's taken place inside the Supreme Court in Pakistan. Gursimran is joining us live on the phone. Gursimran, please share more details. Who's claimed responsibility of the blast that's taken place inside the Supreme Court in Pakistan?
See, this is a suspected explosion that has taken place this afternoon, in which 5 civilians are said to be injured, and this took place at a time when the hearing was going on, as you have mentioned. Also, this is in the cafeteria, so every angle is being looked into. That may include some of the explosion, since the cafeteria. There are some cylinders inside the cafeteria as well. So that angle is also being looked into, and since it is Pakistan, nothing can be ruled out. So any sabotage angle is being investigated by the Pakistani authorities. But what we are getting to know that it was in the basement. There was a cafeteria in which this explosion has taken place, and those injured, since it was a low intensity blast, though the loud bangs were heard in the entire Supreme Court building, but it was a low intensity blast because those injured, they were inside that very cafeteria, and they have only been injured. Rest, those who were outside the cafeteria, they have not been injured, and there has not been much damage to the boundary walls of this very cafeteria. So every angle is being looked into by the authorities, since this is one of of the high security zones, the Supreme Court of Pakistan. So the authorities are investigating this matter, but for now, 5 people have been injured in this explosion that has taken place in a cafeteria in the basement of Pakistani Supreme Court.
Right, Gursimran. Latest details now coming in. Like Gursimran says, 5 people have been reportedly injured after the blast that took place in the basement of the Supreme Court. This is courtroom number 6. 2 judges were hearing a case. That's the exact moment when the blast had happened. Gursimran, are we reporting or hearing any casualties that's also taken place?
See, non-fatal casualties is 5, but no fatal casualties have been reported so far in this incident that has been reported. We are told that it was around noon when this explosion has taken place, after which the local police as well as the bomb disposal squad was also called in, and they are investigating the matter. But was in the cafeteria area, so every angle is being looked thoroughly by the investigating agencies that what could have transpired. Because see, this is one of the high security zones, and anyone who is entering this very place, they have to go through scrutiny. They have to go through these metal detectors as well. So it is very difficult that someone can carry any explosive inside the Pakistani Supreme Court. But yes, since keeping in view the situation that is prevailing in Pakistan, the Detroit hinterland situation, nothing can be ruled out, and the investigations with regard to the same are underway. All the injuries have been shifted to the nearby medical facility where they are being treated by the authorities. All of them are said to be out of danger, at least for now.
All right, Gursimran, thank you very much for getting us more those details. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to Bihar, where we learned that an FIR has now been registered against JDU leader Lalan Singh. The same has been posted on social media handle X. We learned that this is an FIR that has been filed against the JDU leader Lalan Singh. After investigation, an FIR has been filed in the case against Lalan Singh under relevant sections of the Indian Civil Defence Code and the Representation of the People's Act. More details are awaited on what is the case against which the JDU leader has been slapped with an FIR. But this is an FIR that has been registered against Union Minister Lalan Singh. Prakash is joining us on the phone line. Prakash, please share more details on what cases has an FIR been registered against the JDU leader.
Well, the district administration of Patna has registered an FIR against Lalan Singh for apparently violating the model code of conduct, and he was addressing a group of people in Mokama yesterday. He was addressing a group of people in Mokama yesterday. And in the meantime, he said that a certain group of people or a politician should not be allowed to create any problem. And off the record, what we have got to know that he was referring to RJD MLC Kartik Master, who was with Anand Singh, a supporter of Anand Singh, but he's fallen out and he's sticking it with RJD leader. So apparently he was referring to Kartik Master, who is a sitting MLC of the RJD. If he creates any nuisance, then he should not be allowed to create that nuisance. But nevertheless, the Election Commission has taken cognizance of the entire situation, and the district administration of Patna has lodged an FIR against Union Minister Rajiv Ranjan Singh alias Lalan Singh for violating the Model Code of Conduct. Back to you.
Right, Prakash. Stay with me because, like you were telling us, this was a controversial comment that was issued by the Union Minister himself yesterday in Mokama, where he was seen and heard threatening the RJD leader. What are the implications that this could have on the NDA and the BJP as far as the elections are concerned, Prakash?
This will not have any political impact. In fact, this will, if you understand the political dynamics of that area in Mokama, and around there are voting capacity of 1 lakh voters of Bhumiyars, and it's Bhumiyars versus Yadavs, and then the consolidation of the Bhumiyar voters will take place in support of the NDA. And that is why the RJD had fielded in a Bhumiyar candidate called Suraj Bhan Singh, and he will not be able to get any. So in a way, it is advantage for Anand Singh also, if
right.
I understand the political dynamics of that area.
Right, Prakash. Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details. In fact, let's now also listen in to the controversial comment that Lalan Singh had made.
एकात्म नेता है तो चुनाव के दिन उनका घर से निकले मत दिनो, उनका घर में बात करने आप बहुत अगर हाथ जोड़ तो कहियो कि तू चला हमनी के साथ अपन वोट गिरावा और आके घर में आज से सब लोग कमान संभाल और कमान संभाल के चुनाव में अब समय दें। ठाकुर एकात्म नेता है तो चुनाव के दिन उनका घर से निकले मत दिनो।
Moving on and shifting our focus to news that's making headlines in a major breakthrough in Madhya Pradesh fight against Maoism in Baglahat, a 23-year-old woman, Maoist Sunita Oyam, has surrendered before the Hawk Force, the first such surrender under the state's new rehabilitation policy. Once carrying a reward of Rs 14 lakhs, Sunita has now chosen peace over gun.
Another big success for security forces in Madhya Pradesh. A 23-year-old woman Naxalite, Sunita Oyam, has laid down arms in Balaghat, ending her violent path and embracing peace. Sunita was an area commander and carried a reward of 14 lakh rupees across 3 states. Her surrender was symbolic, a quiet walk into the Hawk Force's Churia camp, unarmed, determined to start afresh. Later, she guided police teams deep into the forest to recover her hidden weapons, including an incest rifle and magazines. Hailing from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, Sunita joined the Maoists in 2022 and trained with armed squads in the Mad region. She served as a bodyguard to Central Committee member Ram Der.
नहीं, ये एसीएम रैंक की महिला है सुनीता, बीजापुर की रहने वाली है। ये कल चोरिया चौकी में आई थी और इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है। जो बाकी लोगों में जो बाकी नक्सल काडर है उनका भी भ्रम दूर हो जाना चाहिए। किसी को भी किसी तरह की चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे सुनीता ने आगे सरेंडर किया है ऐसे बाकी लोग भी सरेंडर करें, हम यही अपील करते हैं।
This is the first surrender under Madhya Pradesh's 2023 surrender and rehabilitation policy and the first female Naxalite from another state to surrender here since 1992. Under the new policy, she will receive a rehabilitation package worth 35 lakh rupees, including her reward amount, a chance to rebuild her life and inspire others to change course. In just 10 months, police have neutralized or secured surrenders worth over 1.46 crore rupees in rewards. For 23-year-old Sunita Oyam, this marks not defeat but a new beginning under the government's vision of peace and progress.
And with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details of the big political controversy that's broken out in Bihar after Indie Bloc has pit faith against progress.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
For the elderly, Dharavi is especially unforgiving. Small rooms force them to climb up the ladders to loft beds. The toilets, washrooms are very far off, and that is the reason in that age, every step that they take in these narrow lanes feels like a big struggle. For the elderly people out here, aged around 70s or 80s or plus, what is an ideal post-retirement life looks like? They want peace of mind, they want good health, they want security, they want space. And none of these are found here. Because as we have seen, most of the places, they operate their small businesses from home only. So that is the reason they stay at one place, and from the same place they operate their businesses also. Hence, the sounds of machines, they do not give them the peace of mind that they look for. Since there are no open spaces to go around or go for a walk, for the senior citizen, it's very difficult for them to discuss their ideas with people for their growth, for community's growth. Hence, they are left behind with only one option, and that is to sit on their doorsteps and discuss whatever the idea they have with their neighbors only. There are hardly any medical facility available over here. If an elderly person, if he or she falls sick, and God forbid, if there is an emergency case, it is very difficult for the ambulance to enter the lane. And in that scenario, people have to, on their feet, they take the patient out and reach out to the nearest possible facility. Talking about the basic medical aid, well, that is also a challenge here.
मेरा नाम है खातून भी है। मैं इधर धाराई में रहती हूँ। मेरे घर के पास पूरा गंदगी रहता, कचरा साफ नहीं होता। बच्चे लोग को लेके जाने के लिए, लेके आने के लिए तकलीफ हो रहा, सफाई नहीं हो रहा, और मच्छर बिच्छर इतना काट रहा, इतना गंदगी फैल रहा इधर, इतना बीमार सामार गिर रहा इधर। ऐसा जान आने को बारिश का टाइम, इसका टाइम भी तकलीफ हो रहा है इधर। हम लोग शाम को भी बैठते, गर्म होएगा तो घर के पास बैठते, इधर ही अपना घर के पास बैठते, और इतना गंदगी, इतना बास भी आता, इतना गंदगी भी फैलाई जाता, और बच्चे लोग को लेके जाने के लिए, बच्चे लोग को लेके बैठने के लिए भी नहीं, बातचीत करने के लिए भी इधर बैठेंगे तो बहुत बात आता है।
Well, at last I can say, in Dharavi, old age is not a phase of rest in life. It brings another test of endurance for these old age people. Well, in the struggle continues till their last breath. And that is Dharavi for you.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you so much, viewers, for staying with Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. And the top story that we are focusing on is the run-up ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. The war of words between the political parties is heating up, and RJD's Kesrilal Yadav has caught controversy by his remark on a temple, Ram Mandir. We'll get you all the updates on that story and much more. Here are the headlines that we are tracking for you. Major Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders part of the new political outfit. Congress begins organized campaign for Tukre Tukre. Gang calls the Delhi riots accused Omar Khalid innocent. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupees case, speculation over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next.
कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions need to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. Sources say Conrad Sangma likely to be part of a new political bloc for Northeast. Key meeting underway at NPP office in Delhi. Four armed terrorists of a United Kuki National Army killed in Manipur encounter. Big impact of Republic news break. Air India steps up action, arranges alternate flight for passengers stuck in Mongolia after 17 hours. And phase 2 of special intensive revision begins today. Exercise to update voter rolls across 12 states and union territories. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. DGCA DG Faiz Ahmed is holding a review meeting today. DG said that issues raised by the Pilot Association regarding safety should be looked into for redressal. The DG told regional officers should have regular meetings with the airlines to identify the issues and ensure that airlines follow safety compliances. He further said that post holders' approvals should be expedited. Delhi and Bombay congestion should be minimized by airlines. Airlines' frequent overflying problems should be identified and updated to regulatory body, and that is paramount. Harsha, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Harsha, this is a quarterly review of airlines operations. What more has been discussed in this meeting today?
So we have have got the details of the meeting which has concluded just 15 minutes from now. The meeting has concluded and the meeting went on for more than 2.5 hours. A meeting which began at around 10:30 a.m. Saw the presence of all the major airlines like Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa, Air India, their engineering heads, their IOCC and their other department official heads were also present in the meeting. They are present there to present a detailed report on the safety review, precautionary measures, the recent incidents on the airlines and also the financial fiscal report of the airlines. But what we have got to know is that the DGCA, DG Faiz Ahmed has clearly stated to airlines that each and every redressal should be looked regarding safety. That means if there's any technical glitch, there's any mechanical glitch or any other issue, each and everything should be sorted and the redressal should be happen of the grievances raised up by the passengers. And not only that, they also went on by saying that each and every regulatory body has an office in the regional space and therefore airlines, whether they are operating from Bombay, Delhi or let's say Calcutta or Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, the review meeting has to happen every month in the regional office as well to ensure that if there's a technical fault, if there's a glitch, if there's a mechanical error and if flight is facing complaints from the passengers, everything should be looked upon in consultation with the regulatory body. Not only this, the DGCA has clearly stated that Delhi and Bombay congestion should be minimized. Right now, all the major airlines, if we talk about majorly Indigo and Air India, they have the maximum numbers of flight from Delhi and Bombay. There are maximum number of flights which fly at certain hours from morning to night, and they have the flying hours much more than any other flight, and therefore they have to reduce the congestion so that because of the congestion, there's no flight delays, or in fact, if there's a flight delay, the passengers are not caused inconvenience.
Right.
So they have to work upon their congestion routes. This is what the DGCA DG has clearly stated. And also the last point which was stated was that airlines' frequent overflying problems should be identified and updated to regulatory body, which is paramount. That means the DGCA DG is clearly stating that regularly the flight which are operating, there are certain problems which are occurring in the airline. There are the errors, there are the technical glitch, there are the issues. So they need to address them and give the details to the regulatory body, which is paramount. They can't ignore it. They can't ignore the issue. The issue occurred because of the overflying of the particular airline. Right now, we know that the flying hours have exceeded. The crew, the pilot, and everyone in the Air India majorly are overflying. They're exceeding their flying hours, which was taken by the pilot association as well. So this also it has to be looked upon, and also the flight association, which the issues which they have raised, this should be taken into consideration of the pilot and crew flying hours. They exceeding it and they're not following the regulatory body and the CAR norms. This is what which is clearly stated by DGCA DG today in the review meeting, performance review meeting of all the airlines. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, since it's a 3-day meeting, what all other issues are likely to come up for discussion tomorrow and day after as well? And I would also like to know from you, since there are new rules, especially about the cancellation of tickets, is that issue also going to be discussed? All right, viewers, we need to... Yeah. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. Piyush Goyal's trade deal preparations at the Delhi airport. Now, Piyush Goyal en route to New Zealand says trade deal is going to be finalized soon. He says the possibility of an FTA with New Zealand is very soon, and he said discussion on New Zealand FTA ongoing for 20 years. So these are the visuals from Delhi's IGI airport, where Piyush Goyal was seen signing some papers ahead of this crucial meeting. He's en route to New Zealand. Let's listen in to Piyush Goyal.
पटना थे इसके पहले सर यूरोप में ब्रसेल्स में ईयू की बात ईयू जो ट्रेड हमारी डील चल रही है उसकी बात करने गए थे. कल बॉम्बे से इतनी ट्रैवलिंग, उसके बाद आज फिर आप जो है न्यूजीलैंड के लिए जा रहे हैं एफटीए पे बात करने के लिए, और एयरपोर्ट पे इतने सारे डॉक्यूमेंट के साथ जो है आपको अक्सर मैं देखता हूँ कि एयरपोर्ट पे भी आप काम करते रहते हैं.
हाँ, जो समय मिल जाए उसको क्यों व्यर्थ करना. फ्लाइट थोड़ी देर लेट है तो कुछ और इंस्ट्रक्शंस चले जाएंगे तो हमारे पीछे भी यहाँ पे काम बढ़ते रहे आगे।
और सर न्यूजीलैंड किस लिए चल रहे हैं सर?
न्यूजीलैंड में बहुत समय से लगभग 20 साल से चर्चा हो रही है कि FTA किया जाए, लेकिन किसी न किसी कारण की वजह से हो नहीं पा रहा था और फिर छोड़ ही दिया गया था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो विकसित भारत 2047 का लक्ष्य देश के समक्ष रखा है, उसके लिए आवश्यक है कि विकसित देशों के साथ भारत के संबंध बढ़े, भारत का व्यापार बढ़े, वहाँ से निवेश भारत आए, हमारे लोगों को वहाँ अवसर मिले या नौकरियाँ बने। उस हेतु न्यूजीलैंड और भारत के बीच चर्चा 6 महीने से चल रही है और बहुत फास्ट स्पीड पे फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट फाइनलाइज होने की संभावना है। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इस विजिट में काफ़ी प्रगति होगी और जल्द ही हम न्यूजीलैंड के साथ एक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौता जो दोनों देशों के हित में हो, ऐसा हम तय कर लेंगे।
थैंक यू सर, उनके बात।
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Directorate General of Civil Aviation has proposed new rules allowing air passengers to cancel or modify their tickets without any additional charges within 48 hours of booking. The draft regulations also mandate airlines to process refunds more quickly, ensuring greater convenience and protection for travellers. Preparations are in full swing at the Ganga Ghat in Varanasi ahead of Dev Deepavali, which will be celebrated in the city tomorrow, that is 5th of November. The Ganga Mahotsav, being held from 1st to 4th of November, will culminate with the grand Dev Deepavali celebrations on the banks of River Ganga. Customs officers at Guwahati's Lokpriya Gopinath Bordoloi International Airport seized 6.46 kilograms of suspected hydroponic weed worth 6.46 crore rupees from unclaimed baggage arriving from Bangkok. The contraband, packed in 12 packets, tested positive for marijuana. The owners of the seized goods are currently absconding. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in now. Ahead of the by-poll in Hyderabad, Congress has made a minority pitch by allotting Minority Affairs portfolio to former cricketer and now Telangana Minister Mohammad Azharuddin in the Telangana cabinet. Earlier, Minority Affairs Ministry was held by Alduri Laxmam, while the Public Enterprises portfolio was held by the Chief Minister himself. Remember, ahead of the Jubilee Hills by-poll, Azharuddin was inducted into Telangana cabinet and took oath on 31st of October. All right, Aishwarya, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Aishwarya, now Mohammad Azharuddin was sworn in as Telangana minister on 31st, and now Minority Affairs portfolio has been given to them. Even while he was being inducted into the cabinet, there was widespread criticism from the BJP and the opposition parties because this is coming in just ahead of the by-poll. What more can you tell us?
After 4 days after he took oath as the minister of Telangana and he was inducted into the cabinet, today officially there was a geo release saying that former cricketer Azharuddin has been given the minority welfare portfolio along with the public enterprises portfolio as well. Earlier, though Alduri Lakshman Alduri Lakshman was holding the position of the minority welfare ahead of Jubilee Hills by-poll. Deliberately he was removed from the cabinet and this particular post was given to Azharuddin because to appease a section of voters in the Jubilee Hills by-poll, as almost 22% of population in Jubilee Hills are Muslim voters. So this is what the opposition BJP as well as BRS is claiming, that they are this particular induction of Azharuddin into the cabinet as well as giving him the minority portfolio is a kind of appeasement to these Muslim voters, as Congress is trying everything in their pockets to win this particular Jubilee Hills by-poll, which is scheduled on November 11th.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us all those updates there from Telangana. All right. right, viewers, let's get you all the news ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Well, the temperature is gearing up and it is rising up in the state ahead of the election. Now, actor, singer and RJD leader Keshri Lal Yadav has issued a clarification on his controversial Mandir hospital remark. Now, Kesari said, and I quote him now, "What I meant to say is that it is indeed important to build Ram Mandir, but is it not important to build hospitals? Are the jobs not important? Is education not important? We will vote for Trump for jobs." Slamming the BJP, the RJD candidate said that if you question them about development, they will take you to Mandir, Masjid or Sanatan, speak nonsense and keep you busy there. I'm not scared of anyone. It is the people who have made me what I am. This is what he said today. Remember, he is the Chhapra constituency candidate contesting on an RJD ticket, and he had made this remark about development versus temple 2 days back. Let's listen in.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? शिक्षा जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम कि आप ही को करेंगे? आप ही को किए हैं? मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आप बनाइए, दुनिया में सारे हर जगह मंदिर बना दीजिए, लेकिन मंदिर से हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय हो जाएगा? मंदिर से अगर हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय होता है तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप 200 मंदिर बिहार में बना डालिए और आप एक बच्चे का भविष्य तय करके बता दीजिए और दिखा दीजिए कि आपने कितने बच्चों का भविष्य उस मंदिर से किया है। मुझे कोई दुख नहीं है और ना ही मुझे कोई तकलीफ है। मैं कह रहा हूं आप बनाओ, भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है। तो बात वहां है ना कि बदलते ये लोग हैं, इनसे आप जब विकास की बात कहिएगा और करिएगा ना तो ये आपको डायरेक्ट लेके जाएंगे मंदिर मस्जिद के पास और नहीं तो सनातन पे ले जाएंगे और बेमतलब की बातें करेंगे और उसी में आपको उलझा देंगे।
The remarks by Kesari has of course drawn the ire of the BJP leaders. Let's listen in to what Manoj Tiwari said.
एक तो खेसारी कल तक तो मंदिर मंदिर ही करते थे, पता नहीं कौन सी वो पढ़ाई है जो महागठबंधन में जाते ही राम मंदिर के विरोधी हो गए। उनके कई गाने हैं उसके पक्ष में और खेसारी बाबू को मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि भैया बाबू, राम मंदिर बनने के पहले ना दशरथ हॉस्पिटल बना था जो देश का वन ऑफ द बेस्ट फैसिलिटी वाला हॉस्पिटल है। तो पता करना होगा, आप अपने स्टडी से बोलो, आप अपने उन नेताओं के स्टडी से बोलोगे जो लोग पढ़ाई लिखाई में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं तो फिर एक्सीडेंट होंगे। आज खेसारी का ये बयान कितना उसकी लोकप्रियता को चोट पहुंचाया है। चुनाव लड़ें, सब कुछ करें, लेकिन कल तक सनातन सनातन करते थे, आज अचानक राम मंदिर का, भगवान कृष्ण के मंदिर का विरोध कर। कल तो जब मथुरा के कृष्ण मंदिर की मुक्ति की बात हो रही है तो फिर ये लोग क्या कहेंगे कि नहीं नहीं वो मंदिर के सामने मस्जिद बना रहे। यही होगा।
All right, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in ahead of the Bihar Assembly election. Now, RJD MP Manoj Jha has slammed the NDA over a range of issues. Now, speaking exclusively to Republic TV, Manoj Jha slammed Union Minister Lalan Singh's reference to JDU candidate Anant Singh as Anant Babu and took a dig, saying, now Lalan Singh has taken charge of Anant Singh's election campaign in Mokama. Quipping about Nitish's absence from the campaigns, RJD MP said that Nitish Kumar's absence from Prime Minister Modi's roadshow demonstrates how members of his own party want to destroy him and that they are in league with the BJP. Let's listen in.
ललन सिंह जी आज गए और कह रहे हैं अनंत बाबू। अगर
आप जानते हैं मैं शॉक्ड नहीं हूँ, मुझे आश्चर्य नहीं हुआ बाबू की उपमा से। उसके पीछे कारण है कि मनसा वाचा कर्मणा से स्पष्ट है कि इनकी राजनीति इन लोगों की किस दशा और दिशा में।
बोल रहे हैं कि अनंत बाबू का प्रचार अब मेरे जिम्मे है। अनंत बाबू को फंसाया गया है, फंसाया गया। उन्होंने शब्द और ये उन्होंने कहा, एक शब्द मैं बता दे रहा हूं, षड्यंत्र रचा गया है। अनंत बाबू जेल चले गए, लेकिन अब मैं ललन सिंह प्रचार संभालूंगा।
उन्होंने तो ऐसे बनाया जैसे भगत सिंह के बारे में चर्चा होती थी कि हम सब भगत सिंह, तो उन्होंने कहा कि अब हम सब अनंत बाबू हैं। मैं वहां इसलिए कह रहा हूं, मैं आश्चर्यचकित नहीं हूं। आश्चर्य वहां होता ना कि जब कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति जिससे आपको उम्मीद नहीं है वो ऐसा बोल दे। मुझे ऐसा नहीं था कि मैंने बहुत बड़ा मानदंड रखा था, मेरा मानदंड कभी भी उनके लिए बहुत ऊंचा नहीं था। मेरे लिए महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न ये नहीं है, महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री जब बोल रहे थे उसी वक्त मोकामा की ये घटना हुई, उससे एक दिन पूर्व सिवान में घटना हुई। क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्क्रिप्ट राइटर को, तो कैबिनेट मंत्री है उनके, वो 1 मिनट कह सकते हैं अभी फोन उठा करके कि आपको किसी को ऐसे ग्लोरीफाई नहीं करना चाहिए। अखबारों में खबर छपी है, मैं आपको एक छोटी टिप्पणी करता हूं कि अनंत सिंह जी की सहमति से और सबकी बातचीत से उनकी गिरफ्तारी का निर्णय हुआ। आप बताइए, ये विडंबना नहीं है? कौन से दौर की बात कर रहे हैं? क्या हो रहा है इस समाज को, इस राज्य को?
And in fact, Manoj Jha also lashed out against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's campaign in Bihar. Let's listen in.
अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य में चीजों को रखा है। मुझे कष्ट इस बात का नहीं होता, चुनाव में अमूमन ऐसी चीजें बोली जाती हैं, लेकिन मैं इस देश के प्रधानमंत्रियों के भाषण को 52 ईस्वी से लेकर अब तक कई प्रधानमंत्रियों के प्रति विरोध भी रहा, सड़कों पे उतरे हम, जिसमें कांग्रेस के भी प्रधानमंत्री थे। मैंने ऐसी भाषा का इस्तेमाल कभी नहीं देखा। मसलन मैं उदाहरण दूं, अभी वो कल परसों बोल रहे थे कट्टा लगा के चोरी कर लिया, तो ये कट्टा, कपट, कालीख, मतलब ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की जुबान नहीं होनी चाहिए, या गृह मंत्री जी की जुबान नहीं होनी चाहिए। आई बेग टू डिफर विथ देयर पॉलिटिक्स, अग्री नहीं करता हूं, लेकिन मैं कभी इस जुबान का इस्तेमाल उनके लिए नहीं करूंगा, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। और मुझे खुशी है इस बात की, कमोबेश हमारी पार्टी ने भी इस मानदंड का, गरिमा का पालन किया है। आपने खुद ही बताया कि जब वो कहते हैं जंगल राज या फलाने को, जैसे शहाबुद्दीन के बेटे के बारे में जो टिप्पणी की, अब वो टिप्पणी आप ऐसे कर रहे हैं, हाइप क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, और आपका पूरा कैलेंडर भरा पड़ा है उन लोगों के नाम से, उनके कृत्यों से, कुकृत्यों से, जिनको आपने ना सिर्फ टिकट नवाजा है बल्कि आप उसके लिए वोट मांगने भी जा रहे हैं। मैं कई उदाहरण, मैं आप खुद भी,
मैंने सवाल बीजेपी के नेताओं से पूछा, आप बता दें।
मैंने आपको कहा, एक तो नाम आपने ही लिया अभी, प्रधानमंत्री जब भाषण दे रहे थे, जब जंगल राज की बात कर रहे थे यहाँ, ठीक उसी वक्त वहां गोली चली। प्रधानमंत्री जी बीते दिनों तकरीबन 1 महीना पूर्व बोरिंग रोड आए, रोड शो किया, ठीक उसके 2 दिन पहले या 1 दिन पहले गोलियों की थर्राहट से पूरा बोरिंग रोड कांपा। क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी, और मैं मणिपुर का तो जिक्र भी नहीं कर रहा हूं, वो एक अलग मसला है, तो कभी किसी राज्य के लिए, तब आप हम सब जानते हैं कि जंगल राज की उपमा पटना हाईकोर्ट ने किस संदर्भ में दी थी? वो था म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन को चेतावनी दी थी कि कूड़े का ढेर आप कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हो, लेकिन उसको लेके वहां से उड़े। और एज प्रधानमंत्री भी जब उसको दोहराते हैं तो ये मैं समझता हूं अप्रीतिकर लगता है। लोकतंत्र में तेजस्वी जी नौकरी की बात कर रहे हैं, सामाजिक सुरक्षा की बात कर रहे हैं, इनके जितने स्टार कैंपेनर्स आ रहे हैं, मौलिक मुद्दों पर कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है कि बिहार से ट्रेन नहीं चलेगी, निवेश सिर्फ गुजरात में नहीं होगा, गुजरात में निवेश और बिहार से ट्रेन का प्रवेश, ये परिपाटी बदलनी होगी। ये इस बार बिहार का मैं समझता हूं सबटेरेनियन लेवल पर यही सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। और इस मुद्दे पर अगर योगी आदित्यनाथ बोले, अमित शाह जी बोले, प्रधानमंत्री बोले तो ठीक लगेगा। इसके अलावा तमाम चीज बेईमानी है बिहार के।
All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Now, 2 Air India flights have reported technical issues. Now, Air India AI137 Boeing 787 New Delhi to Milan reported technical issue before takeoff. The flight made ground turn back at 7:55 a.m. this morning. The flight did not depart citing technical issues. So Air India Delhi to Milan flight hit by technical snag. Air India Boeing 787 flight hit by technical snag. Let's get all the updates. Harsha, colleague, is now joining us from the national capital. Harsha, what is the information regarding what kind of technical snag was this aircraft hit with, and any formal statement has come in from Air India?
So right now, no formal statement from Air India. We have asked Air India's, Air India official team to send out a statement to us on the New Delhi-Milan flight, which was cancelled this morning. The flight, which was scheduled to depart at around 7:55 a.m. today morning, was cancelled after it reported ground turn back because of the technical issue. The incident occurrence report, which has been sent out to the regulatory body, clearly states that there was a technical issue in the Boeing 787-8, the Boeing aircraft of the Air India, which was supposed to leave for Milan today morning, but because of the technical issue, it was cited to the passengers that this particular aircraft will not be going to Milan this morning. The aircraft has gone for the maintenance and checks. It is AOG right now, but this is a problem, continuous problem, which is occurring in most of the Boeing aircraft. The technical issue in this particular Boeing aircraft, which was supposed to leave for Milan today morning and couldn't leave for Milan because of the technical issue. The issue has not been stated in the incident occurrence report to us, but we are trying to find out, because yes, it was a ground turn back. That means the passengers boarded. It was supposed to leave for Milan, but it made a ground turn back after being on the runway, but didn't take off. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us all the updates there. And viewers, we are taking a short break right now with this. And coming up ahead after the break, major Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders are part of this new political outfit. And also coming up ahead, big impact of Republic news break. Air India steps up action, arranges alternate flight for passengers struck in Mongolia after 17 hours. Details on those were big stories and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes
to a strong, unified and indigenous political voice at the national level. Together, We stand committed to building a stronger and more united Northeast.
Major Northeast leader, the top Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders part of new political outfit. Congress begins organized campaign for Tukade gang, calls Delhi riots accused Umar Khalid innocent. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupee case, speculation over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions the need to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. Four armed terrorists of United Kuki National Army killed in Manipur encounter. Big impact of the Republic news break. Air India steps up action, arranges alternate flight for passengers stuck in Mongolia after 17 hours. The phase 2 of special intensive revision begins today. Exercise to update voter rolls across 12 states and union territories. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's start with the breaking news coming in on the Air India flight. Air India AI 2843 Mumbai to Udaipur flight made a ground turn back from the ramp due to a technical issue at around 12 p.m. Flight AOG for maintenance now. Okay, so there is the flight maintenance that is now continuing. What we know so far, the reports of a technical snag yet again on an Air India aircraft. This is Delhi to Milan flight also that was earlier hit by a technical snag. And now you have this another flight, Air India Boeing 787 flight hit by a tech snag. And the Air India flight has been grounded for maintenance. We do not know really the reason behind this, but it's a technical snag. And that has now become a very, very common word, unfortunately, for these flights that are grounded or there is an emergency landing almost every day. There are these cases, regular reporting of these cases on Republic TV, of course, raising many concerns and raising many questions because the flight did not depart, Air India Delhi to Milan flight, and now this Mumbai flight as well. So there are many questions galore as to what really happened. We will try and get more details on this story, on the Air India flight story. So this is, in fact, as we speak, there is Air India 2843 Mumbai Udaipur flight. Mumbai to Udaipur flight, and earlier there was New Delhi to Milan. So there are two cases here. New Delhi to Milan, Boeing 787 flight AI 137, New Delhi to Milan international flight. The reported technical issue before takeoff. The flight made ground turn back at 7:55 a.m. today morning. Harsha joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Harsha, there are two cases back to back that have been reported as far as Air India flights are concerned, and both reporting technical issues. What really has happened?
So Lakshita, two back-to-back flight, one 7:55 a.m. The New Delhi to Milan aircraft. It was a Boeing 787 flight which couldn't depart because of the technical issue. It was a ground turn back of that particular flight, and the incident occurrence report to the regulatory body Air India clearly mentioned that there was a ground turn back because of a technical glitch, and right now the aircraft is AOG, gone for maintenance and repairing. The passengers couldn't leave for Milan today morning after the technical glitch was reported in the Boeing aircraft supposedly exactly to go for Milan. And the another flight today afternoon was Mumbai to Udaipur. This particular aircraft was Airbus 320. It was supposed to leave at 12 in the afternoon to reach in Udaipur at 2:30 in the afternoon. But again, there was a technical glitch, and it was reported that the aircraft turned back from the ramp. That means the aircraft was on ramp, it was ready for takeoff, it would have taken off in another 5 to 10 minutes, but at that particular time only the crew and the pilot found out that there's a technical issue with this Airbus and it's not fit to fly and take a 2-hour journey from Mumbai to Udaipur, and therefore it was cancelled for today. So this particular 2 back-to-back incidents in Air India flight has been reported today, but there has been no statement from Air India so far. We have reached out to Air India officials regarding statement on the Boeing Milan flight and also in the Airbus Mumbai to Udaipur aircraft as well. But till now we are waiting for the statement and response from Air India. No response yet. Back to you.
Okay, just stay on with us. We have another, there's another breaking coming in. This is with regards to, I think, an Akasa Air flight. And we have a statement from the spokesperson. Okay, so the story is that Akasa passenger tried to open an exit gate. An unauthorized act forces passengers offloading. Spokesperson of Akasa says, and I quote, passenger on flight QP1497 scheduled to operate from Varanasi to Mumbai on the 3rd of November attempted to open an emergency exit door cover without authorization while the aircraft was still stationary at the parking bay. The individual was identified and in line with standard operating protocols was offloaded and handed over to the relevant authorities. All passengers and crew are safe. The aircraft was thoroughly inspected, cleared by our engineering team before the flight departed at 9 p.m. Harsha continues to join with us. Harsha continues to be with us. This is another case now that is coming in. Now, a passenger on an Akasa flight tried to open an emergency plane. What more details do you have?
So it was the yesterday night aircraft from Varanasi to Mumbai. It was scheduled to departure at around 8:40 p.m. From Varanasi for Mumbai, but the delay happened because the passengers, when the aircraft was boarded, when all the passengers were seated inside, but before taking off, when it was at the parking only, at the ramp only at that particular time, this particular passengers who was seated at the emergency exit door only tried to open the emergency exit door, and immediately the crew stopped him. He was offloaded. He was handed over to the authorities at the airport only. The CISF was immediately informed. The entire incident has been reported to regulatory body as well. Necessary action will be taken against the passenger who tried to not follow the protocols and the rules and guidelines of the CAR and the passenger safety as well. The incident has been reported and the flight left for Mumbai for its destination at around 9 o'clock after 20 minutes of delay because of this particular incident. Back to you.
Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Then now we shift our focus to shifting our focus back to politics now. In a major political development, the prominent northeastern leaders that include Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma have announced the merger of their parties to form a single political entity, and they declare that it is their strength that lies in unity and emphasizing the need to give the people of a region one collective voice. The leaders said a committee has been constituted to oversee the merger of the process. In fact, Republic spoke to the Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Listen in.
The common idea is to bring the different political parties of the Northeast and give them a platform to come together as one. We have felt that if the political parties having their own individual strengths from different states are there, we are limited to that number of seats of, say, 1 MP or 2 MP in that particular state. And therefore, if these parties come together, we have an opportunity or the chance that we may be able to build up the overall political, numbers to 5, 6 from one political entity. So that will ensure that we have a stronger base. So these are kind of things that we're trying to push forward. But more importantly, as I said, it is the voice and the concerns of the people of the region where we unitedly can take up issues irrespective of which state the issue is from, irrespective of the people that are there. This party and this entity will ensure that we take up the concerns of the people of the Northeast at large. Thank you.
The complete idea is to speak in one voice, cohesively for our people. And for that, we think that it is best that we forget our personal ambition and come together and fight for the future generations of our region. And that's why we have decided that instead of speaking in different voices, we should come and speak in one voice for the interest of our people.
So will this be a merger of the complete NPP Tripura Motha?
If we want to think about ourselves, we will hold on to our identities party-wise. But if we want to think for our children, we want to think for our region, we want to think for the interest of our people, then I don't think holding on to signboards is important, but holding on to the future of our children is more important, our next generation. So yes, it will be one single political entity.
So sir, what about the NEDA?
Well, we wish everyone well. We are not fighting against anyone. We are fighting for the interest of our people.
And sir, will Bangladeshi infiltration bid will be addressed in this?
Well, the government of India is also addressing the Bangladeshi infiltration. So are we. Again, if we speak individually, the impact is less. But illegal migration from Bangladesh has to stop across Northeast because our population is small and we cannot allow illegal migration from Bangladesh to come in and besiege our population.
Harmanpreet Kaur, India's women's cricket team captain, is basking in the glory of the World Cup win. And very deservingly, of course. She describes the feeling as something that she actually cannot just put it in words. With the support of an entire nation behind her, she's elated, and her self-belief and perseverance paid off. And she said that this is a dream come true. Now, Harmanpreet's journey is an inspiration that showcases the power of hard work and determination. The team's victory marks a historic moment for India's women cricket, breaking the barriers and setting a new standard. Here's a conversation with Harmanpreet Kaur.
हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं आज? हम जा रहे हैं जिंदगी कुछ ऐसे मोमेंट्स कैप्चर करने हैं जिसका बचपन से ड्रीम देखा था. जीतने के बाद ट्रॉफी के साथ शोट आई थिंक दैट वाज आई वाज ड्रीमिंग फॉर so many years. But finally that day has come and I'm super excited. मेरे लिए पर्सनली बहुत इमोशनल मोमेंट है क्योंकि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला कि बचपन से ये मेरा ड्रीम था. जब से टीवी पर देखना शुरू करा है और खुद से खेलना मतलब खुद खेलना शुरू करा है, तब से ये ड्रीम था कि एक दिन वर्ल्ड कप जीतना है. और इफ आई गेट ए अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लीड माई टीम, आई डोंट वांट टू मिस दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. तो आई थिंक सारी बातें शायद बहुत दिल से बोली थी और भगवान ने एक एक करके सब सुन लिया. इट्स लाइक अ मैजिक. समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि हाउ कम मतलब सडनली एवरीथिंग इज़ फॉलिंग इन प्लेस. सब एक एक करके हर एक चीज़ अपने आप होती रही और आज फाइनली हम वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन बन चुके हैं. अभी तो बहुत रिलैक्स हूँ. आज आई थिंक 3-4 घंटे सोने के बाद भी आई एम फीलिंग सो फ्रेश. बहुत रेयर होता है, नहीं तो 8-9 घंटे की नींद तो चाहिए. आई थिंक दैट शोज़ कि जब आप जीत जाते हो, चैम्पियंस बन जाते हो, उसके बाद क्या फील होता है. तो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम फीलिंग राइट नाउ. और वेरी रिलैक्स, वेरी हम्बल, सो ग्रेटफुल. थैंक यू गॉड फॉर गिविंग दिस टीम. हम लोग जो इतने सालों से ड्रीम कर रहे थे और वी आर लिविंग दिस. आफ्टर 2017 वर्ल्ड कप जब हम वापस आए थे, उस टाइम पर हार्ट ब्रोकन के इतना क्लोज आकर वी लॉस्ट द गेम बाय 9 runs और मतलब समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि यार ऐसा कैसे हो गया बिकॉज दैट गेम वाज आल्सो फुली इन कंट्रोल. बट वापस आने के बाद द काइंड ऑफ वेलकम एंड मोटिवेशन वी गॉट फ्रॉम इंडियन फैंस दैट शोज के नॉट ओनली अस मतलब एंटायर कंट्री वाज वेटिंग कि कब मतलब विमेंस क्रिकेट विल डू समथिंग स्पेशल फॉर देम और स्पेशल फॉर द कंट्री के everybody was waiting for this moment and I think सबकी blessings है, सबकी prayers है कि हम उस line को cross कर पाए. I don't think we were alone playing in the stadium. Everybody in the entire stadium, people who were watching us on TV, everybody came together to win this because अकेले it wasn't possible. फ्रॉम डे वन जब से मतलब एक बच्चे को थोड़ा सा सेंसेस आने स्टार्ट होते हैं कि लाइक्स क्या है डिसलाइक्स क्या है तो तब से मैंने अपने हाथ में बैट ही देखा है. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर के मेरे पापा की किट बैग में से बैट लेकर हम लोग खेलते थे और वो बैट बहुत बड़े होते थे तो पापा ने एक दिन अपना कोई पुराना बैट कट करके मुझे दे दिया और हम उससे खेलते थे. वो बैट पकड़ के जब भी हम टीवी पे मैच देखते थे इंडिया को खेलते हुए देखते थे वर्ल्ड कप देखते थे तो यही होता था कि यार इफ मतलब मेरे को भी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी चाहिए. एंड दैट टाइम आई डिडंट इवन नो अबाउट वुमेन्स क्रिकेट बट स्टिल आई वाज ड्रीमिंग कि व्हेन आई विल वेयर दिस ब्लू जर्सी. सो आई थिंक दिस मीन्स अ लॉट टू मी दैट यंग गर्ल हु डिडंट नो अबाउट वुमेन्स क्रिकेट बट स्टिल ड्रीमिंग कि वन डे मतलब आई वांट टू ब्रिंग दैट चेंज इन आवर कंट्री. एंड आई थिंक इट ऑल शोज कि आप लाइक never stop dreaming. You never know आपकी डेस्टिनी आपको कहाँ लेके चली जाएगी एंड never think कि कब होगा कैसे होगा. Only think ये होगा. I think वो ही एक self belief था मेरे अंदर कि this can be possible and that exactly happened today.
Now, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has made a powerful statement declaring that the death of popular Assamese singer Zubeen Garg is not an accident but a murder. Now, Sarma told media that the investigation team is prepared and aims to submit the charge sheet by December 8th. That is well ahead of the official deadline. And this case now has taken a serious turn with suspects in custody and the SIT probe is actively working to uncover the truth behind the tragedy.
আমি জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ মই আজি আৰু আপোনালোকক দুৰ্ঘটনা বুলি কোৱা নাই জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ হত্যাকাণ্ডৰ চাৰ্জশ্বীট আমি 17 ডিসেম্বৰৰ আগতে দিব লাগে. মই টাৰ্গেট দিছোঁ যে 8 তাৰিখ মানৰ ভিতৰতে যাতে দিব পাৰে আৰু আমি সকলো ফালৰ পৰা এতিয়া প্ৰস্তুত.
Zubeen Garg died in Singapore on September 19 while swimming. He joined a yacht trip with 18 people before his planned concert. Garg initially wore a life jacket but removed it as it was too large. He struggled to swim after taking off the jacket and became unwell. Rescuers pulled him from the water and performed CPR immediately. He was rushed to Singapore General Hospital but was declared dead. The official cause of death was drowning, confirmed by authorities. Ever since the demise of Zubeen, fans have argued about theories and circumstances, like whether was he without a vest, did somebody conspire?
Mr. Chief Minister, if you can clarify in terms of what made the state government decide that there should be another postmortem. Number two.
You see, there is I myself is a big fan of Zubin, and I personally I feel that he should be above controversy the way, because the post-mortem report cannot be better than Singapore in Guwahati, because they are technically much better place than Guwahati. So I personally did not wanted to encourage a cutting of his body. You know how post-mortem is done. But still, as a chief minister, I cannot go by my own emotion. I have to take decision on the basis of mitigating circumstances. So as there is demand, and I have seen one or two leading people has also raising this demand, so we have decided to accept the demand, and morning it will take 2 hours. We will go through the process. And his family also consented. His wife, I discussed with his wife through Pavitra, and the family has also said that okay, let it be done. We have no problem.
Also, in terms of the CID investigation, now you're going to reach out to the authorities in Singapore.
You see, I cannot reach out to Singapore. There is a procedure of Interpol how to reach out. So we have to follow that procedure. We have to move to the Guwahati court. The Guwahati court will issue a letter rogatory. So on that, with that letter rogatory, our people will go to Singapore, and I believe that Singapore will cooperate. আমি জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ মই আজি আৰু আপোনালোকক দুৰ্ঘটনা বুলি কোৱা নাই, জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ হত্যাকাণ্ডৰ চাৰ্জশ্বিট আমি 17 ডিচেম্বৰৰ আগতে দিব লাগে। মই টাৰ্গেট দিছোঁ যে 8 তাৰিখ মানৰ ভিতৰতে যাতে দিব পাৰে, আৰু আমি সকলো ফালৰ পৰা এতিয়া প্ৰস্তুত। পিপল আৰ আণ্ডাৰ জুডিচিয়েল কাষ্টডি. Everyone is being forwarded on a case of murder. So it is not a new revelation from me. This is the position from the day one.
So regarding the search sheet, when the police is actually...
police is duty bound to submit a search sheet within 90 days from the days of arrest, if it is a case of murder or if it is a case for life imprisonment as well as other serious imprisonment or serious penalties. So our time is 90 days from the first of arrest. But to be in safer side, we have taken 90 days from the date of incident. From that angle, we should submit the search sheet 18 or 19 December. But we want to be little more cautious. So that is why we have internally decided that we will file the search sheet somewhere around 8 December.
Now, a shocking incident was captured on CCTV in Faridabad. Footage shows a young man opening fire at a minor while she was returning from home from her classes. Here's more.
A horrifying incident was reported from Faridabad's Sham colony last evening. A girl was shot at while she was returning home from coaching classes. One of the CCTVs in the vicinity has captured the entire sequence of events. In the video, the accused is seen waiting for the girl in the narrow street at around 5 p.m. And soon after the girl approached near, the accused cornered her and opened fire at her from a very close range. She was immediately taken to a nearby hospital where her condition remains critical. The police have registered a case and are scanning CCTV footage from nearby areas to trace and identify the accused.
It is being assumed by the police that he is somebody close to the girl, somebody that the girl already knows, maybe shares a relationship. And that is the expectation that the police now has. In regards to the girl's condition, her condition remains critical. She is currently in the hospital. She is being tended to by the doctors, by a team of doctors there, but her condition remains critical. And the police currently, they are trying to identify the nearby CCTV cameras and everything, so that some proof, some identity can be assessed of the accused, that you can very clearly see in the CCTV footage, very patiently waiting for the girl, and then came close to her and fired several rounds.
The motive behind the attack is being investigated. The girl is currently awaiting medical treatment.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. But as we step into a short break, we're going to tell you about the big update as far as this the world's biggest motorcycle show in Milan is concerned. Indian company Norton will be stealing the spotlight. TVS Motor, one of South Asia's largest automobile makers, have taken the center stage with a global debut.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious...
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with...
Has Prashant Kishore lost momentum? Prashant Kishore's grand plan or political misstep? Has Prashant Kishore lost the plot? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है।
It's getting very edgy, controversial in Bihar as RJD targets Mandir days before elections. All eyes on Anil Ambani. Assets valued at over 7,000 crore attached. Will he be arrested? Chris Gayle was locked up in a room because the organizers of a fraud league in Kashmir just went absconding, went bust. All about the Indian Heaven League that went bust and how players were trapped in Kashmir. And that big global headline for Indian automobile industry, all eyes on TVS and their Norton reveal in Milan, Italy in a short while from now. Major leaders from the Northeast unite to launch a brand new political entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot, other leaders come together. They say they will forge a new entity that will speak together in one voice for the Northeast. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the big headline, and it's a proud moment for India, a blockbuster one for the booming automobile market, not just India but globally. And at the world's biggest motorcycle show in Milan, an Indian company will be stealing the spotlight. TVS Motor, one of South Asia's largest automobile makers, Indian at heart, born in India, has taken center stage with a global debut that's got the entire motorcycling world talking. Now, the company's UK-based brand, Norton Motorcycles, which was purchased by TVS 5 years ago, is all set for a marquee reveal in Milan today in a short while from now, marking one of the most remarkable comeback stories in the world of two-wheelers. Once a fading British icon, Norton is roaring back, powered by Indian innovation, investment, ambition. And TVS has pumped in nearly 250 million pounds so far into Norton, a part of the massive 1.3 billion pound Indian investment drive into the UK that's also setting to create close to over 7,000 jobs, including over 500 in the West Midlands area in the United Kingdom. From Chennai, where TVS is born, to Solihull, this is the story of an Indian firm that's not just building bikes, but rewriting its history. TVS now leading one of the world's most inspiring turnaround stories, a symbol of how Indian enterprise is redefining the global industry. And I have my colleague Pranav, heading Republic Business, joining us live on the broadcast. Pranav, it's a fantastic story. I mean, last week we were here, we were talking about Dr. Devi Shetty and Narayana Health acquiring one of UK's biggest hospital chains, right? And today you have the story of TVS and many other stories like that. Increasingly, we are seeing Indian firms born in India rewriting the global market. It's not a small brand. Norton is one of the world's oldest two-wheeler brands, and for TVS to not just revive it, but to be launching global models in Milan, it's a story of resurgence. It's a comeback story for the world automobile market, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. In fact, this just comes, at a time when we're talking about making in India, India shining, and it's exactly at that time that we are seeing a global Indian major taking over a legacy brand. I mean, just to understand the significance of how important this acquisition is, or today's launch is, we just need to look at the history of Norton. In 1898, the brand was launched, and throughout its, throughout the history, in fact, it's a brand that gained significance during World War II. Che Guevara, in fact, used to ride it, when he was traveling Latin America. And then we've seen Keanu Reeves, we've seen Clint Eastwood, who added much glamour and cult to this brand. And in 2020, TVS actually acquired this at 16 million pounds. That's about 153 crore at that time. And what we're seeing today is, in fact, an unveiling of 4 bikes. So a long journey for this brand, a long legacy that is revived by an Indian company now.
Pranav, okay, we're expecting that reveal in a short while from now. I'm sure you're in touch with the TVS team and the bosses who are in Milan. What are we expecting? Tell me a little bit about the bikes that are being revealed, unveiled. Do we know more about the bikes and how they're going to be, how critical these bikes are in the global market? And will they be coming to India? What more do we know about the bikes themselves?
Well, Niranjan, we are in touch with the TVS team. They are there in Milan right now. In fact, they have 2 major events. One is, of course, the 6 bikes which are getting unveiled. 2 of them TVS bikes, and 4 of them are going to be the Norton bikes. Now, while the names are still under wraps, they haven't yet disclosed the names of these bikes that are getting unveiled. But what we are given to understand that it's going to be the V4 Super Bike, a Man X Naked Bike, a Man X R Sports Bike, a sports bike, and Atlas Adventure Bike. So it's going to be an adventure bike, it's going to be a sports bike, and of course a touring bike. That's what the speculations are, but we are eagerly waiting for the launch. Just about a few hours to go. 3:30 p.m. India time is when the launch is expected, and we will soon be soon come to know about the features, the specs of these amazing bikes that are getting revived.
Fantastic. Now tell me a little bit, because when you talk about the resurgence story, I mean, it's becoming increasingly a pattern. And we've seen Indian firms, not specifically automobile. In this case, of course, we're talking about TVS. But there are many Indian firms that are acquiring global brands, right? Now, you've been covering business for over 2 decades now. Now, how is that pattern growing over the years? Do you see that increasingly become a pattern with successful Indian businesses, business houses, businessmen, purchasing big brands, big products, and let Indians take that over?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. In fact, if you just go to see, just about a few days ago, we reported how Narayana Health acquired one of UK's major healthcare hospital chains. Prior to that, we've had Bharti, we've had JSW, we have Tata Motors that acquired the Land Rover, yet another iconic brand. So we are definitely seeing this, on one side, we're talking about resurgence of an iconic brand like Norton, but on the other side, it's actually the resurgence of the Indian, they're coming off age of legacy Indian companies, which are now increasing their footprints, and it is reflecting in the domestic numbers as well. Just to give you a perspective, in fact, TVS, which is about 166 lakh crore company now, recorded about 40% YOY EBITDA growth, that net profit growth, so to say, and that's because of the domestic market. So we are seeing the resurgence on domestic front, and now we are seeing these companies expanding their global footprint and acquiring global brands, set to make a mark on the global stage now.
Okay. One last question. What time is that event? And will all bikes be revealed today?
Niranjan, the launch is expected to take place at about 3:30 IST, but we are given to understand that there could be a slight delay because there's a lot of flurry of activities going on in Milan right now. 6 bikes are expected to be launched, out of which 4 are going to be Norton bikes.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you, Pranav, for joining us. Big moment. Proud moment for India. As we bring you the story of TVS reviving, is one of the biggest comeback stories in the global automobile industry there. Let's move on now and get you details of a major breakthrough in Madhya Pradesh's fight against Maoists in Balaghat. This is the story of a 23-year-old. Fantastic pictures that came in this morning of a Maoist. Her name is Sunita Oyam. She surrendered before the Hawk Force in Madhya Pradesh, the first such surrender under the state's new rehabilitation policy. Once carrying a reward of 14 lakh rupees. This is Sunita, whose pictures came in. She's now chosen peace over guns.
Another big success for security forces in Madhya Pradesh. A 23-year-old woman Naxalite, Sunita Oyam, has laid down arms in Balaghat, ending her violent path and embracing peace. Sunita was an area commander and carried a reward of 14 lakh rupees across 3 states. Her surrender was symbolic, a quiet walk into the Hawk Force's Churia camp, unarmed, determined to start afresh. Later, she guided police teams deep into the forest to recover her hidden weapons, including an insats rifle and magazines. Hailing from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, Sunita joined the Maoists in 2022 and trained with armed squads in the Mad region. She served as a bodyguard to Central Committee member Ram Der.
नहीं, ये ACM रैंक की महिला है सुनीता, बीजापुर की रहने वाली है। ये कल चोरिया चौकी में आई थी और इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है। जो बाकी लोगों में जो बाकी नक्सल काडर है उनका भी भरम दूर हो जाना चाहिए। किसी को भी किसी तरह की चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे सुनीता ने आगे सरेंडर किया है ऐसे बाकी लोग भी सरेंडर करें, हम यही अपील करते हैं।
This is the first surrender under Madhya Pradesh's 2023 surrender and rehabilitation policy and the first female Naxalite from another state to surrender here since 1992. Under the new policy, she will receive a rehabilitation package worth 35 lakh rupees, including her reward amount, a chance to rebuild her life and inspire others to change course. In just 10 months, police have neutralized or secured surrenders worth over 1.46 crore rupees in rewards. For 23-year-old Sunita Oyam, this marks not defeat but a new beginning under the government's vision of peace and progress.
Okay, the ongoing exercise Trishul, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in more videos of that. Under the vision of Atmanirbharta and Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Indian Army is innovation to forge a decisive technological edge. Guided by the mantra Eagle on every arm, the Southern Command has now created a robust in-house ecosystem for design, development, large-scale production of combat-ready drones, translating the self-reliant vision into battlefield capability. The video that was put out by the Southern Command a few minutes ago. Ishan is joining us. I think the message is clear in that video. Ishan, focus on tech, focus on drones. We are ready.
Absolutely. We had recently come across the information that the Indian Army has inducted Ashni brigades along all its battalions, all its 257 battalions in the Indian Army. Now, these Ashni brigades are specifically drone-based brigades and will be providing in surveillance, reconnaissance, and loitering munition support to all of the Indian Army battalions that are present right now. Now, this is a tech-based innovation that has been homegrown because most of the drones that have been procured under the Atmanirbhar Bharat programming and is delivered through indigenous development, indigenous production, and indigenous manufacturing. Now, these research and from the stage of research to delivery is a very long process, and the Indian industry has endeavored and has successfully delivered all the requirement of the Indian Armed Forces vis-a-vis the drone supply ecosystem within India. And this is a very important step towards Atmanirbharta. And during the Trishul exercises, as we have seen in the available footage that has been showcased, the drone synchronization is not only limited to one or two brigades, it is across the spectrum that drone synchronization has taken place. We have seen that drones have been used not only for basic missions, but are involved in complex ISR, surveillance, acquisition of targets, and destruction of targets. So starting all the way from providing of intelligence to engagement of targets, drones have accomplished all these during these versatile Trishul exercises across the spectrum, starting all the way from the Thar Desert to the coastal regions and beyond. These drones are of significant importance because they give the capability to the Indian Armed Forces to fight in a ever-evolving situation and always remain aware of their surroundings, because these are not only offensive weapons but defensive as well. That provide the criticality of offense.
Okay. I'm getting in some breaking news. I'm getting in some breaking news right now. I need to go across to that. Ishan, stay with me. Coming back to you in just a bit. I'm going across to the breaking news coming in on the Augusta Westland case. Let's go straight to that. Getting in news now that the Augusta Westland co-accused Shravan Gupta, his petition seeking cancellation of the NBW has been dismissed. Now, on this particular case, Shravan Gupta is a critical man. He's a co-accused, and he earlier received a 10-year jail term in Abu Dhabi. He's also the chairman of Delhi-based real estate group MGF Group. Now, this is a big development. In fact, let's give you the context. I'll give you the context. Shravan Gupta is chairman of Delhi-based real estate group MGF Group, a co-accused in the 3,600 crore Augusta Westland VVIP chopper scandal. He's been convicted. He's been sentenced to 10 years of prison by an Abu Dhabi court for alleged fraud, embezzlement. He's also been trying to fight the proceedings in India. Those are shots, by the way, of Christian Michel, who has spoken to Republic in the past, making key allegations in the case. And this was a plea that was filed by Shravan Gupta. He's an accused in the case. In the Augusta Westland scam, he's accused of creating offshore corporate structure to launder the proceeds of crime generated by co-accused in the Augusta Westland VVIP chopper case. Now let me go across to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, now those are pictures of Christian Michel. Shravan Gupta himself, has been jailed by Abu Dhabi. He's been accused of laundering the proceeds of crime. Now that the NBW has been dismissed, what does this mean for him and in the case?
Well, the next possible immediate legal recourse for him would be going to the Supreme Court and then filing a special leave petition before the Honorable Supreme Court, challenging the decision that was given by Delhi High Court, that is dismissing the non-bailable warrant. That would be the next recourse. Now, Supreme Court could do two things. One, if the Supreme Court chooses to stay the NBW and give a notice to ED and CBI to come participate in the proceedings. If not, the next would be that even the Supreme Court dismisses the NBW. In that case, he will be bound, legally bound. He must appear before the trial court, before the special PMLA court. That was the one who issued the first non-bailable warrant back in December 2020. And there, of course, he can show intent. He can show a bona fide intent that he's willing to cooperate and then again file for quashing the non-bailable warrant. That is where his legal rights lie.
No, I meant what happens to him. Now that NBW has been cancelled, right? In the case, what happens to him? It's a huge setback for him. For Indian investigators, what does this mean?
Definitely, they would, again, as the NBW is now cancelled, he still has a legal recourse before he actually applies. If he chooses not to apply, then the CBI and ED can again force him to come and appear before the special PMLA court, as I mentioned, which was the court that issued the first non-bailable warrant against him in 2020. If he chooses not to go and approach the apex court against the Delhi High Court order, that is when he has to. Because he has earlier absconded in 2019 once the CBI and ED issued a summons to him for interrogation and questioning. That is when he absconded from here to London. And that is why even once back in 2020, a non-bailable warrant, this request of him putting in that please quash the non-bailable warrant which has been issued against me, that was dismissed by a trial court once before, and now that the Delhi High Court has dismissed it again, there could be two situations where CBI and ED could again, he's bound, can again issue notices to him for him to appear before the PMLA court, the special PMLA court, or he could again approach the apex court for relief.
Okay, thank you for that. Shambhavi, stay with me because I'll just explain the details a little bit for our viewers. Shravan Gupta is a co-accused in the case. He's also the chairman of Delhi-based real estate developer MGF Group. He's a co-accused in the 3,600 crore AF chief, whose involvement was also seen by investigators. And in this particular case, Shravan Gupta has been convicted, sentenced to 10 years in prison by an Abu Dhabi court. And I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Some more breaking news coming in on the story. Agencies will now begin the process of issuing a red corner notice to ensure that he's brought back and brought to trial. Shravan Gupta, once again, is a co-accused. The Delhi High Court had earlier rejected a plea, and now another petition, another appeal by him to dismiss the NBW has been rejected by the court. He's a critical man whose role is under scanner in the Congress-era scam for laundering the proceeds of the crime, which means whoever made money, and in this particular case, allegations were that politicians, bureaucrats, possibly people in the Congress regime who made money, the proceeds of the crime, he helped launder that money. So Shravan Gupta is very critical to this particular case. And let me go across to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, I'm getting in more details of the next steps to bring him back, and that a red corner notice will be issued against him. What details do you have with you on this front?
Definitely. If he chooses to appear voluntarily before the court, then this would not actually happen. But if he does not, then the Indian agencies can definitely contact through Interpol, issue a red corner notice, and declare him an absconder. And that would be the next step if he does not voluntarily appear before the honorable court.
Okay, thank you for that. That is a critical breaking news update. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Augusta Westland chopper scam. It's a Congress-era scam. When the Congress was in power, they wanted VVIP choppers, namely choppers for their VVIPs, namely Sonia Gandhi and the rest. And they signed a deal with Finmechanica back then that manufactured the Augusta Westland choppers. And one of the key links in that case was Shravan Gupta. Christian Michel is the face of the scam. He was the Italian middleman dragged back to India, extradited. But Shravan Gupta has been off the hook, was arrested by Abu Dhabi, and it appears that he too will have to be dragged back to India. The man who helped launder the money proceeds of the crime. Let's get you the other stories in brief now across India. Bharat in 2 minutes. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation has proposed new rules allowing air passengers to cancel or modify their tickets without any additional charges within 48 hours of booking. The draft regulations also mandate airlines to process refunds more quickly, ensuring greater convenience protection for travelers. Preparations are on to bring these new rules in. Preparations are on in full swing at the Ganga Ghat in Varanasi ahead of the Dev Deepavali, which will be celebrated in the city tomorrow, the 5th of November. The Ganga Mahotsav, being held from November 1st to 4th, will culminate with the grand Dev Deepavali celebrations on the bank of Ganga. Customs officers at Guwahati's Lokpriya Gopinath Bordolai International Airport have seized 6.5 kilograms of suspected drugs valued at over 6.5 crore from unclaimed baggage arriving from Bangkok. This happened on the 3rd of November. The contraband, packed in 12 packets, tested positive for drugs. The owners of the seized goods are currently absconding. Election Commission of India has launched second phase of the SIR, a nationwide voters cleanup drive across 9 states, 3 union territories from today. The large-scale electoral roll revision aims to ensure greater accuracy, transparency, legitimacy in the country's voter database ahead of upcoming elections. Contingent of 1,796 Sikh pilgrims departed from Amritsar for Pakistan on Tuesday to participate in the celebrations of Guru Nanak Dev's Prakash Parv. The group will take part in religious ceremonies at Nankana Sahib, the birthplace of Guru Nanak, and other historic gurudwaras across Pakistan, which has issued visas for over 2,100 Indian Sikh pilgrims for the birth anniversary celebrations of Guru Nanak Dev. Taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, story of the political realignment in the Northeast. Major political parties are coming together, uniting for a new political outfit that will speak unitedly for the Northeast. They've spoken in Delhi. Details are coming up.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a quick look at the top stories making headlines this hour.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions need to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupee case, speculation over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next. Kashmir Cricket League turns into financial fiasco. International stars stranded in hotel over non-payment of dues. Indian firm TVS leads global race. TVS drives Norton revival in Milan. Major Northeast leaders unite. The prominent Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot, Burma and other leaders part of the new political entity or an outfit. Mohammad Azharuddin allotted the portfolios of minority welfare public enterprises by Revant Reddy government in Telangana. Indian Heaven Premier League scam has left several international cricket stars, including Chris Gayle and Jesse Ryder, stranded in a Srinagar hotel due to non-payment of bills. Now, the tournament, organised by Mohali-based Yuva Society, was meant to promote cricket in Kashmir, but collapsed midway, with organisers fleeing and leaving behind unpaid dues of over 80 to 90 lakh rupees. Jammu and Kashmir police have registered an FIR against the organisers and an investigation is underway. The scam has sparked outrage, with the politicians demanding accountability and questioning the government's role in allowing the event to proceed without proper verification. Zeenat joins us live on the broadcast for more. Zeenat, well, this is a league that was seen as a ray of hope for promoting cricket in the valley, but now it has turned out to be a disaster, so much so that even international stars are left stranded in a hotel.
See, Rakshita, this league now runs into a rough weather because the kind of publicity it got and later it turned to be a failed event, and those who provided the platform to the local and the international players, they were left with unpaid bill. Most of the people were not paid. In fact, then people went to the police station to register an FIR in order to get into the notice of the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the same hotel where from I am reporting, where these players were staying. Their accommodations were booked here, and many of them were also locked up because of the non-payment of bills. To know more about this, I'm joined by the owner of the Radisson collection here, Mr. Mushtaq Shah. Mushtaq Sahab, आपके यहाँ ये सारे लोग रह रहे थे, प्लेयर्स चाहे लोकल थे या इंटरनेशनल थे, तो कहाँ से बुकिंग्स इनिशिएट हुई, कितने रूम्स बुक हुए थे और पूरा माजरा क्या था?
देखिए, पहले मैं जीनत जी आपको करेक्ट करूंगा. ये जो आपने फर्स्ट बात कही कि उनको यहाँ बंद रखा गया, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. इट वाज 25 तारीख को आ गए. उससे पहले उन्होंने हमारे साथ जो आए थे और कहा था 1800 कमरे हमें चाहिए फॉर द टोटल ग्रुप, जो इनको 25 से 9 तक था. तो शुरू में कोई 100 कमरा आया, 110, 120, तो 2-3 दिन दे चला. इन्होंने हमें पेमेंट भी की थी, एडवांस भी दिया था. तो 2-3 दिन के बाद ही ये मसला शुरू हो गया पेमेंट का. जब हमारा एडवांस रकम ख़त्म हो गया तो हमने इनको कहा, जिस तरह इनके साथ हमारा कमिटमेंट था कि हम आपको साथ-साथ पैसे दे देंगे.
Okay, we will come back to the inputs that are coming in on this story. Meanwhile, viewers, we shift our focus to more breaking news that is coming in from West Bengal. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee is holding a march in Kolkata against the rollout of SIR in the state. And the ruling TMC warned that deletion of any genuine voters' names from the revised electoral roll would meet with protests. Now, this is a huge march. You can see that is being taken out against the special intensive revision. Against the SIR's nationwide SIR, and that has been announced a few days ago, which has of course not gone down well with the opposition parties. And there you have Abhishek Banerjee, and there are and Abhishek Banerjee as well leading the march. Pinky joins us for more. Pinky, tell us more. As we can see, it's a huge march, and that देख रहे हैं कि TMC भी अभी भी बोल रही है कि genuine voters जो हैं उनको अगर हटाते हैं तो और प्रोटेस्ट होंगे. लेकिन सवाल यही है कि TMC नहीं, EC जो है उस पर दारोमदार है ये असर्टन करने का कि कौन genuine voter है. जी बोलिए. We can hear you. Pinky. Go ahead, please.
देखिए, आपको बता दूं कि ममता बनर्जी तृणमूल सुप्रीमो और अभिषेक बंदोपाध्याय दोनों की तरफ से आपको बता दूं कि आज एसआईआर के विरोध में आज रैली हो रहा है. आज रैली का विजुअल्स आपको दिखा दूं आपको पहले कि आज कोलकाता जो रेड रोड है, रेड रोड से शुरू होके ये जो रैली जोराशाह ठाकुर बाड़ी तक जाएगा. और रैली में तृणमूल के हर एक लीडर्स आज शामिल है. आपको पता है कि इससे पहले ममता बनर्जी ने कोलकाता में एक रैली से कहा था कि जान रहते एसआईआर नहीं होने दूंगी. और आज आपको बता दूं कि आज जब पूरा देश में 12 राज्यों में आज एसआईआर चालू हो रहा है, उस दिन आज के दिन में आज ममता बनर्जी और अभिषेक बनर्जी दोनों ही आज रास्ते पे आज रैली पे उतरे हैं. रैली में आज बहुत सारा लीडर्स है. और आपको ये भी बता दूं आज रैली पे एकदम जो फर्स्ट रो मिल रहा है, उस रो में हर एक जो रिलीजन है, हर एक रिलीजन का गुरु सामने है. उसके बाद सीएम पैदल चल रहे हैं. और उसके बाद आपको बता दूं मोतुआ जो गोष्ठी है उन लोगों को भी आज इस जो रैली में शामिल किया हुआ है. इस रैली को लेकर हर एक पोस्टर रेडी किया हुआ है कि एसआईआर के विरोध में वोटर्स नहीं मिस जाए. ऐसे ही एसआईआर के विरोध में आज ये रैली चल रहा है. आपको बता दूं ह्यूज आज सिक्योरिटी है. ये जो 4 किलोमीटर रास्ता है, इस 4 किलोमीटर रास्ते में बहुत सारे हेवी पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट है. और पूरा जो रास्ता है उस रास्ते में आपको बता दूं बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं वो भी खड़े हुए आप देख सकते हैं. जो आज प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है उस प्रोटेस्ट का विजुअल्स आपको दिखा रही हूँ. पूरा जो रूट है उस रूट में इंडियन स्टेट का लिखा हुआ स्टेट का वो मिनिस्टर का लिखा हुआ गाना पूरा जो रास्ता है 4 किलोमीटर रास्ता उस रास्ते पे प्ले किया जा रहा है. आपको ये भी बता दूं कि आज 3 बजे से ही रैली शुरू हुआ है, 2:30 बजे से रैली शुरू हुआ है. और जोराशाह ठाकुरबाड़ी तक ये रैली जाएगा. 4 किलोमीटर रास्ते पे हर एक जगह में पोस्टर लगा हुआ है. आपको दिखा दूं ये पोस्टर का विजुअल्स, बहुत सारे पोस्टर्स का विजुअल्स आपको दिखा रही हूँ. बहुत सारा पोस्टर्स लगा हुआ है. बहुत सारा जो लोग हैं, जो सपोर्टर्स हैं, वो भी रास्ते पे खड़े हुए हैं. आप देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा जो रैली है उस रैली में हर एक जो टीएमसी का लीडर्स है वो लोग भी आज इस रैली में चल रहे हैं, इस रैली में पार्टिसिपेट किए हुए हैं. आपको ये भी बता दूं कि ममता बनर्जी ने आज इसी दिन को चुना है. आज सिर्फ ममता बनर्जी नहीं, आज तो शुभेंदु अधिकारी उनका भी आज रैली है. आज जो 4 नवंबर है, आज से ही सारा देश में एसआईआर चालू हो रहा है. और इस दिन जब बीएलओ बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स एनुमरेशन फॉर्म लेकर जब घर जा रहा है, जब हर एक घर में जाके समझा रहा है कि कैसे फॉर्म फिलअप करना है, कैसे एनुमरेशन फॉर्म को फिलअप करना है, कैसे इस फॉर्म को फिलअप करके कैसे आप
Right, we continue to get more updates from Ground Zero as TMC takes out that march against the SIR. We will now shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you. In the meantime, it's a major boost now coming into Madhya Pradesh's anti-Maoist campaign. 23-year-old woman Maoist Sunita surrendered today before the security forces in Balaghat district, marking the first surrender under the state's new surrender and rehabilitation policy. Here's more.
A key breakthrough in a fight against Maoism was reported in Madhya Pradesh district, where a 23-year-old woman Sunita Oyam from Balaghat surrendered before the Hawk Force. Hailing from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, Sunita joined the Maoists in 2022 and trained with armed squads in the Mad region. She served as a bodyguard to Central Committee member Ramder. On the night of November 1st, she expressed her intent to surrender and join the mainstream before taking an unarmed walk towards the Chauria camp of the state's elite Hawk Force. Later, she assisted security forces in locating a Maoist hideout deep inside the forests, which led to the recovery of an INSAS rifle, 3 magazines and a UPGL shell. She carried a combined reward of rupees 14 lakh, with rupees 6 lakh announced by Maharashtra, rupees 3 lakh by Chhattisgarh and the remaining by Madhya Pradesh.
नहीं, ये ACM रैंक की महिला है सुनीता, बीजापुर की रहने वाली है। ये कल चोरिया चौकी में आई थी और इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है। जो बाकी लोगों में जो बाकी नक्सल काडर है उनका भी भरम दूर हो जाना चाहिए। किसी को भी किसी तरह की चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे सुनीता ने आगे सरेंडर किया है ऐसे बाकी लोग भी सरेंडर करें, हम यही अपील करते हैं।
According to the police, Sunita was a hardcore armed female Naxalite from the MMC zone and an area committee member under CCM Ramder, a senior Maoist leader active in the Indravati and Mad regions. This marks the first time since 1992 that a female Naxalite from another state has surrendered to the Madhya Pradesh government. It is also the first surrender under the state's new Naxalite surrender and rehabilitation policy implemented in August 2023. Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh Dr. Mohan Yadav hailed Sunita's surrender as a testament to the government's strong resolve to eradicate left-wing extremism. He added that 10 Maoists carrying a combined bounty of rupees 1.5 crore have been neutralized this year.
And viewers, now we are getting you visuals of Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, who is right now visiting the Kharga Corps. And Kharga Corps is in force very important. He's reviewing the formation's operational preparedness. He was briefed on initiatives aimed at enhancing combat readiness, integrating cutting-edge technology, strengthening interagency synergy, and advancing nation-building efforts. So there you have the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi at the Kharga Corps, and you can see he's meeting the top officers there. This is, of course, part of reviewing the drone and combat preparedness as well, amidst the several military drills that are also underway from east to the west frontier, and he's being informed about several projects. The Kharga Corps.
इरादा बड़ा क्लियर था कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं, आतंकवादी, उनको खत्म करना है और उनके आकाओं को हमने मार खिलानी है। इरादा बड़ा क्लियर था कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं, आतंकवादी, उनको खत्म करना है और उनके आकाओं को हमने मार खिलानी है।
And under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Indian Army is driving indigenous innovation to forge a decisive technological edge. Guided by the mantra, Eagle on every arm, the Southern Command has created a robust in-house ecosystem for design, development and large-scale production of combat-ready drones, translating the self-reliant vision into battlefield capability. Take a look. Focus to US now. Zohran Mamdani's mayoral candidacy has become one of the most polarizing contests in New York's history that raises deep concerns about the city's future direction. Now, Mamdani is a 34-year-old assemblyman from Queens and a self-described democratic socialist. He has energized progressive activists but alarmed the moderates, Republicans and business leaders. Here's more.
The New York mayor election taking place today is drawing international attention because of one candidate whose rise could alter the fate of America's largest city. The man at the center of this contest is Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman from Queens whose unapologetically progressive platform has made him both a darling of the activist left and a lightning rod for critics who warned that his policies would push New York down a dangerous path.
Who is ready for Palestinian freedom?
Mamdani has built his career on a platform that openly challenges the foundations of law, order, and fiscal responsibility, positioning himself as a champion of causes that many New Yorkers see as dangerously out of touch with the city's realities. He has repeatedly called for defunding the police, insisting that money should be stripped from law enforcement and redirected to social programs, a proposal that may sound noble in theory, but in practice threatens to dismantle the very institution tasked with keeping the streets safe. This is not a minor policy tweak. It is a deliberate attempt to weaken the backbone of public security in a city already struggling with rising disorder. At a time when subway assaults, retail theft, and violent crime have rattled residents and eroded confidence in public safety, Mamdani's vision would mean fewer officers on patrol, slower response times, and a climate where criminals feel emboldened to act without fear of consequence. The lesson from past experiments in other cities is clear. When police are undermined, crime rises, neighborhoods deteriorate, and ordinary citizens, especially working-class families who cannot simply move away, pay the steepest price. By framing law enforcement as the problem rather than part of the solution, Mamdani risks turning New York into a case study of what happens when ideology is allowed to override common sense. The ideological lineage of Mamdani's politics can be traced to the political movement embodied by figures such as Ilhan Omar. In Congress, Omar has supported expansive immigration reforms, including co-sponsoring the New Way Forward Act, which sought to roll back criminal penalties for immigration violations and limit deportations, a move opponents said blurred the distinction between legal and illegal residency. She was also a leading voice behind the Policing Act, which aimed to restrict qualified immunity for officers and overhaul police practices nationwide, a proposal critics argued would weaken law enforcement at a time of rising crime. Beyond legislation, Umar has repeatedly drawn fire for her foreign policy positions, including her calls to cut US military aid to Israel and her controversial 2021 remarks that appeared to equate the United States and Israel with groups like Hamas and the Taliban, comments that prompted bipartisan condemnation and forced her to walk them back. She has also introduced amendments to reduce the Pentagon budget by as much as 10%, a move critics said would undermine national security. These initiatives, while popular among activist bases, have been criticized for ignoring fiscal realities, undermining public safety, and weakening America's global standing. Omar's record illustrates the broader agenda Mamdani is aligned with, a vision of governance that prioritizes redistribution and symbolic justice over stability and security. For New Yorkers wary of rising crime and economic strain, the prospect of importing this agenda into City Hall is cause for alarm. The comparison that looms largest, however, is not with Washington, but with London. When Sadiq Khan became mayor in 2016, he pledged inclusivity and progressive reform, yet the city's trajectory has been marked by rising violence and declining livability. Knife crime surged by more than 50%, with youth stabbings hitting record highs, while the Metropolitan Police, strained by budget pressures and political hostility, struggled to maintain order. Londoners have also faced soaring housing costs, higher transport fares, and increased local taxes, all while their mayor devoted political capital to symbolic fights over culture and climate, rather than the daily realities of safety and affordability. Another layer of criticism against London under Khan has been the handling of grooming gangs and the perception of soft or two-tier policing. Despite repeated denials that such networks operated in the capital, the Metropolitan Police recently reopened 9,000 cases linked to grooming gangs when watchdogs found serious failures in how allegations of child sexual exploitation were investigated. For many observers, the question is whether New York is about to repeat London's mistakes. The parallels are striking. A charismatic progressive leader promising justice and reform, a city already grappling with crime and economic pressures, and a political climate where symbolic gestures often overshadow practical governance. If Mamdani were to win, New York could see a weakened police force, expanded welfare obligations, and a governing philosophy that prioritizes ideology over pragmatism. The consequences would not be confined to the 5 boroughs. As the financial and cultural capital of the United States, New York's trajectory influences national debates on crime, immigration, and urban policy. A Mamdani administration would embolden progressives across the country while deepening the divide with those who argue that safety, fiscal discipline, and the interests of citizens must come first. His critics, particularly from the Republican side, see him as a radical whose policies would erode public safety, overburden taxpayers, and drive the city towards the same decline witnessed in London. The outcome will determine not only who occupies City Hall, but whether New York chooses to double down on progressive experiments or chart a course that prioritizes order and responsibility. For a city that has long been a symbol of American resilience, the choice could not be more consequential.
Shifting focus to Bihar now, Bhojpuri superstar and RJD leader Khesari Lal Yadav has triggered a major political row with his recent temple hospital remark. Now, 2 days after questioning the government's priorities, and Khesari Lal Yadav now has repeated his statement. He's drawing sharp reactions from the BJP. Here's the full story.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है. मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
It is a comment that set off a fresh round of political sparring in Bihar. Actor turned RJD leader Khesari Lal Yadav on Tuesday reiterated his temple hospital remark. He is contesting from the Chaprag Assembly constituency on an RJD ticket.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? शिक्षा जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम कि आप ही को करेंगे? आप ही को किए हैं। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अब बनाइए, दुनिया में सारे हर जगह मंदिर बना दीजिए, लेकिन मंदिर से हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय हो जाएगा? मंदिर से अगर हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय होता है तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप 200 मंदिर बिहार में बना डालिए और आप एक बच्चे का भविष्य तय करके बता दीजिए और दिखा दीजिए कि आपने कितने बच्चों का भविष्य उस मंदिर से किया है। मुझे कोई दुख नहीं है और ना ही मुझे कोई तकलीफ है। मैं कह रहा हूं आप बनाओ, भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है। तो बात वहाँ है ना कि बदलते ये लोग हैं, इनसे आप जब विकास की बात कहिएगा और करिएगा ना तो ये आपको डायरेक्ट लेके जाएंगे मंदिर मस्जिद के पास, और नहीं तो सनातन पे ले जाएंगे और बेमतलब की बातें करेंगे और उसी में आपको उलझा देंगे।
The remarks drew immediate fire from the BJP and its allies, who called the statement disrespectful.
500 साल जिस मंदिर के लिए हिंदू लड़ते रहे, अपने जान की बाजी लगाए, कुर्बानी दिए, और कोर्ट के आदेश आने के बाद जब वहां भव्य राम मंदिर बना है तो आप बकवास करते हैं कि वहां मंदिर के जगह हॉस्पिटल बनना चाहिए। तो ऐसे आदमी को यदमुल्ला ही कहा जा सकता है, अब ये यादव नहीं हो सकता है।
BJP leaders say the Modi government has balanced faith and progress, delivering both the long-awaited Ram temple in Ayodhya and record investments in infrastructure, expressways, AIIMS hospitals and employment-linked schemes. In Chapra, the contest is three-cornered. Kesrilal Yadav is facing stiff competition from BJP's Chhoti Kumari, while BJP rebel and former mayor Rakhi Gupta is contesting independently. Also in the fray is Jan Suraj's Jai Prakash Singh, making the Chapra seat one of the Bihar's most watched contests. As the campaign heats up, Kesri's remarks may have given the RJD some spotlight, but the BJP says the real debate should remain on development, governance and public welfare and not faith-based rhetoric.
Money, power and $1 billion freeze. Assets attached. Anil Ambani's arrest next. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है।
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions needs to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupees case, speculation is there over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next. Kashmir Cricket League turns into financial fiasco. International stars are stranded in hotel over non-payment of dues. Indian firms TVS leads global race. TVS drives Norton revival in Milan. Major Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders part of the new political outfit. Mohammad Azruddin allotted the portfolios of minority welfare public enterprises by Revanth Reddy government in Telangana. Viewers, we begin with another big legal victory for Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Today, the Delhi High Court has quashed the summons that had been issued against Arnab in a defamation case filed by an advocate during the coverage of GNU when anti-India slogans were being raised. The case was linked to Arnab's broadcast in 2016. The Delhi High Court order today brings a closure to years-long battle, yet another vindication for Arnab Goswami and for the right to ask questions. This is also a big win for press freedom. I want to also try and go across to our lawyers. Senior advocate Malvika Trivedi appeared in this case for us and argued it before the Delhi High Court. We also saw Avinav appear in this case. Phoenix Legal's lawyer appear in this case for us and argue the case for us. And I'd like to go across to him. If Aman is with us now. I'll also give our viewers some details about what this case is about, because this is a big legal victory that was there. Delhi High Court had quashed the criminal defamation case filed against our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Justice Neena Bansal Krishna quashed the cases in February 2016 during a televised debate hosted by Arnab Goswami. There was a certain advocate who had then filed this defamation case against whom certain words had been said because he had been arrested for his alleged role in the attack on Kanhaiya Kumar and journalists on the court premises while Kanhaiya Kumar was being produced before the judge. I want to now go across to Aman Avinav, Phoenix Legal's lawyer, who appeared in this case for us. Aman, a huge congratulations to you. This is a big victory for us, Aman. And you not only appeared in the case, you were briefing Malvika Trivedi, senior advocate in the case. You also had to argue before Judge Bansal. Give us the finer details about what was pronounced today and what really happened.
Thank you, Rhythm. Indeed, this is a big win for freedom of press in the country across all corners. What was pronounced today was by the Honorable Delhi High Court is the judgment in the quashing petition which we had filed against the summoning order by the judicial magistrate and the complaint filed by the lawyer against whom we had done a story. The primary arguments or the primary arguments that was led by us against the quashing of the summoning as well as the complaint was that there was no offense that was made at the very beginning. There was none of the constituents of defamation were made out. There was no imputation. There was no intent to defame. And the fact that the lawyer in question had led the charge against Kanhaiya Kumar in the said events that unfolded in 2016 of February, that was well recorded and well documented before that. And so, of course, the opinion which was formed by us, which was a fair one, and it only reflected the truth, which is also a defense. And since the defense is a complete defense of truth is disclosed at the very beginning, and so therefore there was no reason for the Honorable Magistrate to proceed in this case and issue summons to us. So while we wait for the order of the learned Honorable High Court to be uploaded, I guess this to understand the reasoning in detail, these are the primary points on which we had led the arguments, and we hope that the judgment would reflect these legal issues and would restate and resound the constitutional principles and the criminal law principles that are well established in the country.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Aman, even when you argued the case before Justice Bansal Krishna, you were very clear in what you were saying. Today when this order was pronounced, and she's very quick in giving orders, we were wondering why this order was taking a little bit of time. She said two words. She said that I'm going to summons have been, this case has been taken on, summons have been quashed, they've been set aside. So very, very clearly she went through the details about what you argued before her, and she came to a very clear understanding about this case that was filed, which was not defamatory. You know, we at media channels, especially at Republic TV, see several people file defamation cases. Our editor-in-chief has won once again another legal victory here, Aman, in the Delhi High Court, where once again this is very critical to understand, because in the larger scheme of things, it's also about press freedom and also people who try and curtail it. Whether they are lawyers, whether others, they cannot try and curtail it by any means, because in the end, it's the freedom of press that is sacrosanct.
Absolutely, absolutely. Rhythm, you're really, you've hit the nail, appropriately. Because we still are a democratic country and we are run by the rule of law, we are governed by the rule of law. And of course, nobody can take, especially the press, if they think that they can entangle them in litigation and browbeat them and drown their voice, that's not going to happen in this country.
Absolutely. And Aman, not the first case this year that we have won, whether it's in Rajasthan, whether it's in the Jodhpur High Court, whether it's in the Calcutta High Court, whether we've seen victory this year in several other cases you've been a very important part of, it's clear that when it comes to freedom of press, the courts are very clearly waking up and knowing very critically when it's political parties that try and do motivated cases, whether it's in Karnataka where we saw that victory, or whether it's in the Rajasthan High Court where summons and quashing has been stayed for now. It's very clear that people know when motivated lobbies come before them only to try and get some vendetta politics achieved.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, what people and these political fiefs, they forget that, there is still constitutional hierarchy and there is rule of law in this country. And whenever there is any wrong that is done, that is set right by our court in due course.
And Aman, the Delhi High Court, what was the sense you were getting when they were hearing this case?
So Justice Bansal was very, very patient, and she gave us a very patient hearing. She heard both sides, and of course, she asked very pertinent questions as to, she dealt with all the issues that were at hand. She also asked us questions as to whether calling somebody a gunda or a goon itself constitutes, defamation irrespective of the context. So we responded to that by taking her lordship to the judgments of the Supreme Court, where they clearly said that you cannot pick and choose a single word and set it out of context and claim defamation. The entire article has to be read as a whole, and the constituents of Section 499, which is the offence of defamation under the erstwhile IPC, has to be satisfied, which is that there has to be an imputation. And secondly, the imputation has to be with the intent to cause harm to the person's reputation. So both of these important constituents, which are foundational, were missing in this particular case.
Absolutely. And I remember, Aman, when you were arguing this case, even in the courtroom, senior advocate Malvika Trivedi was also very much a part of this. But it's very clear that Justice Bansal Krishna understood where this case is coming from, because these people have not only filed a case here, but they've also filed a case in the lower court, and they've also filed larger cases trying to say that we've been defamed, etc. But I think the courts are very, very aware about what defamation is. We're also facing similar cases, Aman, and I'm going to broaden this question to you, in the Calcutta High Court. We've seen similar cases being filed in other parts of the country. And I think even in other parts, defamation has to be made out so well and clearly that the courts are clear that if it's not defamatory, there is no reputation loss, then you cannot attribute anything and everything to the anchor of a very popular debate show, that is our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami.
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. And in fact, the Honorable Supreme Court has made it clear in so many cases. And in fact, there was a recent judgment of Justice Bela Trivedi in Iveco Majiris case in the Supreme Court, on which we also rely. And the Honorable Supreme Court says that if a complete defense is made out at the very beginning, even before summoning, then the honorable magistrate in each and every case has to apply their own judicial mind and to see and scrutinize whether the constituents are met or not. Irrespective of whatever case has been set up by the complainant, and no matter how many witnesses have been trumped up, if the basic ingredients are not met and a complete defense at the very beginning is disclosed from the very complaint, then there is no need to proceed. And that, in fact, I am yet to see by courts to implement at a large scale.
Yes. Absolutely. And I'm remembering, as you're saying this, in February this year, a significant victory also for Republic TV and our editor-in-chief Arnab, and the Calcutta High Court. Aman had also quashed an FIR against the network and him over a comment that was made by a panelist. Like I said, the courts are very aware about the freedom of press. It's a proud moment. Thank you, Aman, for giving us those details. And thank you for being a part of the Phoenix legal team that brought us victory. Viewers, moving on to the other top focus that we're tracking at this hour. It's a proud moment for India and a blockbuster one for the booming automobile markets at the world's biggest motorcycle show in Milan. An Indian company will be stealing the spotlight. TVS Motor, one of South Asia's largest automobile makers, has taken center stage with a global debut that's got the entire motorcycling world talking. The company's UK-based brand, Norton Motorcycles, is all set for a marquee reveal, marking one of the most remarkable comeback stories in the world of two-wheelers. But we're going to first go across to our defense minister, who is speaking.
भारत की धरती पर ही बनाना प्रारंभ किया है, भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनाना प्रारंभ किया। हमारा रक्षा उत्पादन 5 गुना 6 गुना बढ़ गया है। हमने हिंदुस्तान के 2 राज्यों को, उत्तर प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर, यानी वहां पर बहुत सारे सामान बनेंगे, डिफेंस के, मिसाइलें, तोप, बम, गोले सब बनेंगे। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर घोषित किया है। बहनों भाइयों, जो घोषणा पत्र जारी हुआ है उसमें कहा गया है कि अब यहां पर भी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर बिहार में भी बनेगा। अब आपके हाथों से मिसाइलें बनेंगी, आपके हाथों से औजार बनेंगे, जो कि हमारे सेना के जवान वो करते हैं। राइफल बनेंगी, संगीनें बनेंगी, बम बनेंगे, तोप बनेंगे, गोले बनेंगे। हम बिहार को एक विकसित बिहार के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं। मेरे बहनों भाइयों, बातें बहुत सारी हैं। यहां पर उद्योगों का जाल बिछाने के लिए भी हर जिले में एक फैक्ट्री खोलने का भी घोषणा पत्र में हम लोगों ने वादा किया है।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaking on Operation Sindoor in Bihar. Also this election rally, he's also speaking at this in Bihar on the during this election campaign, but he's clearly pinpointing India's success during Operation Sindoor. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaking there during the election bugle that's been sounded off in Bihar, and he's also speaking about Operation Sindoor. Not the first time, but several times Rajnath Singh has spoken about our success, praising the forces during the way they've conducted themselves during Operation Sindoor. He once again speaks about our Operation Sindoor. Also, he had warned Pakistan earlier, giving Pakistan a warning about what lies ahead. Viewers, the other top focus, General Upendra Dwivedi, COAS, visited Kharga Corps to review the formation's operational preparedness. He was briefed on initiatives aimed at enhancing combat readiness, integrating cutting-edge technologies, strengthening interagency synergy, and advancing nation-building efforts.
इरादा बड़ा क्लियर था कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं, आतंकवादी, उनको खत्म करना है और उनके आकाओं को हमने मार खिलानी है।
And the other top focus, there's also news that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Bhutan now on November 12th for King of Bhutan's birthday. That's going to be there. I'm going to try and go across to our senior editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Remember, earlier, viewers, we had been told that the Prime Minister would be visiting Bhutan on November 11th and 12th. This visit will be coinciding with the 70th birthday of Jigme Singye Wangchuk, the fourth king of Bhutan, father of current monarch Jigme Kesar Nangmyal Wangchuk. Modi may also witness the launch of infrastructure projects and also take part in cultural programs during this visit. This is also coming where Prime Minister Modi will be visiting Bhutan on November 12th. Bhutan's Prime Minister Tshering Tobgay had earlier lauded India-Bhutan ties, calling them more than a relationship, a friendship that's anchored by leaders like Prime Minister Modi and Bhutan's kings. He'd highlighted how development cooperation had evolved into deeper economic collaboration, especially in hydropower, with Indian private firms investing in Bhutan's energy sector. He thanked Prime Minister Modi for allowing a sacred Buddha relics visit to Bhutan for the Global Peace Prayer Festival, underscoring India's spiritual cultural bond with Bhutan. Prime Minister to visit Bhutan on the 12th of November. Prime Minister Modi is going to be there and he's been called the anchor of India-Bhutan friendship. Prime Minister of Bhutan has also thanked him for his friendship. The other top focus in a major political development, prominent northeastern leaders, including Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, have announced the merger of their parties to form a single political entity, declaring that our strength lies in unity and emphasizing the need to give the people of the region one collective voice. The leaders said a committee had been constituted to oversee the merger process. We spoke to Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Listen in.
The common idea is to bring the different political parties of the Northeast and give them a platform to come together as one. We have felt that if the political parties having their own individual strengths from different states are there, we are limited to that number of seats of, say, 1 MP or 2 MP in that particular state. And therefore, if these parties come together, we have an opportunity or the chance that we may be able to build up the overall political, numbers to 5, 6 from one political entity. So that will ensure that we have a stronger base. So these are kind of things that we're trying to push forward. But more importantly, as I said, it is the voice and the concerns of the people of the region where we unitedly can take up issues irrespective of which state the issue is from, irrespective of the people that are there. This party and this entity will ensure that we take up the concerns of the people of the Northeast at large.
The complete idea is to speak in one voice, cohesively for our people. And for that, we think that it is best that we forget our personal ambition and come together and fight for the future generations of our region. And that's why we have decided that instead of speaking in different voices, we should come and speak in one voice for the interest of our people.
So will this be a merger of the complete NPP Tripura Motha?
If we want to think about ourselves, we will hold on to our identities party-wise. But if we want to think for our children, we want to think for our region, we want to think for the interest of our people, then I don't think holding on to signboards is important, but holding on to the future of our children is more important, our next generation. So yes, it will be one single political entity.
So sir, what about the NEDA?
Well, we wish everyone well. We are not fighting against anyone. We are fighting for the interest of our people.
And sir, will Bangladeshi infiltration bid will be addressed in this?
Well, the government of India is also addressing the Bangladeshi infiltration. So are we. Again, if we speak individually, the impact is less. But illegal migration from Bangladesh has to stop across Northeast because our population is small and we cannot allow illegal migration from Bangladesh to come in and besiege our population.
Zohran Mamdani's mayoral candidacy has become one of the most polarizing contests in New York's history, raising deep concerns about the city's future direction. Mamdani, 34-year-old assemblyman from Queens and self-described democratic socialist, had energized progressive activists but alarmed moderates, Republicans and business leaders.
The New York mayor election taking place today is drawing international attention because of one candidate whose rise could alter the fate of America's largest city. The man at the center of this contest is Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman from Queens whose unapologetically progressive platform has made him both a darling of the activist left and a lightning rod for critics who warn that his policies would push New York down a dangerous path.
Who is ready for Palestinian freedom?
Mamdani has built his career on a platform that openly challenges the foundations of law, order, and fiscal responsibility, positioning himself as a champion of causes that many New Yorkers see as dangerously out of touch with.
We're also going to go across, and coming up after a short break, we get you more news. Indie Bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions needs to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. As the ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupee case, speculation over his whereabouts and if he's going to be arrested next.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
For the elderly, Dharavi is especially unforgiving. Small rooms force them to climb up the ladders to loft beds. The toilets, washrooms are very far off, and that is the reason in that age, every step that they take in these narrow lanes feels like a big struggle. For the elderly people out here, aged around 70s or 80s or plus, what is an ideal post-retirement life looks like? They want peace of mind. They want good health. They want security. They want space. And none of these are found here. Because as we have seen, most of the places, they operate their small businesses from home only. So that is the reason they stay at one place, and from the same place they operate their businesses also. Hence, the sounds of machines, they do not give them the peace of mind that they look for. Since there are no open spaces to go around or go for a walk, for the senior citizen, it's very difficult for them to discuss their ideas with people for their growth, for community's growth. Hence, they are left behind with only one option, and that is to sit on their doorsteps and discuss whatever the idea they have with their neighbors only. There are hardly any medical facility available over here. If an elderly person, if he or she falls sick, and God forbid, if there is an emergency case, it is very difficult for the ambulance to enter the lane. And in that scenario, people have to, on their feet, they take the patient out and reach out to the nearest possible facility. Talking about the basic medical aid, well, that is also a challenge here.
मेरा नाम है खातून भी है। मैं इधर धाराई में रहती हूँ। मेरे घर के पास पूरा गंदगी रहता, कचरा साफ नहीं होता। बच्चे लोग को लेके जाने के लिए, लेके आने के लिए तकलीफ हो रहा, सफाई नहीं हो रहा, और मच्छर बिच्छर इतना काट रहा, इतना गंदगी फैल रहा इधर, इतना बीमार सामार गिर रहा है इधर। ऐसा जान आने को बारिश का टाइम, इसका टाइम भी तकलीफ हो रहा है इधर। हम लोग शाम को भी बैठते, गर्म होएगा तो घर के पास बैठते, इधर अपना घर के पास बैठते, और इतना गंदगी, इतना बास भी आता, इतना गंदगी भी फैलाई जाता, और बच्चे लोग को लेके जाने के लिए, बच्चे लोग को लेके बैठने के लिए भी नहीं, बातचीत करने के लिए भी इधर बैठेंगे तो बहुत बात आता है।
Well, at last I can say, in Dharavi, old age is not a phase of rest in life. It brings another test of endurance for these old age people. Well, in the struggle continues till their last breath. And that is Dharavi for you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Money, power and $1 billion freeze. Assets attached. Anil Ambani's arrest next. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है।
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD leader makes a controversial comment on the need to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. As the Enforcement Directorate freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani, valued at over 7,000 crore rupees, speculation over whether he will be arrested next. Kashmir Cricket League turns into a financial fiasco. Visuals emerge showing players locked in a lobby. Chris Gayle also stranded inside a room as the scam hits the ceiling. Indian firm TVS leading the global race in automobiles. TVS driving the Norton revival in Milan reveals its big flagship models on the Norton range. And the big political headline of the day, major Northeast leaders unite in Delhi to launch a brand new entity. Leaders like Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders are part of the new political outfit that wants to speak in one voice for the Northeast. Getting in some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most high-profile local elections that you will see, it's not local by any value. The BMC elections in Mumbai is critical because every party wants their hand in the pie, and the pie itself is valued at 75,000 crore rupees. 75,000 crore budget of the BMC. Every political party has been waiting for the elections to be announced, and the dates are now announced. The dates are out. Voting for BMC will be held on the 2nd of December. This is the Maharashtra local body elections. Counting on the 3rd of December. And we are getting in some more details. The State Election Commission has made the announcement. I'm going across to Satya Prakash, my colleague, joining us live from Mumbai with more details of that. Satya Prakash, ye jo elections hai, it's a very high-profile election. Dates have been announced. Ye jo last few months mein hui hai, meeting pe meeting, strategic meetings hui hai, strategic realignment ho raha hai, allies ke taraf se. Who is where in this BMC battle? Satya.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र चुनाव आयोग ने चुनाव की घोषणा कर दिया है। महाराष्ट्र के राजपथ से जो पंचायत चुनाव को लेकर घोषणा किया गया है, और ये पंचायत चुनाव जो है 2 दिसंबर को और 3 दिसंबर को काउंटिंग हुआ। लेकिन जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में यहाँ पर चाहे बीजेपी हो चाहे शिवसेना हो, लगातार चुनाव की तैयारियां कर रहा था और लगातार कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पर सरकार को घेरने की कोशिश कर रहा था। कुछ दिन पहले ही यहाँ पर विपक्षी पार्टियों ने एक रैली निकाला था, मार्च निकाला था और सरकार घेरने की कोशिश किया था। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये कहा जा रहा था कि जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं, चाहे उद्धव ठाकरे गुट हो, चाहे कांग्रेस हो, चाहे शरद पवार की पार्टियां हो, सभी लोग कह रहे थे, मांग कर रहे थे कि चुनाव आयोग से कि इस चुनाव को आगे लेकर जाया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वोट चोरी का आरोप लगा रहे थे और मांग कर रहे थे कि इसकी जांच की जाए। लेकिन महाराष्ट्र चुनाव आयोग ने इसकी मांग को नहीं स्वीकार किया है और महाराष्ट्र चुनाव आयोग ने चुनाव की घोषणा कर दिया है। 2 दिसंबर को वोटिंग होगी, 3 दिसंबर को रिजल्ट आएगा। तो कहीं न कहीं जो विपक्षी पार्टियां लगातार मांग कर रही थी कि इस चुनाव को आगे बढ़ाया जाए और इसको जांच करा जाए, कहीं न कहीं चुनाव आयोग को उसको दरकिनार करते हुए चुनाव की घोषणा कर दिया है। जी।
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Satya Prakash joining us with the details of the Election Commission. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, giving you the critical details. This is the Nagar Panchayat, Nagar Parishad elections. These are the Maharashtra local elections. Maharashtra local elections, voting day 2nd of December, counting day 3rd of December 2025. Let's go across to the next breaking news story coming in from Bengal now, where Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, is holding a protest. Now she's on a protest against the Election Commission. Her party, the Trinamool Congress, has been opposing the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision Exercise. And there are pictures coming in of her march versus Shuvendu Adhikari's march. Now the Mamata Banerjee march is also happening in Kolkata, and Shuvendu is countering Mamata Banerjee. And we're getting pictures from both sides, live pictures from Kolkata as we broadcast this evening coming in. Let's go across to those pictures, and Mamata Banerjee also speaking live while opposing the Election Commission and the planned SIR ahead of the elections to clean up the voter rolls in Bengal. Mayuk is joining me live with both sets of pictures. Mayuk, there is Mamata Banerjee, who's fighting the Election Commission, Shuvendu Adhikari also leading another march against Mamata. Take us through the developments. Mayuk.
See in the pictures, Shuvendu Adhikari is in North 24 Parganas, Panihati area, which is a densely populated area, mainly a urban area where SIR has been a huge success on the first day itself. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee, on the first day of SIR only, she is marching on the streets of Kolkata, the heart of the city in central Kolkata. Her demand is that the SIR should not exclude any valid voters. But the point is that that's the whole point of doing SIR, include the valid voters and exclude the illegal voters. So basically what Mamata Banerjee is doing is creating a sense of fear-mongering politics is what Trinamool Congress is doing right now. First they said that SIR is going to exclude all the Muslim names, all the minority names. Then they said SIR is going to exclude all the Hindus coming from Bangladesh before 2014. The fact remains that the Hindus coming from Bangladesh before 2014 can apply in CAA, and those who have stepped into the land of India before 31st of December 2024 can actually stay in India with absolute immunity. They don't have to show their papers. The Immigration Act has also been changed. So Mamata Banerjee's fear-mongering is becoming a prime politics here, because of the fact that time and again BJP has said that Mamata Banerjee is thriving on the vote bank politics of Rohingyas and Bangladeshi infiltrators. Indian Muslims in Bengal, Indian Muslims in West Bengal, residing in West Bengal, they are happy. They are welcoming the SIR progress. In fact, in our cameras, they have said that we welcome the SIR. There's nothing wrong. There's no sense of fear among us. So Mamata Banerjee is slowly and gradually realizing the fact that SIR has become a success in Bengal on the first day itself. Now Mamata Banerjee is saying that either Election Commission comes up with proper data in every step, or they should stop the SIR and continue for the next 2 years, which is kind of abrupt, Niranjan.
Looking at the statements that have been coming in from different leaders of the Trinamool Congress in the last few weeks, especially after Election Commission made that announcement of nationwide SIR, Mayuk, you've been reporting in Bengal for many years now, and Republic Bangla has also played a key role in exposing how many infiltrators are there in Bengal. Now, how rampant is this problem, and how critical is the need for a cleanup of this voter roll in Bengal especially?
Niranjan, I should show you a story. It's a curious case where first BJP leaders, the opposition leaders, were saying that you won't find the rack pickers, the sanitation workers in many parts of Kolkata right now, just because of the fact that most of them, certain localities, most of them they are missing. In fact, Election Commission are also making list of specific voters who are missing. The question remains that why BJP from the first day itself was saying that after the announcement of SIR, several areas will be empty, and that's what is actually happening. In several areas, BJP is alleging, the opposition leaders are alleging that specific areas which were tagged as Rohingya colonies, which were tagged as illegal immigrant colonies, these colonies are becoming empty. So the fact remains minutes. In fact, Niranjan, you must be remembering, we had done in Republic Network, we had done this sting operation in Republic Kannada, where the sanitation workers of Bengaluru were approached and they were asked about their papers, and they admitted on camera that they have come from Bangladesh. The Rohingyas were in camera. The Rohingyas admission was there. Similar cases are there in Bengal. According to an estimate by political parties, more or less 1 crore illegal immigrants or doubtful voters can be traced if SIR is properly conducted in West Bengal, Niranjan.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's a rampant problem. In fact, there have been different investigations carried out by the Republic Media Network, and Mayuk, what Mayuk was referring to was an investigation that Republic TV and the Republic Media Network, it was a media network investigation cutting across several states, Bengal, Assam, Karnataka, and most of them, the infiltrators there, spoke of how there were agents bringing them into Bengal and then bringing them to different parts of the country. So infiltration, illegal infiltrators, illegal voters, it's a rampant problem, and Mamata Banerjee, for some reason, is very nervous ahead of the SIR exercise that is planned by the Election Commission. Mayuk, thank you for joining us with those inputs now. We're going across to the next election controversy that's coming in from the state of Bihar. So a few days are left, in fact, a few hours to go before the first vote is cast. Today is the 4th of November. On the 6th of November, starting 7 a.m., polling booths will be opened, the first votes will be cast, and it's getting down to threats, to polarization, and to controversial comments that are being made in battleground Bihar. You had a comment coming in this morning from the RJD. The RJD has been making polarizing comments. You had Owaisi making some comments in which Tejasvi Yadav, he refused to get drawn into a fight on polarization. But his party leaders are speaking about issues like Mandir. They're raking up the Ram Mandir. They're talking about the need for temples. Here is one such controversial comment that was made by an RJD leader today, which has become one of the biggest election controversies in battleground Bihar. Take a listen.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
It is a comment that set off a fresh round of political sparring in Bihar. Actor turned RJD leader Kesari Lal Yadav on Tuesday reiterated his temple hospital remark. He is contesting from the Chhaprag Assembly constituency on an RJD ticket.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है, शिक्षा जरूरी नहीं है. रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम कि आप ही को करेंगे? आप ही को किए हैं. मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अब बनाइए, दुनिया में सारे हर जगह मंदिर बना दीजिए, लेकिन मंदिर से हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय हो जाएगा. मंदिर से अगर हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय होता है तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप 200 मंदिर बिहार में बना डालिए और आप एक बच्चे का भविष्य तय करके बता दीजिए और दिखा दीजिए कि आपने कितने बच्चों का भविष्य उस मंदिर से किया है. मुझे कोई दुख नहीं है और ना ही मुझे कोई तकलीफ है. मैं कह रहा हूं अब बनाओ. भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है. तो बात वहाँ है ना कि बदलते ये लोग हैं. इनसे आप जब विकास की बात कहिएगा और करिएगा ना, तो ये आपको डायरेक्ट लेके जाएंगे मंदिर मस्जिद के पास, और नहीं तो सनातन पे ले जाएंगे और बेमतलब की बातें करेंगे और उसी में आपको उलझा देंगे.
The remarks drew immediate fire from the BJP and its allies, who called the statement disrespectful.
500 साल जिस मंदिर के लिए हिंदू लड़ते रहे, अपने जान की बाजी लगाए, कुर्बानी दिए, और कोर्ट के आदेश आने के बाद जब वहां भव्य राम मंदिर बना है तो आप बकवास करते हैं कि वहां मंदिर की जगह हॉस्पिटल बनना चाहिए. तो ऐसे आदमी को यदमुल्ला ही कहा जा सकता है, अब ये यादव नहीं हो सकता है.
BJP leaders say the Modi government has balanced faith and progress, delivering both the long-awaited Ram temple in Ayodhya and record investments in infrastructure, expressways, AIIMS hospitals and employment-linked schemes. In Chhapra, the contest is three-cornered. Kesrilal Yadav is facing stiff competition from BJP's Choti Kumari, while BJP rebel and former mayor Rakhi Gupta is contesting independently. Also in the fray is Jan Suraj's Jai Prakash Singh, making the Chhapra seat one of the Bihar's most watched contests. As the campaign heats up, Kesri's remarks may have given the RJD some spotlight, but the BJP says the real debate should remain on development, governance and public welfare and not faith-based rhetoric.
In the last few weeks, you've had several Maoists and hundreds of them lay down their arms as part of giving up the resistance, the movement. And it's been a big victory for our forces who've been engaged in gun battle, engaged in unending fight against Maoists. That is slowly coming to an end. And in the last few weeks, we've seen pictures of these Maoists laying down their arms, embracing the Indian Constitution. You had a very defining image, in fact, that came into our newsrooms today. This is the story of Sunita Oyam. She's a 23-year-old, and Sunita Oyam carried a bounty of 14 lakh rupees. A female Maoist leader at the age of 23 carried a bounty of 14 lakh rupees. And she gave up her arms today in Madhya Pradesh, embracing the Indian Constitution. Here's that story.
Another big success for security forces in Madhya Pradesh. A 23-year-old woman Naxalite, Sunita Oyam, has laid down arms in Balaghat, ending her violent path and embracing peace. Sunita was an area commander and carried a reward of 14 lakh rupees across 3 states. Her surrender was symbolic, a quiet walk into the Hawk Force's Churia camp, unarmed, determined to start afresh. Later, she guided police teams deep into the forest to recover her hidden weapons, including an Insas rifle and magazines. Hailing from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, Sunita joined the Maoists in 2022 and trained with armed squads in the Mad region. She served as a bodyguard to Central Committee member Ram Der.
नहीं, ये ACM रैंक की महिला है सुनीता, बीजापुर की रहने वाली है। ये कल चोरिया चौकी में आई थी और इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है। जो बाकी लोगों में जो बाकी नक्सल काडर है उनका भी भरम दूर हो जाना चाहिए। किसी को भी किसी तरह की चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे सुनीता ने आगे सरेंडर किया है ऐसे बाकी लोग भी सरेंडर करें, हम यही अपील करते हैं।
This is the first surrender under Madhya Pradesh's 2023 surrender and rehabilitation policy and the first female Naxalite from another state to surrender here since 1992. Under the new policy, she will receive a rehabilitation package worth 35 lakh rupees, including her reward amount, a chance to rebuild her life and inspire others to change course. In just 10 months, police have neutralized or secured surrenders worth over 1.46 crore rupees in rewards. For 23-year-old Sunita Oyam, this marks not defeat but a new beginning under the government's vision of peace and progress.
The Women in Blue scripted history a few days back, lifting the World Cup for the first time. It was our first World Cup win, and the captain leading the charge, Harmanpreet Kaur, she spoke describing what this moment meant for her and the entire cricket team. The Women in Blue, in her own words, Harmanpreet Kaur.
हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं आज? हम जा रहे हैं जिंदगी कुछ ऐसे मोमेंट्स कैप्चर करने हैं जिसका बचपन से ड्रीम देखा था। जीतने के बाद ट्रॉफी के साथ शोट, आई थिंक दैट वाज आई वाज ड्रीमिंग फॉर सो मेनी इयर्स, और आज फाइनली दैट डे हैज कम एंड आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड। मेरे लिए पर्सनली बहुत इमोशनल मोमेंट है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला कि बचपन से ये मेरा ड्रीम था। जब से टीवी पर देखना शुरू करा है और खुद से खेलना, मतलब खुद खेलना शुरू करा है, तब से ये ड्रीम था कि एक दिन वर्ल्ड कप जीतना है। और इफ आई गेट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लीड माई टीम, आई डोंट वांट टू मिस दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। तो आई थिंक सारी बातें शायद बहुत दिल से बोली थी और भगवान ने एक एक करके सब सुन लिया। इट्स लाइक अ मैजिक। समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि हाउ कम, मतलब सडनली एवरीथिंग इज़ फॉलिंग इन प्लेस। सब एक एक करके हर एक चीज़ अपने आप होती रही और आज फाइनली हम वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन बन चुके हैं। हाँ, अभी तो बहुत रिलैक्स हूँ। आज आई थिंक 3-4 घंटे सोने के बाद भी आई एम फीलिंग सो फ्रेश। बहुत रेयर होता है, नहीं तो 8-9 घंटे की नींद तो चाहिए ही चाहिए। आई थिंक दैट शोज़ कि जब आप जीत जाते हो, चैम्पियंस बन जाते हो, उसके बाद क्या फील होता है। तो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम फीलिंग राइट नाउ। और वेरी रिलैक्स, वेरी हम्बल, सो ग्रेटफुल। थैंक यू गॉड फॉर गिविंग दिस टीम। हम लोग जो इतने सालों से ड्रीम कर रहे थे, और वी आर लिविंग दिस। आफ्टर 2017 वर्ल्ड कप जब हम वापस आए थे, उस टाइम पर हार्ट ब्रोकन के इतना क्लोज आकर वी लॉस्ट द गेम बाय 9 रन्स। और मतलब समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि यार ऐसा कैसे हो गया, बिकॉज दैट गेम वाज आल्सो फुली इन कंट्रोल। बट वापस आने के बाद द काइंड ऑफ वेलकम एंड मोटिवेशन वी गॉट फ्रॉम इंडियन फैंस, दैट शोज़ के नॉट ओनली अस, मतलब एंटायर कंट्री वाज वेटिंग कि कब मतलब विमेंस क्रिकेट विल डू समथिंग स्पेशल फॉर देम और स्पेशल फॉर द कंट्री के एवरीबडी वाज वेटिंग फॉर दिस मोमेंट। एंड आई थिंक सबकी ब्लेसिंग्स है, सबकी प्रेयर्स है कि हम उस लाइन को क्रॉस कर पाए। आई डोंट थिंक we were alone playing in the stadium. Everybody, the entire stadium, people who were watching us on TV, everybody came together to win this, because akele it wasn't possible. From day one, जब से मतलब एक बच्चे को थोड़ा सा सेंसेस आने स्टार्ट होते हैं कि लाइक्स क्या है, डिसलाइक्स क्या है, तो तब से मैंने अपने हाथ में बैट ही देखा है। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि मेरे पापा की किट बैग में से बैट लेकर हम लोग खेलते थे, और वो बैट बहुत बड़े होते थे। तो पापा ने एक दिन अपना कोई पुराना बैट कट करके मुझे दे दिया और हम उससे खेलते थे। वो बैट पकड़ के जब भी हम टीवी पे मैच देखते थे, इंडिया को खेलते हुए देखते थे, वर्ल्ड कप देखते थे, तो यही होता था कि यार इफ मतलब मेरे को भी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी चाहिए। एंड दैट टाइम आई डिडंट इवन नो अबाउट वुमेन्स क्रिकेट, but still I was dreaming कि when I will wear this blue jersey. So I think this means a lot to me, that young girl who didn't know about women's cricket but still dreaming कि one day मतलब I want to bring that change in our country. And I think it all shows कि आप like never stop dreaming. You never know आपकी डेस्टिनी आपको कहाँ लेके चली जाएगी, and never think कि कब होगा, कैसे होगा, ओनली थिंग ये होगा। आई थिंक वही एक सेल्फ बिलीव था मेरे अंदर कि दिस कैन बी पॉसिबल, एंड दैट एग्जैक्टली हैपेंड टुडे।
And on to a visual story that came into our newsrooms this morning from Faridabad. This is CCTV footage of a minor who was shot at while she was returning from her classes, firing on a girl student in Faridabad. Here's the full story.
A horrifying incident was reported from Faridabad's Sham colony last evening. A girl was shot at while she was returning home from coaching classes. One of the CCTVs in the vicinity has captured the entire sequence of events. In the video, the accused is seen waiting for the girl in the narrow street at around 5 p.m. And soon after the girl approached near, the accused cornered her and opened fire at her from a very close range. She was immediately taken to a nearby hospital where her condition remains critical. The police have registered a case and are scanning CCTV footage from nearby areas to trace and identify the accused.
It is being assumed by the police that he is somebody close to the girl, somebody that the girl already knows, maybe shares a relationship. And that is the expectation that the police now has. In regards to the girl's condition, her condition remains critical. She is currently in the hospital. She is being tended to by the doctors, by a team of doctors there, but her condition remains critical. And the police currently, they are trying to identify the nearby CCTV cameras and everything, so that some proof, some identity can be assessed of the accused, that you can very clearly see in the CCTV footage, very patiently waiting for the girl and then came close to her and fired several rounds.
The motive behind the attack is being investigated. The girl is currently awaiting medical treatment.
Getting in details of the big political controversy in Bihar over a controversial comment on Mandir being made by the RJD. And more on Anil Ambani and the case against him. We're getting in some breaking news from Bilaspur. I'd like to go across to that. There's been a train derailment that has happened. We're getting in pictures right now of the Korba passenger train. It's a freight train that has collided with a passenger train in Bilaspur. Initial details showing that 6 lives have been lost. Initial details coming in that 6 people are reported dead. Railway officials and staff are on the scene right now. Rescue operations are underway. The first pictures coming in. This is a passenger train. A Korba passenger train and a freight train have collided in Bilaspur. 6 people have died reportedly. So we're getting in the first pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us as we get you those pictures on this breaking news broadcast right now. Railway officials, staff are at the scene. This is the first video and we will just play out. We'll just correct the orientation of that video in just a second. Rescue operation is underway. Cause of the accident is not clear yet. A large crowd has gathered on the scene. The number of deaths has not yet been officially confirmed, but initial details from the reporters, on the local reporters and the stringers on the scene suggest that at least 6 lives have been lost. The first pictures coming in of the train, the 2 trains that have collided. This is the Bilaspur train accident near Lalkadan. A passenger train and a goods train have collided. Several coaches of the train have derailed. These include the coaches of the passenger train, as can be seen in the visuals. It appears like the goods train collided head-on. The goods train collided head-on with the passenger train, and this is the video of the accident. We are waiting for more details from the site. Operations have been disrupted along the entire route close to Bilaspur. Railway rescue teams have been rushed to the scene. Several passengers reportedly injured. Initial reports showing that 6 people have died. 6 people have died, and that railway officials are also on the scene. We are waiting for an official word from the railways. We don't have an official confirmation. We don't have an official confirmation from the railway officials as yet, but this is in Bilaspur, where two trains have collided. And I'm getting in some more details right now. As per the preliminary information that has been released, this is the first official release that we have. A MEMU train coach has hit a goods train near Bilaspur station at 4 o'clock this evening. The accident reportedly took place 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago, there was an accident. 2 people injured according to the official press release. So we'll go with only the official numbers right now. And the official numbers saying that only 2 have been injured. Railways have moved all resources, all measures being ensured for the treatment of those injured in Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. This is a passenger train that has collided with a goods train. And this collision has taken place in Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Several coaches of the passenger train have reportedly been derailed. In the first images that have come in, and the first report suggesting that 2 people have been injured. I repeat the details at hand. 2 people have been injured in the train collision that has been reported in Bilaspur. Waiting for more details from the first official release that we have. It was an MEMU train coach that collided with a goods train near Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. And the collision itself was near the station in Bilaspur at roughly 4 p.m. 2 people have been injured, and the railways have now moved all resources, all measures being ensured that those who are injured are treated. Now, as of this minute, officially on record, the railways saying that only 2 people have been injured. But local reports suggesting that there could be some fatalities here. So we are waiting for the official word from the Railways Department. From the images that are coming in from Bilaspur, the pictures show that several bogies were derailed off the passenger train. We don't have details as of this minute on how many passengers were inside these bogies that have derailed. But the point of accident is close to the Bilaspur station, as confirmed by our local reporters as well. Rescue operations are underway as we speak. I'll go across to Abhishek. Abhishek is joining me with some more details as we pick up some more details of this collision. Abhishek, have you been able to pick up anything else?
Niranjan, so we are getting an official statement, Niranjan, that's from the railways. It says that multiple electrical mail unit train, which is essentially a local train, coach hit a goods train near Bilaspur station at about 1600 hours, which is exactly an hour from hour earlier. 2 people have been injured in the incident. Railways have moved all the resources and all measures are being ensured for the treatment of the injured. That's the statement coming in from railways. But going by the pictures, Niranjan, it seems that the accident seems to be major. You can see one full wagon really up in the air. The coach, which has hit the goods train, is tilted and has swung up in the air, and this might have led to more injuries than just 2. But that's the official version. It's possible that even the railways, the authorities there are trying to gather more details. Bilaspur train station accident. This is near the Bilaspur train station in Madhya Pradesh, and this is the primary information available. A local train was on way when it seems that the 2 came on the same track, and the coach hit a goods train which was stationary, and this has led to this accident. A bare minimum, bare bones information as of now, 2 persons injured, and the whole arrangement to make sure that people are taken care of, that accident relief measures kick in, that the accident relief van that's generally stationed at the nearest railway station is sent all those measures have been pressed into service. And we are getting these pictures from Chhattisgarh, beg your pardon, not Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh in Bilaspur. And a train accident has happened where a local train has rammed into a stationary goods train. You can see the coach of the local train, after having hit the wagon of the goods train up in the air. People have been taken out. There are nobody. You can see in the pictures that although passengers are taken out safely, and while local reports suggested that there might be casualties, but as of now, it does not look like there are, going by the statement that has come in from the railways, and we are gathering more information. And the numbers of the injured as of now are only 2. While local reports suggested that there might be some casualties, we are not yet going by the numbers because the railways is still to confirm. This is the information as of now of the train accident in Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur of Chhattisgarh, where a local train has hit a stationary goods train, and these are the pictures. This is a limited number of pictures we have. Okay, I think Niranjan has more information on this, so I go back to Niranjan in the newsroom for more. Niranjan, over to you.
Abhishek, while we stay on the pictures, I'm just picking up some more details from different news reports and also the local reporters on the location in Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. This was the goods train itself was traveling from Raigad, and it collided with the passenger train from behind. So it rammed into the passenger train from behind. Details about casualties or injuries, of course, going by the official railways number, that number is 2. And this is along the Bilaspur-Howrah route. I repeat, the trains collided. The passenger train collided with the goods train on the Bilaspur-Howrah route. Multiple coaches have derailed from the first videos that have come in. At least 2 or 3 bogies have derailed. So that is clear from the videos and the first pictures that have come out. And we're also getting in some conflicting reports from the ground, because the local stringers and reporters claim that there may be fatalities, but I don't think we should jump the gun on that. We'll wait for the official word from the railways. But that is the goods train rammed into one of the coaches from behind, and the impact, because of the impact, it shows that the goods train rammed into it, and the passenger train or the MEMU train, the bogie itself then sat over the goods train's bogie. So that was the impact of this particular head-on collision. It was a head-on collision. Once again, this is a MEMU train. You just mentioned the details and the type of this train. Abhishek, you have the full details of what MEMU is. And this coach hit a goods train near Bilaspur station. That was at 4 o'clock, roughly 1 hour before. And 2 people, according to the railways, are injured. And railways have moved all resources, all measures, and are ensuring that those who are injured will be treated. But Abhishek, experience from reporting in such cases of rail accidents show that this is going to be a long time before you even get to know the full extent of what has happened. Because until someone gets on top of those bogies and looks inside those coaches, you won't really know the full extent. But I'm sure by now they have a full detailed report of what may have happened. Because when a crash like this happens, Abhishek, and you've also reported on some of the train crashes, that area is cordoned off. Just railway officials and the rescue teams are on site, and some of them go onto the bogie. Only some of them have the authority to go in, and it is a very fragile exercise. They need to ensure that there is no further tragedy that's caused, because when too many people get onto the bogie, there is a risk of that bogie collapsing once again. And they're trying to make sure that obviously that doesn't happen. But initial reports that they have given to the headquarters on the injuries is 2. That is the number we have. We'll keep a close track. I think, Abhishek, I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll keep a close track and come to it.
Those updates, Korba local, the multiple electrical mail unit as it is called, met with an accident near the Lal Khadan railway station near Bilaspur, and railway authorities have pressed accident relief measures into service, but No confirmation yet whether there have been some casualties. Local reports do suggest that there have been casualties. Some numbers put it at 6. And going by these pictures, it seems the two trains came on the same track, leading to the tragedy. Moving on for now, we will come back to the story when we have more pictures and more information on this. All right, moving on. Under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Indian Army is driving indigenous innovation to forge a decisive technological edge, guided by the mantra of Eagle on every arm. The Southern Command has created a robust in-house ecosystem for design, development, and larger-scale production of combat-ready drones, translating the self-reliant vision into battlefield capability. These are pictures of the drone facility of the Indian Army being showcased. Remember, we are in the midst of Trishul exercises. We are in the midst of Operation Sindoor, and this dronery that you see in the pictures is a first. Let's listen to those nat sounds of the Indian Army video released. All right, Ishan joins us live from Central Delhi on this. Ishan, those fantastic visuals of Indian Army's capability when it comes to drone warfare, tremendous amount of Atmanirbharta and tremendous amount of technological advancement. But I'm curious, Ishan, about this slogan, an eagle on every arm. Is there a message there Indian Army is trying to convey to the enemies?
Absolutely. There is a very precise message that is being stated through these exercises and through this particular message about the drone technology. It is clearly evident that India has, as a nation, developed itself into a superpower for manufacturing drones. Most of the drones used during these exercises are developed in India, manufactured by India, and are designed in India. Now, designing of these drones and manufacturing of these drones is key to the success of Atmanirbhar Bharat, because we all know that Atmanirbharta in defense technology is the first step towards indigenization. Now, these indigenized drones have been inducted into the army, and recently we have come across the Ashni brigades that were inducted with all battalions of the Indian Army. These Ashni brigades are specialized drone units that accompany each and every battalion of the Indian Army and are responsible for the clear operations such as the ISR operations, the aerial loitering munition operations, and the most critical surveillance operations, and providing of real-time intelligence and feedback to the particular unit or battalion. Now, this ISR capability has been integrated with the other intelligence assets, such as the centralized node that have been developed, and specifically during the Trishul exercises, we were able to see the centralized node take part. Now,
Right, Ishan, I believe some connectivity issue there, but staying with the forces first theme for the evening, where we get you more. General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, visited the Ambala-based 2nd Corps or the Khadga Corps to review the formation's operational preparedness earlier in the day. He was briefed on initiatives aimed at enhancing combat readiness, integrating cutting-edge technologies, strengthening inter-agency synergy, and advancing nation-building efforts. Take a listen.
इरादा बड़ा क्लियर था कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं, आतंकवादी, उनको खत्म करना है और उनके आकाओं को हमने मार खिलानी है।
Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
Assam Chief Minister and BJP leader Himanta Biswa Sarma, while campaigning in Bihar, attacked gangster-turned-politician Mohammad Shah Naseer's son Osama and linked him to Al-Qaeda terrorist Osama bin Laden. Sarma said that this Osama is like the earlier Osama. We have to ensure the elimination of all Osama bin Ladens in this state. Listen in to Himanta while campaigning in Bihar.
बताया गया कि रघुनाथपुर में राम लक्ष्मण सीता तो बहुत है, लेकिन साथ में ओसामा भी है। तो मैंने खबर किया कि ये ओसामा क्या है, क्या ओसामा बिन लादेन का दोबारा जन्म नहीं हुआ? तो बोलो नहीं, ये भी एक ओसामा है। जो ओसामा मतलब वो बड़ा ओसामा बिन लादेन नहीं है, लेकिन सोते रूप में वो भी ऐसा ही है। तो मेरा पहले यही चिंतन आया कि चुनाव जीतने का बाद हमारा देश में जितना भी उसामा बिन लादेन है सबको एक एक करके हमें खत्म करना है। जितना भी उसामा बिन लादेन है, इसलिए हमारा देश राम का देश है, हमारा देश भगवान श्री कृष्ण का देश है, हमारा देश माँ सीता का देश है। ये देश कभी भी ओसामा बिन लादेन का हो ही नहीं हो सकता है, हो ही नहीं हो सकता है। यहाँ में जो छोटे मोटे ओसामा चुनाव लड़े हैं, मेरा विश्वास है भाई विकास जी इसको निपट लेगा कि नहीं निपट लेगा? जीतेगा कि नहीं भाई विकास जी? जितवाना है कि नहीं जितवाना है? आप लोगों को देखिए, छोटे ही हो लेकिन वो उसामा है और उनका पिता का नाम क्या थे? शहाबुद्दीन थे। अगर ये उसामा को इधर ही आप खत्म नहीं कर देगा तो पूरा बिहार तक जाएगा और बाद में देश का भी कोने कोने वो निकाल पड़ेगा। तो इसीलिए रघुनाथपुर का ये जिम्मेदारी है, ये जो छोटे उसामा आपका सामने है, ये छोटे उसामा को यही चुनाव में हमें खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
All right, campaign has come to an end. Prakash Singh joins us live from Patna, senior editor. Prakash, in his debut address, Himanta Biswa Sarma, senior BJP leader, Assam chief minister, raising the issue of Osama, the son of Syed Shahabuddin, getting ticket. You think it's going to have any effect at this stage in Raghunathpur election? Paul?
Well, yes, Himanta Biswa Sarma is trying to remind the dark days of the era when Shahabuddin ruled that area in Siwan, and he's comparing Osama with Osama bin Laden, maybe. But as far as the JDU BJP are also concerned, they have Anand Singh, great freedom fighter. He's well-known freedom fighter. He's been in jail, triple dozen of cases against him. And let me tell you, Abhishek, this kind of rhetoric doesn't work in Bihar. They have tried their best in 2015, but they were decimated to 55 seats, the BJP. And he's the same Himanta Biswa Sarma who tried this kind of rhetoric in Jharkhand 6-7 months, a year back, raising the issue of Ghuspatia time and again, and BJP lost there badly. So it is not that these things will not work in Bihar. These are old rhetoric that are being used by the BJP and the BJP leaders who learn from their mistakes, that these things do not work at all in Bihar. The political awareness of people of Bihar are on a higher pedestal than elsewhere in the country. They work on issues, yes. Caste is also a big factor like anywhere in the country, like Western India. In Gujarat also you have covered there the length and breadth caste works. In Karnataka caste works. So here in Bihar also the caste works, and the deadly combination of Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi, that's what the assuring factor is. So the BJP should focus mainly on the magic of Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi, not on the rhetoric of Ghuspatia, Hindu, Muslim, Sanatan, and people like Himanta Biswa Sarma should learn from the mistake, because him only they lost Jharkhand. And they should not deflate the issues, the original issues of development, what has been done in Bihar, from minus to certain level of development that has taken place. And yes, coming back from Jungle Raj.
Right, Prakash, in fact, I believe you earlier spoke to a couple of ministers in the Bihar government, and which includes Anurag Thakur, Nitin Naveen. Let's listen to them, Prakash.
4 घंटे से हजारों लोगों के साथ जो ये रोड शो निकला है, वो नितिन नवीन जी की अपने बांकीपुर विधानसभा क्षेत्र में लोकप्रियता दिखाती है, पकड़ दिखाती है। जहां जनता इनके लिए चुनाव लड़ रही है, इनके काम बोल रहे हैं, वैसे पूरे प्रदेश के कोने कोने में भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार का काम बोल रहा है। रफ्तार पकड़ चुका बिहार, फिर से एनडीए सरकार। और दूसरी ओर जब विपक्ष की बात करें तो लोग कहते हैं राजद कांग्रेस की सत्ता मतलब गुंडाई, दंगा और कट्टा।
कट्टा क्यों इस बार? कट्टा का
जंगल राज जंगल राज की जब बात करते हैं तो कट्टे के दम पे वहाँ पर अपहरण होता था, फिरौती मांगी जाती थी, रंगदारी मांगी जाती थी। बिहार में आतंक का माहौल था, महिलाएं असुरक्षित थी, लेकिन जंगल राज से मुक्ति बिहार की जनता ने दिलाई। अब मंगल राज मोदी
बार बार जंगल राज का लेकिन टेप रिकॉर्ड बजाते हैं आप लोग,
क्या करें। प्रदेश की जनता ने 2 पीढ़ियों को भुगतते देखा है कि जंगल राज से कैसे सैकड़ों लोगों की जानें गई, चारा घोटाला हुआ, जॉब फॉर जमीन यानी कि जमीन के बदले जॉब, जो लैंड फॉर जॉब वो जो स्कैम हुआ वो भी किसने किया? लालू प्रसाद यादव ने। आज उनका चेहरा अगर आप पोस्टर से हटा दोगे तब भी लोग तेजस्वी यादव में भ्रष्ट लालू यादव की छवि देखते हैं। उनके समय का आतंक, भ्रष्टाचार, गुंडई, दबंगई और कट्टों वाला माहौल देखते हैं।
नीतीश जी ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
नीतीश जी गठबंधन के सबसे वरिष्ठ नेता हैं। उनके नेतृत्व में बिहार ने ऊंचाइयां छुई हैं। राजद के राज में जहां 8,000 रुपया प्रति व्यक्ति आए थी, अब 68,000 रुपया है। उस समय 22% बिजली की उपलब्धता थी, आज 100% है। उस समय 2 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज थे, आज 33 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है। आज 5 गुना ज़्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेज और लगभग 9 गुना ज़्यादा रेलवे लाइन और 10 गुना ज़्यादा यहाँ पर सड़कें हैं।
Top Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
On November 7th, the nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. The battle for Bihar has now heated up. There are several parties in the fray for this elections that they're looking at. The Mahagathbandhan is also going to be looking and giving out its manifesto, after which it has already given that out and now making promises to several others. We're also seeing Defence Minister today campaigning in Bihar along with others. First up, a look at our top headlines. Showdown over SIR in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee goes against top poll body. Protests against ECI's SIR. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupee case, speculation rife over his whereabouts and if he's going to be arrested.
कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions needs to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. Indian firm TVS leads global race. TVS drives Norton revival in Milan. Major Northeast leaders unite to launch brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders part of the new political outfit. Local body polls announced in Maharashtra elections for 288 municipal councils. And it's another big legal victory for Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. The Delhi High Court quashes summons issued against Arnab in defamation case filed during the coverage of JNU when anti-India slogans were raised. We begin with some news that's coming in. Viewers, 4 armed terrorists of United Kuki National Army were killed in an encounter at Churchandpur early this morning. It's reported the encounter took place at around 6 a.m. today early morning at Churchandpur district. Combined security forces of 36 AR and 21 PARA on receiving reliable input of presence of illegal cadres at Khanpi village. Let me go across to Johnson joining us live from Imphal. Johnson, encounter where 4 terrorists are killed, armed terrorists have been killed in Manipur. Give us more details.
Okay, this incident happened today early morning in Churchandpur district under Henglep division. This called Khanpi village, and also yes, in the early morning, based on reliable input about the presence of some illegal, non-Sioux cadres of UKNA, the 36 Assam Rifles and 21 parasecurity forces have conducted a raid operation in the same area, same area. And there's exactly in a cross-firing incident, suspected to be cross-firing incident from sources. Yes, four active cadres of this non-Sioux Kuki militant groups, UKNA, sustained death on the same spot. And regarding this, the emergency total shutdown has been declared in the Churchandpur district. This village is about 80 kilometers away from the Churchandpur main town, and UKNA also have issued a press statement condemning the act of these security forces, and also that it can be mentioned that this UKNA is a non-Sioux group and which has active involvement in the extortion in national highways, and they have recent activities. This operation follows recent atrocities by UKNA cadres, including the killing of village chief, intimidation of locals, and attempting to disrupt peace and stability in the region, successfully this neutralization operation conducted by these Assam Rifles and 21 parasecurity forces was,
Johnson continues to give us those details. Thank you, Johnson, for that. Viewers, the other top focus in a major political development, prominent northeastern leaders, including Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, have announced the merger of their parties to form a single political entity, declaring that our strength lies in unity and also emphasizing that the need to give the people of the region as one collective voice. The leaders of said committee has been constituted to oversee the merger process. We spoke to the Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Listen in.
The common idea is to bring the different political parties of the Northeast and give them a platform to come together as one. We have felt that if the political parties having their own individual strengths from different states are there, we are limited to that number of seats of, say, 1 MP or 2 MP in that particular state. And therefore, if these parties come together, you know, we have an opportunity or the chance that we may be able to build up the overall political, numbers to 5, 6 from one political entity. So that will ensure that we have a stronger base. So these are kind of things that we're trying to push forward. But more importantly, as I said, it is the voice and the concerns of the people of the region where we unitedly can take up issues irrespective of which state the issue is from, irrespective of the people that are there. This party and this entity will ensure that we take up the concerns of the people of the Northeast at large.
To speak in one voice, cohesively for our people. And for that, we think that it is best that we forget our personal ambition and come together and fight for the future generations of our region. And that's why we have decided that instead of speaking in different voices, we should come and speak in one voice for the interest of our people.
So will this be a merger of the complete NPP Tripura Motha?
If we want to think about ourselves, we will hold on to our identities party-wise. But if we want to think for our children, we want to think for our region, we want to think for the interest of our people, then I don't think holding on to signboards is important, but holding on to the future of our children is more important, our next generation. So yes, it will be one single political entity.
So sir, what about the NEDA?
Well, we wish everyone well. We are not fighting against anyone. We are fighting for the interest of our people.
And sir, will Bangladeshi infiltration bid will be addressed in this?
Well, the government of India is also addressing the Bangladeshi infiltration. So are we. Again, if we speak individually, the impact is less. But illegal migration from Bangladesh has to stop across Northeast because our population is small and we cannot allow illegal migration from Bangladesh to come in and besiege our population.
Top Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
4 months after India faced a gut-wrenching loss of life at Ahmedabad with the crash of an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner en route London, it's one sole survivor who's finally broken the silence. Ramesh Vishwakumar, the sole survivor of the tragedy, finally breaks the silence. Speaking of the ordeal from his point of view, here's that report.
On June 12th this year, the devastating crash of the London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner at Ahmedabad killed around 260 passengers and 19 on ground. It is touted to be one of India's worst aviation disasters. The heart-wrenching crash left one sole survivor. 4 months later, the sole survivor Ramesh Vishwakumar broke his silence on the crash, opening up about all that unfolded within the plane. He said that till date, he struggles to recount and explain the events of the crash.
It's quite difficult to explain myself. It's very hard. It's very hard to explain that. Can't.
He lamented about the emotional pain that him and his family have been undergoing consequently.
Everything is changing after that crash. Like me, mentally, physically. And also my family is whole family broke down.
The emotional pain aside, Ramesh is reportedly still recovering from his physical injuries.
My knee, shoulder, back, and some burning in right left arm. But still pain in my body.
For Ramesh, the difficulty to articulate the event further stems from how the tragedy lost him his younger brother.
Just sit on my bed all day.
Do you watch TV? Is that what you do?
I don't like anything. watching. I just think about like my brother and just.
Brother who?
Ajay. He's my younger brother.
What was he like?
He's for me, he's everything for me. Like, he's giving me like backbone. He give me all the time, he support me. Still, I'm not believe that is not more.
A deadly crash, and amid the tragedy, a lone survivor. The story of Ramesh weaves the tale of fate and devastation.
Harmanpreet Kaur, India's cricket captain, is basking in the glory of their World Cup win. Her journey is an inspiration, showcasing the power of hard work and determination. The team's victory marks a historic moment for Indian women's cricket, breaking barriers, setting a new standard. Harmanpreet reflects on the moment of victory.
हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं आज? हम जा रहे हैं जिंदगी के कुछ ऐसे मोमेंट्स कैप्चर करने जिसका बचपन से ड्रीम देखा था. जीतने के बाद ट्रॉफी के साथ शोड आई थिंक दैट वाज आई वाज ड्रीमिंग फॉर सो मेनी इयर्स. और आज फाइनली दैट डे हैज कम एंड आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड. मेरे लिए पर्सनली बहुत इमोशनल मोमेंट है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला कि बचपन से ये मेरा ड्रीम था. जब से टीवी पर देखना शुरू करा है और खुद से खेलना, मतलब खुद खेलना शुरू करा है, तब से ये ड्रीम था कि एक दिन वर्ल्ड कप जीतना है. और इफ आई गेट अ अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लीड माई टीम, आई डोंट वांट टू मिस दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. तो आई थिंक सारी बातें शायद बहुत दिल से बोली थी और भगवान ने एक एक करके सब सुन लिया. इट्स लाइक अ मैजिक. समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि हाउ कम, मतलब सडनली एवरीथिंग इज़ फॉलिंग इन प्लेस. सब एक एक करके हर एक चीज़ अपने आप होती रही और आज फाइनली हम वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन बन चुके हैं. हाँ, अभी तो बहुत रिलैक्स हूँ. आज आई थिंक 3-4 घंटे सोने के.
Viewers, Norton Motorcycles has unveiled its research and strategy at EICMA, a long-term approach underpinned by the substantial investment to TVS Motor Company since it acquired Norton Motorcycles in April 2020. 5 years in the making, this rebirth is based on a cascade of innovative new models defined by Norton's core attributes. That's a combination of design, dynamics, and detail that will create the world's most desirable motorcycles. Benefiting from investments that have exceeded £200 million into a flagship manufacturing base and company headquarters in Solihull, Norton's rebirth within the TVS family is measured and strategic reconstruction of the brand. To understand more, we're going to go across to our business editor, Pranav, who's now joining us. Pranav, this is 5 years in the making, and we're also seeing this rebirth that's, we're saying, based on the cascade of innovation. Give us more details.
Yes, what a journey it has been. I mean, on one side we have a legacy brand that has been, made a cult since 1898, and now we have a rebirth of that same brand since 2020, when India's TVS Motors actually decided to, get an all-cash deal with a 16 million Great Britain pound investment in Norton, and now 5 years down the lane with over 250 million in investment, and we are seeing 4 new bike launches launches that are set to enter global stage, making waves across the globe. So yes, we are seeing two iconic journeys merging here. One that started in 1898 and the second one that really started in 2020.
Absolutely. And also, Pranav, if we can actually look at it, this is also bolstering India's corporate dominance in the automobile sector.
Well, absolutely, because if you really go to see it that way, TVS is one of the biggest players, two-wheeler players in the world. Over the recent past, we've reported, in fact, just a few days ago, Narayana Health was one of the companies that invested, that bought, in fact, a major UK hospital chain. We have Airtel, we have Tata's, we have JSW. We have a number of Indian companies that are actually going out and buying foreign brands. And now we are seeing TVS, which is yet another Indian major that has gone out and bought a legendary brand, reviving it. They're planning to invest about 1.3 billion over the next few years, and we are also given to understand that they could significantly be investing in the research and development of EVs. So we are definitely seeing Indian players, Indian companies playing the front-runner role when it comes to global auto sector, two-wheeler sector here in this case.
I also wanted to understand that this is going to be seen as Norton's core attributes. That's a combination of design that we are going to be looking at, dynamics in detail. It'll also be creating the world's most desirable motorcycles, isn't it, Pranav?
Yes, indeed. In fact, this is Rhythm, one of the most iconic brands. Just to give you a perspective on the legacy that it carries, since 1898, it went through World War II. It became a cult when the legendary Che Guevara actually rode it during his trips in Latin America. We saw Keanu Reeves most recently riding the bike, and Clint Eastwood also among the ones who rode this bike. And now we have these four bikes which are, which boast of advanced technology and features. So yes, we are necessarily looking at a revival and a modern age amalgamation of the cult and the class that it carried with new age technology.
Also, Pranav, how many models has TVS unveiled from the Norton family and how are they priced?
Rhythm, they necessarily, there were 6 bikes that were launched today. 2 were TVS bikes and 4 were Norton bikes. Now, out of the Norton bikes, 2 were super bikes, and the second one, that's the Norton V4 super bike, Norton Manix R, and Norton Atlas. So these are the 4 bikes that have been launched. They've been categorized into super bikes. They've been categorized into a mid-capacity adventure touring motorcycle, sport bike. So these are some of the things. These are the categories or the sectors of the bikes that they have unveiled.
TVS is teasing these new motorcycles for Milan, Pranav. This is an adventure bike that we're also seeing that is going to be there. This is also likely to be based on certain, they're saying 450cc engine platforms like the BMWs. Until now, it's only been the German brand that has spotted this a multiple number of times. However, the TVS version of the motorcycle is yet to be there, and it's quite unique that we're doing this.
Well, indeed, and in fact, this, they have been a major player when it comes to, supplying or manufacturing for the world from India. But now we are seeing them manufacturing from the UK. In fact, they've established a facility that spreads over 75,000 square feet. That has a capacity of manufacturing about 8,000 bikes every year. This is going to create a massive employment of about 7,000 people. And these bikes are expected to be, leading the markets in UK, USA, India, and Europe. So we are seeing a truly global footprint of an Indian company manufacturing, creating jobs, ironically, in Britain.
I also want to get in a sense of what this really means, Pranav, for TVS, because Norton, that's now under the TVS ownership, returns to the global spotlight with marquee models that you're speaking about. This is aimed at putting India on the map of global performance motorcycles.
TVS has been an absolute front runner when it comes to the Indian automobile sector. Just to give you a perspective of the numbers, it's a 1.66 lakh crore company purely in terms of market cap. That's if the open source numbers are to be believed. Just to give you a perspective, the company bought Norton at a 16 million pound in cash. So this deal was in cash. They've pumped about 250 million pounds over the past 5 years with a 1.3 billion outlook over the next few years. years. Now, last year, I mean, over the quarter that went by, TVS witnessed about a 40% rise in net profits that was boosted by domestic consumption, festive seasons, GST reforms, everything. So now we're seeing TVS's domestic at-home performance, already growing up, and at the same time now we're seeing TVS venturing out in the global market. So on one side, it's doing fantastically well on domestic fronts, and on the other side, it's now expanding global footprints. So it is definitely going to, in the end, affect positively its order book and the near-term outlook.
Absolutely. Pranav, I thank you for giving us those details, because this is TVS Motor Company making an appearance at the world's most influential two-wheeler exhibition, and what an appearance at the global stage that it's taken by storm. Thank you, Pranav.
Top Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
It's another big legal victory for Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. The Delhi High Court has quashed the summons issued against Arnab in a defamation case that was filed during the coverage of JNU when anti-India slogans were raised. The case was linked to Arnab's broadcast in 2016. The High Court today has brought closure to a years-long legal battle. Yet another vindication for Arnab, and also for the right of press to ask questions. It's also a big win for press freedom. Finer details about what was pronounced today and what really happened.
Thank you, Rhythm. Indeed it is. This is a big win for freedom of press in the country across all corners. What was pronounced today was by the Honorable Delhi High Court is the judgment in the quashing petition which we had filed against the summoning order by the judicial magistrate and the complaint filed by the lawyer against whom we had done a story. The primary arguments, or the primary arguments that was led by us against the quashing of the summoning as well as the complaint was that there was no offence that was made at the very beginning. There was none of the constituents of defamation were made out. There was no imputation. There was no intent to defame. And the fact that the lawyer in question had led the charge against Kanhaiya Kumar in the said event that unfolded in 2016 of February, that was well recorded and well documented before that. And so, of course, the opinion which was formed by us, which was a fair one, and it only reflected the truth, which is also a defense. And since the defense is a complete defense of truth is disclosed at the very beginning, and so therefore there was no reason for the Honorable Magistrate to proceed in this case and issue summons to us. So while we wait for the order of the learned Honorable High Court to be uploaded, I guess this to understand the reasoning in detail, these are the primary points on which we had led the arguments, and we hope that the judgment would reflect these legal issues and would restate and resound the constitutional principles and the criminal law principles that are well established in the country.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Aman, even when you argued the case before Justice Bansal Krishna, you were very clear in what you were saying. Today when this order was pronounced, and she's very quick in giving orders, we were wondering why this order was taking a little bit of time. She said two words. She said that I'm going to summons have been, this case has been taken on, summons have been quashed, they've been set aside. So very, very clearly she went through the details about what you argued before her, and she came to a very clear understanding about this case that was filed, which was not defamatory. You know, we at media channels, especially at Republic TV, see several people file defamation cases. Our editor-in-chief has won once again another legal victory here, Aman, in the Delhi High Court, where once again this is very critical to understand, because in the larger scheme of things, it's also about press freedom and also people who try and curtail it. Whether they are lawyers, whether others, they cannot try and curtail it by any means, because in the end, it's the freedom of press that is sacrosanct.
Absolutely, absolutely. Rhythm, you're really you've hit the nail, appropriately. Because we still are a democratic country and we are run by the rule of law. We are governed by the rule of law, and of course, nobody can take, especially the press, to if they think that they can entangle them in litigation and browbeat them and drown their voice. That's not going to happen in this country.
Absolutely. And Aman, not the first case this year that we have won, whether it's in Rajasthan, whether it's in the Jodhpur High Court, whether it's in the Calcutta High Court, whether we've seen victory this year in several other cases you've been a very important part of, it's clear that when it comes to freedom of press, the courts are very clearly waking up and knowing very critically when it's political parties that try and do motivated cases, whether it's in Karnataka where we saw that victory, or whether it's in the Rajasthan High Court where summons and quashing has been stayed for now. It's very clear that people know when motivated lobbies come before them only to try and get some vendetta politics achieved.
Absolutely, absolutely. What people and these political feats, they forget that, there is still constitutional hierarchy and there is rule of law in this country. And whenever there is any wrong that is done, that is set right by our court in due.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Top Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Top Northeast leaders come together and form a new alliance. Congress's love for Tukre Tukre gang is on display once again. Digvijay Singh is in awe and in defense of Umar Khalid. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of Air India crash. He shares the story and the aftermath. We tell you all that and much more at 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Choice at 6, and I'm Rakhtar Mishra with you. We'll start with Battleground Bihar. Temple versus Hospital is the new pitch by RJD's candidate and Bhojpuri star Kesari Lal Yadav. We'll tell you all that's going on and the BJP's reaction to that controversy. Also, story number 2 will be the Maoist surrender in Madhya Pradesh, viewers. We'll tell you the details. Story number 3, Army Chief visits the Kharga Corps in Ambala, and a video that has been released by the Southern Command as well. So military preparedness, readiness, operational readiness, combat readiness is at the center of our armed forces right now. Also, what's happening in Northeast? Well, it's a new unified force, a new force that has emerged as several prominent leaders of the region join hands. Also, we tell you the story of the lone survivor of the Air India crash. In fact, in an interview, he has opened up on the tragedy and how his life has changed after that crash. And finally, we tell you the TVS, the India's TVS, how it's bringing iconic British name back to the fast lane. Let's start with Battleground Bihar, viewers. In the election season and with just 2 days to go for the voting, Bhojpuri superstar and RJD's candidate from Chapra, Kesari Lal Yadav, has triggered a big political row with his recent Temple Hospital remark. He has literally pitted faith against hospitals, against development. Now, he was questioning the government's priorities. Kesari repeated his statement, drawing sharp reactions from the BJP. Here's the full story.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
It is a comment that set off a fresh round of political sparring in Bihar. Actor turned RJD leader Kesari Lal Yadav on Tuesday reiterated his Temple Hospital remark. He is contesting from the Chapra Assembly constituency on an RJD ticket.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है, शिक्षा जरूरी नहीं है. रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम कि आप ही को करेंगे? आप ही को किए हैं. मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अब बनाइए, दुनिया में सारे हर जगह मंदिर बना दीजिए, लेकिन मंदिर से हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय हो जाएगा. मंदिर से अगर हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य तय होता है तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप 200 मंदिर बिहार में बना डालिए और आप एक बच्चे का भविष्य तय करके बता दीजिए और दिखा दीजिए कि आपने कितने बच्चों का भविष्य उस मंदिर से किया है. मुझे कोई दुख नहीं है और ना ही मुझे कोई तकलीफ है. मैं कह रहा हूँ अब बनाओ. भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है. तो बात वहाँ है ना कि बदलते ये लोग हैं. इनसे आप जब विकास की बात कहिएगा और करिएगा ना, तो ये आपको डायरेक्ट लेके जाएंगे मंदिर मस्जिद के पास, और नहीं तो सनातन पे ले जाएंगे और बेमतलब की बातें करेंगे और उसी में आपको उलझा देंगे.
The remarks drew immediate fire from the BJP and its allies, who called the statement disrespectful.
500 साल जिस मंदिर के लिए हिंदू लड़ते रहे, अपने जान की बाजी लगाए, कुर्बानी दिए, और कोर्ट के आदेश आने के बाद जब वहां भव्य राम मंदिर बना है, तो आप बकवास करते हैं कि वहां मंदिर के जगह हॉस्पिटल बनना चाहिए। तो ऐसे आदमी को यदमुल्ला ही कहा जा सकता है, अब ये यादव नहीं हो सकता है।
BJP leaders say the Modi government has balanced faith and progress, delivering both the long-awaited Ram temple in Ayodhya and record investments in infrastructure, expressways, AIIMS hospitals and employment-linked schemes. In Chapra, the contest is three-cornered. Kesrilal Yadav is facing stiff competition from BJP's Chhoti Kumari, while BJP rebel and former mayor Rakhi Gupta is contesting independently. Also in the fray is Jan Suraj's Jai Prakash Singh, making the Chapra seat one of the Bihar's most watched contests. As the campaign heats up, Kesri's remarks may have given the RJD some spotlight, but the BJP says the real debate should remain on development, governance and public welfare and not faith-based rhetoric.
And ahead of phase one, which is just 2 days to go for it, watch how BJP's latest attack being unleashed on the Mahagathbandhan. Public TV's Prakash Singh spoke to Anurag Thakur as this is the final leg of campaigning in Bihar.
पिछले 4 घंटे से हजारों लोगों के साथ जो ये रोड शो निकला है, वो नितिन नवीन जी की अपने बांकीपुर विधानसभा क्षेत्र में लोकप्रियता दिखाती है, पकड़ दिखाती है। जहां जनता इनके लिए चुनाव लड़ रही है, इनके काम बोल रहे हैं, वैसे पूरे प्रदेश के कोने कोने में भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार का काम बोल रहा है। रफ्तार पकड़ चुका बिहार, फिर से एनडीए सरकार। और दूसरी ओर जब विपक्ष की बात करें तो लोग कहते हैं राजद कांग्रेस की सत्ता मतलब गुंडाई, दंगा और कट्टा।
कट्टा क्यों इस बार? कट्टा का
जंगल राज की जब बात करते हैं तो कट्टे के दम पे वहाँ पर अपहरण होता था, फिरौती मांगी जाती थी, रंगदारी मांगी जाती थी। बिहार में आतंक का माहौल था, महिलाएं असुरक्षित थी, लेकिन जंगल राज से मुक्ति बिहार की जनता ने दिलाई। अब मंगल राज, मोदी
बार बार जंगल राज का लेकिन टेप रिकॉर्ड बजाते हैं आप लोग।
क्या करें, प्रदेश की जनता ने 2 पीढ़ियों को भुगतते देखा है कि जंगल राज से कैसे सैकड़ों लोगों की जानें गई, चारा घोटाला हुआ, जॉब फॉर जमीन यानी कि जमीन के बदले जॉब, जो लैंड फॉर जॉब वो जो स्कैम हुआ, वो भी किसने किया? लालू प्रसाद यादव ने। आज उनका चेहरा अगर आप पोस्टर से हटा दोगे तब भी लोग तेजस्वी यादव में भ्रष्ट लालू यादव की छवि देखते हैं। उनके समय का आतंक, भ्रष्टाचार, गुंडाई, दबंगई और कट्टों वाला माहौल देखते हैं।
नीतीश जी ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
नीतीश जी गठबंधन के सबसे वरिष्ठ नेता हैं। उनके नेतृत्व में बिहार ने ऊंचाइयां छुई हैं। राजद के राज में जहां 8,000 रुपया प्रति व्यक्ति आए थी, अब 68,000 रुपया है। उस समय 22% बिजली की उपलब्धता थी, आज 100% है। उस समय 2 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज थे, आज 33 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है। आज 5 गुना ज़्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेज और लगभग 9 गुना ज़्यादा रेलवे लाइन और 10 गुना ज़्यादा यहाँ पर सड़कें हैं। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि बिहार का चौतरफा विकास किया है। 50 लाख नौकरियाँ दी हैं और यही नहीं, 1,35,00,000 बहनों को 10,000 रुपया दिया। आगे जब हम अब किस्तें दे रहे हैं तो राजद और कांग्रेस 10,000 रुपया बहनों को देने का विरोध कर रही हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन को लिख रही हैं। ये महिला विरोधी मानसिकता राजद और कांग्रेस की सामने आई है।
And a big boost to Madhya Pradesh's anti-Maoist campaign. A 23-year-old woman, Maoist, Sunita, surrendered before the security forces in Balaghat district, marking the first surrender under the state's new surrender and rehabilitation policy. This as India goes closer to its end game of Red Terror goal in March 2026. Here's a report.
A key breakthrough in a fight against Maoism was reported in Madhya Pradesh district, where a 23-year-old woman, Sunita Oyam from Balaghat, surrendered before the Hawk Force. Hailing from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, Sunita joined the Maoists in 2022 and trained with armed squads in the Mad region. She served as a bodyguard to Central Committee member Ramder. On the night of November 1st, she expressed her intent to surrender and join the mainstream before taking an unarmed walk towards the Chauria camp of the state's elite Hawk Force. Later, she assisted security forces in locating a Maoist hideout deep inside the forests, which led to the recovery of an INSAS rifle, 3 magazines and a UPGL shell. She carried a combined reward of rupees 14 lakh, with rupees 6 lakh announced by Maharashtra, rupees 3 lakh by Chhattisgarh and the remaining by Madhya Pradesh.
नहीं, ये एसीएम रैंक की महिला है सुनीता, बीजापुर की रहने वाली है। ये कल चोरिया चौकी में आई थी और इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है। जो बाकी लोगों में जो बाकी नक्सल काडर है उनका भी भरम दूर हो जाना चाहिए। किसी को भी किसी तरह की चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे सुनीता ने आगे सरेंडर किया है ऐसे बाकी लोग भी सरेंडर करें, हम यही अपील करते हैं।
According to the police, Sunita was a hardcore armed female Naxalite from the MMC zone and an area committee member under CCM Ramder, a senior Maoist leader active in the Indravati and Mad regions. This marks the first time since 1992 that a female Naxalite from another state has surrendered to the Madhya Pradesh government. It is also the first surrender under the state's new Naxalite surrender and rehabilitation policy implemented in August 2023. Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh Dr. Mohan Yadav hailed Sunita's surrender as a testament to the government's strong resolve to eradicate left-wing extremism. He added that 10 Maoists carrying a combined bounty of rupees 1.5 crore have been neutralized this year.
Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi is on a series of inspections assessing the Indian Army's operational readiness across forward formations. Now, he's been looking at the drone warfare capabilities, innovations in training at Kharga Corps and initiatives to enhance interagency synergy. Today, he was at the Kharga Corps headquarters in Ambala. He lauded the formation's role. It's a strike formation and he lauded its role in Operation Sindoor. Take a look.
Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi continues to assess the Indian Army's operational readiness across various formations. After recently visiting several border areas, the Army Chief has examined multiple aspects of preparedness, including drone warfare capabilities and innovations in training at Kharga Corps. He was briefed on initiatives aimed at enhancing combat readiness, integrating cutting-edge technologies, strengthening interagency synergy, and advancing in nation-building efforts. The Chief of Army Staff commended the formation for its exemplary performance during Operation Sindoor. The Chief of Army Staff's visit was not only an assessment of preparedness, but also a significant step in the ongoing modernization process of the Indian Army and a boost to the morale of soldiers. Amidst this, Indian Army continues its military drills under Exercise Trishul. Guided by the mantra, Eagle on every arm, the Southern Command has created a robust in-house ecosystem for design, development and large-scale production of combat-ready drones, translating the self-reliant vision into battlefield capability. Field-tested during Exercise Trishul, these indigenous drones demonstrated exceptional precision, endurance and mission flexibility under contested combat conditions. the multiple defense drills show India is ready for war, as any act of terror against India is an act of war.
In a major political development, prominent northeastern leaders, including Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, announced the merger of their parties to form a single political entity, declaring that their strength lies in unity and emphasizing the need to give the people of the region one collective voice. The leaders say that a committee has been constituted to oversee the merger process. The Republic also spoke exclusively to Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and Tipra Motha Party founder Pradyot also on the matter. Here's the full story.
Top northeastern leaders come together. They announced the formation of a joint political outfit to collectively raise regional issues. Among the key signatories are Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, BJP spokesperson Honlumo Kikon, Tipra Motha leader Pradyot Manikya, and Daniel Langstha from the People's Party of Assam. Declaring their motto as our strength lies in unity, the leaders emphasized the need to give the people of the region a collective voice. Amidst this, Republic has spoken exclusively to Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. He said that the joint political outfit will be a platform to address the concerns of the Northeast at large.
The common idea is to bring the different political parties of the Northeast and give them a platform to come together as one. We have felt that if the political parties having their own individual strengths from different states are there, we are limited to that number of seats of say 1 MP or 2 MP in that particular state. And therefore, if these parties come together, we have an opportunity or the chance that we may be able to build up the overall political numbers to 5, 6 from one political entity. So that will ensure that we have a stronger base.
Republic has also spoken to Pradyot Manikya, the founder of Tipra Motha Party, about merging with Conrad Sangma's National People's Party. He emphasized that it is best to forget about personal ambitions and instead come together to fight for the future generations.
The complete idea is to speak in one voice, cohesively for our people. And for that, we think that it is best that we forget our personal ambition and come together and fight for the future generations of our region. And that's why we have decided that instead of speaking in different voices, we should come and speak in one voice for the interest of our people.
So will this be a merger of the complete NPP Tripura Motha?
If we want to think about ourselves, we will hold on to our identities party-wise. But if we want to think for our children, we want to think for our region, we want to think for the interest of our people, then I don't think holding on to signboards is important, but holding on to the future of our children is more important, our next generation. So yes, it will be one single political entity.
The committee, convened by the NPP President James Sangma, is set to work over the next 45 days to finalize the structure of the unified entity.
4 months after India faced the gut-wrenching loss of life at Ahmedabad with the crash of an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner en route London, its sole survivor has finally broken his silence. Ramesh Vishwakumar, the sole survivor of this tragedy, finally has opened up, speaking of his ordeal from his point of view. Take a look.
On June 12th this year, the devastating crash of the London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner at Ahmedabad killed around 260 passengers and 19 on ground. It is touted to be one of India's worst aviation disasters. The heart-wrenching crash left one sole survivor. 4 months later, the sole survivor Ramesh Vishwakumar broke his silence on the crash, opening up about all that unfolded within the plane.
It's quite difficult to explain myself. It's very hard.
You must not want to remember it, right? You try not to remember it.
It's very hard to explain that. Can't.
So you took off, and then quite quickly the plane it stopped. It seemed to hang in the air. Is that right?
What can? Everything is changing, after that crash. Like me, mentally, physically, and also my family,
Yeah.
All family broke down.
I'm so sorry that you didn't ask for this. You were the victim, and it's had this impact on you and the people you love. It's very difficult. Do you feel physical pain?
Yes.
What pain do you feel?
My knee, shoulder, my back, and some burning in left arm. But still pain in my body.
Do you leave the house? Do you go out? Do you do things?
Just sit on my bed all day.
Do you watch TV? Is that what you do?
I don't like anything watching. I just think about my brother and just.
Your brother who?
Ajay. He's my younger brother.
What was he like?
He's for me. He's everything for me. He's giving me backbone. He give me all the time. He support me. Still, I'm not believe that is not more.
A deadly crash, and amid the tragedy, a lone survivor. The story of Ramesh weaves the tale of fate and devastation.
It's a proud moment for India and a blockbuster one for the booming automobile market. At the world's biggest motorcycle show in Milan, an Indian company has stolen the spotlight. TVS Motor, one of South Asia's largest automobile makers, has taken center stage with a global debut that's got the entire motorcycling world talking. Once a fading British icon, Norton is roaring back, powered by Indian innovation, investment and ambition. TVS has pumped in nearly £250 million into Norton, a part of a massive £1.3 billion Indian investment drive into the UK that's set to create close to 7,000 jobs. That includes over 500 in the West Midlands. TVS-owned Norton Motorcycles has unveiled its resurgence strategy at EICMA at Milan in Italy, a long-term approach underpinned by the substantial investment by TVS Motor Company since it acquired Norton Motorcycles in April 2020. 5 years in the making, this rebirth is based on a cascade of innovative new models defined by Norton's core attributes, a combination of design, dynamics and detail that will create the world's most desirable motorcycles. Today's global debut of two flagship models, Manx R and Manx, heralds a coherent roadmap of 4 all-new models that will combine rider-centric innovation and distinctive design in Norton's own inimitable way. The Manx and Max R sports models exemplify Norton's unwavering commitment to technical innovation, emotional design and real-world performance. The all-new Atlas and Atlas GT are middleweight adventure bikes that will rejuvenate the concept of rugged and torquey machines that are equally at home both off and on the road. Norton's resurgence is celebrated by its all-new logo, a forward-looking and visually relevant interpretation of the brand's ethos that's faithful to Norton's past but befitting for a new age for Norton. Inspired by the company's formative activities over the last 5 years under TVS, it was designed as part of the creative vision that underpins the next generation of Norton. So this is TVS's Norton revival as it scripts the most iconic comeback. It's a huge biking comeback and it leads the global race. And with that, that's a wrap on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be right back with Live and Breaking. Thanks for watching.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10, under the umbrella of Exercise.
Bollywood's Thak Thak girl Madhuri Dixit is drawing major backlash for her show in Canada. So much so that the fans are demanding a refund now. Also, on the show, we'll tell you why Elon Musk is drawing criticism for his trolling of Zohran Mamdani. Not just that, we'll show you that emotional moment Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of the Indian women's cricket team, shared with her father on the field. That's going viral. All that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with
Bollywood's Thak Thak girl Madhuri Dixit is drawing major backlash for her show in Canada. So much so that the fans are demanding a refund now. Also, on the show, we'll tell you why Elon Musk is drawing criticism for his trolling of Zohran Mamdani. Not just that, we'll show you that emotional moment Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of the Indian women's cricket team, shared with her father on the field. That's going viral. All that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Showdown over SIR in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee goes against top poll body. Protests against ECI's SIR. As ED freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in 7,000 crore rupee case, speculation over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
ND bloc pits faith against progress. RJD questions needs to build temples over hospitals in Bihar. Indian firm TVS leads global race. TVS drives Norton revival in Milan. Major Northeast leaders unite to launch a brand new entity. Conrad Sangma, Pradyot and major leaders part of a new political outfit. Local polls announced in Maharashtra. Elections for 288 municipal councils. And another big legal victory for Republic TV. Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, the Delhi High Court quashed the summons issued against Arnab in a defamation case filed during the coverage of JNU when anti-India slogans were raised. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. This is another big legal victory for Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. The Delhi High Court quashes the summons that were issued against Arnab in a defamation case that was filed during the coverage of JNU when anti-India slogans were raised. The case was linked to Arnab's broadcast viewers in 2016. We've now got a copy of the Delhi High Court's verdict. It's a 35-page judgment coming from the Delhi High Court. Justice Krishna has now written in her judgment that in this detailed judgment, she gives out details as to what constitutes criminal defamation. I want to give our viewers a background. The respondent in this case, that is the person who filed the defamation case, had said that there was one word had been used against him, that was gunda. The High Court has gone into great details to say that these proceedings have to be quashed because the debate that was done by Arnab was in good faith with no intention to harm or defame the respondent or any other person. The Delhi High Court has said, where the conduct itself is violent, merely describing it in strong terms does not mean that polite language needs to be used for defamation. The Delhi High Court has said Arnab's debate did not invent facts. It only directly addressed the respondent, reported the conduct of the respondent, the documented failure of the authorities to enforce law and order. This is a big victory not only for our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and the Republic TV channel, but also for the freedom of press. Because of every person against whom language or a word is used here and there in a coverage to try and impress upon the viewers the seriousness of the coverage that happened during JNU and the kind of case that it was, then it would be a shame on every press freedom case and also the judiciary. And as this as I'm reading out these paragraphs, it's so beautifully said. I'm also going to try and go across to Phoenix Legal's Aman Aminav, who's now joining us on the phone line. Aman, the language the Supreme Court has used is brilliant in this 35-page order. They've said that the continuation of these proceedings against Arnab would be an abuse of the process of the court. They've also gone into details as to saying that the debate by Arnab was in good faith with no intention to harm or defame the respondent or any other person, Aman.
Yes, Rhythm, you're right. And that is the exact language which the Honorable High Court has used. And as you would recall that in the afternoon when we had discussed, when we spoke, I had pointed out that the primary arguments that we had raised before the Honorable Delhi High Court was that there was no imputation which was made against the gentleman in question. Secondly, there was no intention to defame. Thirdly, there was enough evidence before we posted the story about his own involvement in the incident, considering in the incident involving Kanhaiya Kumar before the Patiala House Court. So those were the primary reasons which guided the Honorable High Court to arrive at this conclusion, and rightly so. It has again upheld the principles which has been affirmed in several cases by the Honorable Supreme Court.
I also think, Aman, that the way they have placed reliance on cases and what they have said in the present case, that the only allegations were that he had used the words gunda and hooligan against him, which was defamatory. The court says that's not true. In fact, the court says hooligan refers to a violent person who fights or causes damage. Hooligan is only a young man who engages in rowdy behavior, and they also say that the debate of 2016 must be viewed in the context of the violent incidents that had occurred at Patiala House Court and the Supreme Court's repeated interventions to ensure security. I remember at that time in the Patiala House Court the kind of violence that was being seen. The Supreme Court had Aman intervened. Furthermore, the Supreme Court, the High Court says the extensive media coverage, the complainant's own admission regarding his violent conduct must be considered. I think the most brilliant lines, Aman, come from the Delhi High Court when they say that any continuation of criminal proceedings in this case would be an abuse of the process of the court itself.
That's right, Rhythm. That's absolutely correct. This has to be nothing but an abuse, because just extracting or extrapolating a couple of words out of context and trying to give it a color cannot create the offense of defamation under 499. It has to be substantiated by evidence, and there has to be a real cause. You cannot manufacture something out of thin air and go to court and try and malign somebody.
I completely agree with you, Aman. And I also want to get, in a sense, Aman, as I'm looking at what the Supreme Court said, from the Delhi High Court said, I beg your pardon, the Delhi High Court Justice Krishna's bench has also said, Arnab's debate did not invent facts, nor did it rely on rumor. Rather, it directly addressed the respondent, reported conduct, and the documented failure of authorities to enforce law and order. You know, because we go back to 2016, we remember what happened, and on just the basis of one word, the respondent has been trying to hang this case on the head of Republic TV and journalists. So what the larger point I'm trying to make here is, Aman, cases like this, when they come, it clearly shows us how politically motivated and vendetta-driven people can try and use the corridors of justice for ulterior motives.
Absolutely right, Rhythm. This judgment sends a clear message to all the politically motivated people as well as unsocial elements that are there, that they cannot take the law in their hands and manufacture dispute out of thin air.
Absolutely. Aman, I thank you for that judgment. I thank you for having been our counsel in the case along with Senior Advocate Malvika Trivedi and for getting us that victory. Viewers, we move on to the other big focus right now. Breaking news coming in. The Uttar Pradesh ATS has taken action against British cleric accused of promoting Islamicization in India. The clerics, 2 madrasas and an NGO have been accredited but now face severe consequences, including the sealing of 1 madrasa, revocation of the NGO's recognition and an FIR filed against the cleric. The ATS report alleges the cleric acted as a broker in collecting foreign funds in the name of madrasas, leading to charges under Section 318, subsection 4 of the NBFC, that is cheating, and other provisions of FEMA of the 1999 Act. Abhay is joining us live on the story. I beg your pardon. Ajay is joining us live on the story. Ajay, this action was taken based on a detailed investigation report by the ATS. It levels serious allegations against the Maulana for promoting Islamicization in India. But these are very serious facts that are coming in. And the fact that now we've seen the names, foreign NGOs, foreign donations, clearly shows something more sinister was what the madrasas were actually indulging in.
Definitely, it's a very shocking information coming out from Sant Kabir Nagar. The important part is that this Maulana, what he was trying to do is that he was collecting financial resources from various Western countries, including his travel towards Pakistan also. So he was not just collecting financial resources, he was trying to manipulate and Islamize the country, and that is what he was doing. And while ATS was again and again getting the detail regarding his activities, they booked an FIR, and apart from this, they have, because of the detail from ATS, the local authorities have seized his madrasa. So important part is that this Maulana was staying in London and he was traveling towards Pakistan and the other rival countries, and he was collecting resources against country. And what he was doing, Sant Kabir Nagar and the other districts which are connected towards Nepal, the border area of country also. So this is what is happening right now, and the investigating agencies are not just doing a FIR on him only, they are also collecting the data, the trial. They are looking after the trial of money, where he was getting resources and where he was distributing these financial resources to convert individuals into Islam. So this is what is happening right now, and more details are awaiting. We are also communicating with the higher authorities in Lucknow in bureaucracy, and they are also telling that this is a very high profile case, and because this Maulana is staying in London and he is a citizen of United Kingdoms, they are trying to communicate with the authorities in United Kingdom also.
Thank you, Ajay, for giving us those details. It's a top focus we're going to continue tracking right here on Republic TV. Viewers, the other top focus. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi kicked up a row after he said the army is under the control of 10% of the country's population. He's referring to the so-called upper caste. Campaigning in Bihar's Aurangabad ahead of the assembly election that begins Thursday, he said only 10% of the country's population, that is the upper caste, get opportunities in corporate sectors, bureaucracy and the judiciary. He said even the army is under their control. The shocking words, he said the remaining 90% and other minorities are nowhere to be seen. He says that these are words he's been saying over the past year, particularly over the opposition's demand of a national caste census. The other top focus breaking news, expelled AIA-DMK leader Paneerselvam's aide Manoj Pandyan joins the DMK. The expelled AIA-DMK leader O. Paneerselvam's loyalist and Alangalam MLA PH Manoj Pandyan joined the ruling DMK in the presence of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Tuesday. The MLA from Tenkasi district had backed former Chief Minister Paneerselvam. We spoke to him for a few moments.
DMK is a party which is upholding Dravidian principles, which is boldly against the centre on issues pertaining to the public, for the welfare of the public and for the welfare of Tamil Nadu. Wherever there is any denial for the state, the leadership is fighting against that vociferously and is succeeding. Whatever may be the loss, the party is never pledged with any force at the center. The party is taking all efforts to see that the rights of Tamil Nadu are preserved. As you all know, ADMK is not the party which was under late MGR and Madam. Now the party is not the real AIADMK, it is only Edappadi ADMK. With the Edappadi Palanichami as the General Secretary, there is no possibility the party is going to face a big defeat in the elections, will come to the third place this time.
There are key words on the basis of which Sharda, who's now joining us, Sharda, he spoke to you, but key words that Manoj Pandyan is now saying is that there is a loss of the Dravidian ideologies. What could be the other reasons on the basis of which that he's left AIADMK and joined the DMK?
Well, Rhythm, what we have to look at this moment is exactly 6 months before the elections in the state of Tamil Nadu is when Manoj Pandyan has left the AIADMK and joined DMK. He is part of the OPS factor. He claims that the AIADMK has lost its ideology, especially the Dravidian part of its ideology after Edappadi Palanichami became the party's general secretary, and now explaining that it was after the alliance with the BJP right before the elections with the AIADMK that his hope on the unification of AIADMK of the leaders has been lost, and now that he's chosen DMK, saying that the Dravidian ideology still exists only with the DMK and not with the AIADMK anymore. He also claimed that it's not only the reason before the elections he's joined the DMK, but also the main reason being that his ideology is aligned with the DMK now more than the AIADMK. Rhythm.
Yes. Thank you for those details. Viewers, the other top focus, Norton Motorcycles has unveiled its resurgence strategy at EICMA, a long-term approach that's underpinned by the substantial investment by TVS Motor Company since it acquired Norton Motorcycles in April 2020. 5 years in the making, this rebirth is based on a cascade of innovative new models defined by Norton's core attributes. That's a combination of design, dynamics, and detail that will create the world's most desirable motorcycles. We also have Sudarshan Venu, who's the chairman of TVS Motors, with us.
TVS's vision is to transform the quality of life of our customers by offering products that are safe, sustainable, and exciting. One of those areas is where we bring Norton with a vision to create the world's most desirable motorcycles. It will be driven by Norton's values: design, dynamism, and detail, which we reimagine in a very modern way as part of Norton's resurgence. There are 6 models, 4 of which you have seen today and 2 of which will come at the end of next year. The Manx is the iconic Norton model, which won the Isle of Man races so many times and which we have brought back in a modern 4-cylinder form with world-leading torque, Norton values, and best-in-class electronics and technology. We also have the Atlas, which stood after the war for a great spirit of adventure and off-roading, and for our discerning customers who value off-roading and road driving, we have the 2-cylinder Atlas. There will be a unique retail experience catering to these discerning customers online and physically at over 200 touch points for the summer of 2026. We will launch in the UK, Europe, and soon after in India and the US. It's really exciting. We have assembled a global team with Arnie and Neviho, Simon doing the design with support from Jerry, Brian doing the engineering, Digole and RMC taking care of engineering and manufacturing. And this world-class team has really come together well to write the next chapter of Norton, for which we are really excited. TVS's vision is to transform the quality of life of our customers by offering products that are safe, sustainable, and exciting. One of those areas is where we bring Norton with a vision to create the world's most desirable motorcycles. It will be driven by Norton's values: design, dynamism, and detail, which we reimagine in a very modern way as part of Norton's resurgence. There are 6 models, 4 of which you have seen today and 2 of which will come at the end of next year. The Manx is the iconic Norton model, which won the Isle of Man races so many times and which we have brought back in a modern 4-cylinder form with world-leading torque, Norton values, and best-in-class electronics and technology. We also have the Atlas, which stood after the war for a great spirit of adventure and off-roading, and for our discerning customers who value off-roading and road driving, we have the two-cylinder Atlas. There will be a unique retail experience catering to these discerning customers online and physically at over 200 touch points for the summer of 2026. We will launch in the UK, Europe, and soon after in India and the US. It's really exciting. We have assembled a global team with Arnie and Neviho, Simon doing the design with support from Jerry, Brian doing the engineering, Digole and RMC taking care of engineering and manufacturing. And this world-class team has really come together well to write the next chapter of Norton, for which we are really excited. TVS's vision is to transform the quality of life of our customers by offering products that are safe, sustainable, and exciting. One of those areas is where we bring Norton with a vision to create the world's most desirable motorcycles. It will be driven by Norton's values: design, dynamism, and detail, which we reimagine in a very modern way as part of Norton's resurgence. There are 6 models, 4 of which you have seen today and 2 of which will come at the end of next year. The Manx is the iconic Norton model, which won the Isle of Man races so many times, and which we have brought back in a modern 4-cylinder form with world-leading torque, Norton values, and best-in-class electronics and technology. We also have the Atlas, which stood after the war for a great spirit of adventure and off-roading, and for our discerning customers who value off-roading and road driving, we have the two-cylinder Atlas. There will be a unique retail experience catering to these discerning customers online and physically at over 200 touch points for the summer of 2026. We will launch in the UK, Europe, and soon after in India and the US. It's really exciting. We have assembled a global team with Arnie and Neviho, Simon doing the design with support from Jerry, Brian doing the engineering, Digole and RMC taking care of engineering and manufacturing. And this world-class team has really come together well to write the next chapter of Norton, for which we are really excited.
And a look now at what's making headlines across the nation. Maharashtra Cabinet passed a proposal to congratulate the World Cup winning Indian women's cricket team for their achievement. A proposal was brought in the Cabinet where Chief Minister and other ministers praised the performance of Indian women's cricketing team and the victory. They passed a Cabinet proposal congratulating the team. It's also decided 3 players in the team who are from Maharashtra will be given cash reward by the government. Pavitra Gaura, one of the accused in the Arnab Goswami murder case, filed a plea in the Supreme Court seeking review of its decision to cancel her bail. The Supreme Court had on 14th August cancelled the bail of Pavitra Gaura, Darshan and 5 others by setting aside the Karnataka High Court's order of granting bail to them in the Arnab Goswami murder case. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on Tuesday assured full cooperation to the Judicial Commission headed by Justice Saika of the Guwahati High Court in the investigation related to the death of singer Zubeen Garg. The renowned singer was drowned in a swimming pool allegedly on September 19 during the visit to Srinagar and Singapore to perform in the Northeast Indian Festival in Srinagar. RJD leader Mahagathbandhan's chief ministerial face Tejasvi Yadav on Tuesday announced a series of promises for farmers, women and government employees if the Mahagathbandhan came to power in Bihar. He stated farmers will receive an additional 300 rupees per quintal for paddy, 400 rupees per quintal for wheat over the existing minimum support price. Will also be provided with free electricity for irrigation purposes if the Mahagathbandhan forms the government in Bihar. There's breaking news coming in. Under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Indian Army is driving indigenous innovation to forge a decisive technological edge. Guided by the mantra Eagle on every arm, the Southern Command has created a robust in-house ecosystem for design, development and large-scale production of combat-ready drones, translating the self-reliant vision into battlefield capability. And coming up after a short break, we get you more details. The Enforcement Directorate freezes over 40 assets of Anil Ambani in the 7,000 crore rupee case. Speculation rife over his whereabouts and if he will be arrested next.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of exercise,
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal.
Bollywood's Thak Thak girl Madhuri Dixit is drawing major backlash for her show in Canada. So much so that the fans are demanding a refund now. Also on the show we'll tell you why Elon Musk is drawing criticism for his trolling of Zohran Mamdani. Not just that, we'll show you that emotional moment Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of the Indian women's cricket team, shared with her father on the field. That's going viral. All that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. On This Is Exclusive tonight on the show, we have two big stories we're coming to you live with. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a massacre, some are calling it genocide in Sudan. Hundreds of people, thousands of people in fact, according to some reports, being killed, massacred. And we have an Indian who's stuck there. And a disturbing video of an Indian from Odisha, stuck in Sudan. He's been captured by the terrorists there, and we have that video on the show. His wife is joining us live as we fight to bring him back. Our focus on that and the trophy chores in Pakistan. More details on how they're trying to dodge the ICC. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. As ED attaches Anil Ambani's assets, speculation over his whereabouts and whether he could be arrested. One of India's largest automobile companies, TVS, revives UK's Norton, reveals 4 global models in Milan, a proud moment for India.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है? रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम? भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
Temple becomes the focus once again in Bihar ahead of elections. RJD asking the need for temples. Another big legal victory for Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. Delhi High Court quashes summons issued against him in a defamation case filed on the coverage of JNU. Ladies and gentlemen, on top of 7 p.m., we're getting you a story from Sudan. Imagine a father clutching his phone, replaying the same 30-second video again and again. His only son, Adarsh Behra, sitting on the floor, hands folded in desperation, begging for help from a war zone 6,000 kilometers away. He leaves home in 2022 with a promise to support his family. He goes to Sudan. But Adarsh's life today hangs in the balance after he was kidnapped in Sudan war zone. The Odisha government has written to the Ministry of External Affairs. Diplomats are moving, they're trying their best. But in a country where cities are burning and millions have fled, conservative estimates saying that thousands of people have been massacred. An Indian is trapped. And tonight we get you the full story of Adarsh Behera. And then we have his family member joining us live and someone who served as the ambassador in Sudan also on the show tonight. Here's his story first up.
In the midst of Sudan's brutal civil war, an ordinary Indian worker has become a victim. Adarsh Behera, a 36-year-old from Odisha's Jagatsinghpur district, was abducted last week by the Rapid Support Forces in Al-Fashir, about 1,000 kilometers from the capital Khartoum.
Now I am safety is good, no problem now. Asma, I am good. Asma, you in Sudan strong. Sudan is very, very critical now. No good, no safety now.
Behera had been working at Sukarati plastic factory in Sudan since 2022, supporting his family as the sole breadwinner. But now, he's caught in a conflict that has killed thousands and displaced millions.
Adarsh Behera, Jilla Jagatsinghpur, Odisha. Again, the words in Sudan, Sudan, Al-Fashir, ଏଠିକାର ପରିସ୍ଥିତି ବହୁତ ଖରାପ ମୁଁ 2 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟରେ ରହିଲାଣି ମୋତେ ମାନେ ଏଠି ଛାଡ଼ୁନାହାନ୍ତି ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧାରେ ମୁଁ ଅଛି ଏଠି ଖାଇବା ପିଇବା ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧାରେ ମୁଁ 2 ବର୍ଷ କଟିଗଲାଣି ଆଜ୍ଞା ମୋ ପିଲା ଛୁଆମାନେ ବହୁତ ହଇରାଣ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଆଜ୍ଞା ମୁଁ ରାଜ୍ୟ ସରକାର ପାଖରେ ଏତିକି ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା ମୋତେ ଟିକେ ଉଦ୍ଧାର କରନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ 2 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟ ସହିକି ରହିଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା बहुत असुविधार अच्छे आपको एति अनुरोध करुँच मत आज्ञा उद्धार करूँ मु सुडान आलफासिर अच्छी मुझे बहुत चेष्टा करना आज्ञा मत आज्ञा उद्धार कर.
In his appeal video, Behera appears unharmed but terrified, pleading for release on humanitarian grounds. Behera's family has appealed directly to Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Majhi and the Indian government for urgent intervention. Local officials in Jagatsinghpur say they are monitoring the situation, but no official communication from state or central authorities has been received yet.
एक हमारे यहाँ से 2022 में सुदान गए हुए थे अपने काम से रिलेटेड तो सुदान में जब से सिविल वार चालू हुआ उसके बाद से वो वहाँ पे थे तो कल ही हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन आया कि कल उनका जो वहाँ पे मिलिटेंट ग्रुप है उनके कब्जे में वो गए हैं तो जैसे ही हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन आया हमारा लोकल पुलिस उनके फैमिली के साथ हमेशा टच में है और उसके बाद उनसे सारा बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन सारा डिटेल्स गैदर किया हुआ है और जो भी इन्फॉर्मेशन गैदर किया हुआ है उसके बेसिस पे फॉर्मली हमने डीजीपी ओडिशा हमारे इंटेलिजेंस डायरेक्टर को भी रिक्वेस्ट किया गया है होम डिपार्टमेंट को भी रिक्वेस्ट किया गया फॉर्मली वो फिर हमारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसी बेसिस पे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन में है और हम आशा करते हैं बहुत जल्दी उनको सेफ्टी के साथ रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा.
The Ministry of External Affairs is reportedly in touch with Sudanese officials. But as the country's civil war rages on, Indians like Adarsh Behera faces danger abroad.
Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us and he served as the ambassador in Sudan as well. So he has complete knowledge of what is happening there. We also have in a few minutes, the Ambassador Vora, we have the wife, Sushmita Behera, joining us on the broadcast. But I'd like to hear from you and for you to tell our viewers what is going on in Sudan. When you look at the video, it's a heartbreaking video. He's captured by these terrorists. You will play the visuals full frame and you can speak over them. He's captured. He's clearly nervous. his family is seeing that video again and again, and the Indian embassy, the diplomats say that it's extremely critical right now. They don't know what can happen, what can't. They can't assure the family yet. But when you look at these pictures, first of all, what can you tell us about what is going on there? And secondly, how difficult does this situation pose to our diplomats?
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel. You're quite right. I served 5 years as your ambassador in Sudan. And when I left that country, I left my heart behind. I've been following very closely the trouble in that most unfortunate but beautiful country with lovely people. When I was posted there, sir, in 2006, 2007, Indian oil workers working in the oil sector, 5 of them were kidnapped. I was under enormous media pressure from Indian channels, as well as my government, to do something. Well, then I was in Khartoum. We had a government. The president, who's now in jail, Hassan Omar al-Bashir, was a great friend. I accessed him. I said, Mr. President, please help. So he asked his army chaps. He put pressure on them. Initially, the talk was whether we would go. I'm giving you the background, whether we'd go for an operation or negotiation. The military went in for an operation. 2 of our kids were killed in the crossfire. 2 managed to escape. 1, we don't know what happened to him. That's the background. Now, what is happening in Darfur? Darfur has been in turmoil ever since the beginning of the 2000s. It's in the western part of Sudan. So when Sudan split into 2 in July 2011, it was South Sudan that went separately. North remained what it was. Northern Sudanese considered themselves Arabs, and they said these South chaps are useless characters. They're African, they're black-colored, etc. Darfur is predominantly, in the Sudan perception, it's predominantly African because they are considered inferior to the Arabs, the tribes there. Now, the Rapid Support Forces, I know the leaders. I know Burhan Alwani, who is the president of Sudan, so to speak, the chief of the army, and Mohammed Dagalo Hameti, I know him well, the chief of the Rapid Support Forces. Who created the Rapid Support Forces? The Sudanese government, to help them clobber 2 rebel movements in Darfur. But then, as always happens so often, that the rebels turned against the people who had created them. For a time after Omar Hassan al-Bashir was thrown out, he was indicted by the International Criminal Court for genocide in Darfur, killing Darfuris. And he was on record, sir. Forgive me for saying this. He was on record for saying that, look, my forces have been accused of violating Darfuri women. Is that a violation or a great honor for the Darfuri women, considering that they are dark and we are Arabs? That's kind of nonsense he talked. I'm glad he was indicted. He's now in jail. He's got cancer. He's in jail in Khartoum. Probably die in a few months. Then what happens, sir, is that the movement in Darfur is suppressed brutally by the Rapid Support Forces. But then it keeps coming back, etc., etc. When Bashir is ousted, the Rapid Support Forces and the Sudanese army form a coalition to govern the country. As so happens, look, the oil is mine. No, the oil is yours. Sorry, we'll share it 50-50. No, we'll take it 80-20, whatever. They start fighting with each other. That's the latest round that you're seeing. Now, where is the government of Sudan? They have shifted the capital from Khartoum, has been taken by the Rapid Support Forces. So the temporary capital is in Port Sudan on the Red Sea. I have friends that I talk to them. Relatively calm, but Khartoum is impossible. People open up with anti-aircraft guns and artillery pieces in the middle of the city. So what do? You expect your ambassador, as I was expected, get out and save these guys. I didn't have a military. I couldn't go in. I did the best thing that I could, sir. And I say this not with regret, but with pride. I told the rebels who had kidnapped our oil workers, take me as a hostage. These are kids, 27, 28, 29, 30. I was in my mid-50s. Take me and release these guys. And they did not, of course, listen to me, because taking the Indian ambassador would have been a major event. And then, of course, chaps in Delhi told me that, Ambassador, you shouldn't have done it because, now there's a storm brewing in Delhi against you. And I responded, I'm very glad I did. I responded, Tiger, I am the storm. I did what my conscience asked me to. Forget about your protocol, etc. I had to save these lives. So what can we do now with this kid in Darfur? First, let me tell you, I know these rebels from which tribe they belong. They're not going to kill him. Take it from me. They are very friendly lot. They have nothing against India. This kid has been there for 3 years working for some plastic company. We have been consistently asking our nationals, come away, come back to India because you're in trouble. I don't know what The reasons were that compelled him to stay on. I don't know, really, I don't know what it is. But the fact is that he stayed on. He has been taken prisoner by the RSF because the Sudanese army has been booted out. Al-Fashar is a major city in North Darfur. There are 3 regions, and then they've taken him to Nile. The Sudanese army is nowhere in sight. So it's the RSF that controls Darfur, and soon I think they'll take over all of Sudan. But they are not going to, they're not going to hurt this guy. They love India. We've done nothing to hurt them. We've stayed out of the conflict. But to expect that the ambassador will march in flying the flag and say, guys, leave this chap, otherwise I'll do this, that, and the other, that's being unrealistic. The best we can do, I just heard you say, we're in touch with Sudanese officials. Which officials? Sudanese government has run away to Port Sudan. They have no contact with these guys. They don't talk to each other. The best is the appeals, the kind of stuff, the coverage that you are doing, and other Indian channels. You, of course, do the best possible. You're the best in the world. And you particularly are outstanding. So what you are doing is bringing this to the notice of everybody in the world, that one of our chaps, one of our kids, one of our sons is kidnapped there. Take it from me, sir. If Mr. Behra's family is listening, मैं आपको यकीन दिलाता हूं कि आपका बेटा वापस आएगा. मैं 5 साल आपका राजदूत था. वो हमारे लोगों को नहीं मारते. अगर कोई मारता भी है तो कोई झगड़ा हो जाता है, यहाँ रॉबरी होती है. Otherwise they have nothing against him. और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि within a few weeks आपका बेटा सुरक्षित वापस आएगा. भरोसा करिए, अपने आप पे भरोसा करिए, हमारी सरकार पर भरोसा करिए, हमारी डिप्लोमैट्स पर भरोसा करिए. We are the best in the world.
So one question to you, because there are global reports of genocide, of mass killings, of massacre there. Some satellite images also showing heaps of bodies in different parts of these war-torn regions in Sudan, right, including Darfur, etc. Now, what do you know about what is going on there? Because some of the Western media reports saying that the number of people killed there could be tens of thousands. Is there any information that you may have?
Probably hundreds of thousands have either lost their lives or been displaced. Genocide is a very strong term. They are not targeting an ethnic community. They're just targeting anybody. And many of these RSF fellows are from Darfur. They were created to kill the justice and equality movement and the Sudan liberation movement. I knew them all, sir. I went to Darfur at least 30 times during my stay there. They were created to suppress the rebels in Darfur. Then they turned against their masters. They're killing their own people. I don't know if you'll call that genocide. But they have taken control of Darfur. Now they are going to beat up the Sudanese army. They've already done. The Sudanese army is North Sudanese, so-called Arabs. The RSF is primarily Darfuris and people...
Ambassador, can you hear me? Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you there for a second. Sir, sorry to interrupt you there. The wife is joining me live, so I had to interrupt you there. The wife of Adarsh Behra, Shushmita Behra, is joining us on the phone line. So she was supposed to join us live, but there was some difficulty in getting her across live. So we have her on the phone line, so we'll try and go across to her. Shushmita ji, मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है आपको?
हाँ, आवाज़ आ रहा है.
Okay. So Shushmita ji, आपका बातचीत ये कब लास्ट हुआ था आदर्श जी के साथ?
कल शाम को बस थोड़ा सा आया, बस इसका फोन आया था. बस इतना ही बोला कि रेड क्रॉस से ऑफिस में कैसा भी करके थोड़ा जाके कंप्लेन करो, ऐसे इतना ही बस आया. और कल से फोन नहीं आया है अभी तक.
ओके. ये कहाँ पे है अभी आपका पति कहाँ पे है और उन्होंने क्या बोला आपको कॉल पे?
और पहले 2-3 दिन के बाद पहले फोन करा था तो बोला कि मुझे सूडान में जो अफ्रीका में उधर मीना जेल जो रहते अल्फा सिटी में, तो ये उधर मुझे पकड़ के जो संतरासवादी रहते वो लोग पकड़ के इसका जेल में रख दिया है. और ऐसा वो दावी करती है कि जहाँ पे जो कि तुम्हारा जो इंडिया का एम्बेसी और रेड क्रॉस वाला रहती है तो वो लोग को बोलेगा तो हम लोग छोड़ेगी, नहीं तो नहीं छोड़ने देगी, ऐसा बोल रहा है.
आप सरकार के साथ बातचीत पे है, आपने रिक्वेस्ट भी की है डिप्लोमेट्स को, हमारे सरकार को उनको वापस ले आने के लिए. और हमें जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है, हमें ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला है कि वहाँ का जो एम्बेसडर, वो सूडान का जो एम्बेसडर है दिल्ली में, उससे बातचीत की गई है. तो आपको क्या आश्वासना दी गई है और आपको क्या पता है जो बातचीत चल रही है उसके बारे में?
वो बस इतना मुझे बोला था कि हम लोग करते और क्या करेंगे, हम लोग काम पे लगा है, जुड़ा है, हम लोग ले आएगी, जितना जल्दी होगा इतना जल्दी तुम्हारा हस्बैंड को उधर करेगी, ऐसा ही बोला है. ओके. सुष्मिता जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत शुक्रिया. एंड वी विल बी इन टच विथ यू एंड हम आपके साथ एक और बार बातचीत करेंगे कल. विल ट्राई एंड गेट हर लाइव.
So we will move on. I'd like to thank Ambassador Deepak Vora as well for joining us live on the show. Thank you, Ambassador. We will reconnect with you tomorrow when we have an update. Let's move on now. And this is exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Getting you the breaking story of this man right behind me, this guy. His name is Mohsin Naqvi. He's everything that Pakistan cricket stands for, and he's a trophy chore. This trophy chore, Mohsin Naqvi, this minister in Pakistan called Mohsin Naqvi, might skip the upcoming ICC meeting amid the ongoing Asia Cup trophy controversy. The BCCI gave them a deadline. ICC has given them a deadline. These shameless people in Pakistan, including Mohsin Naqvi, are now trying to dodge the ICC meeting. He dodges the ICC meeting so that we don't confront him on the trophy that they have stolen. What a shameless country you have to be to do all of this, ladies and gentlemen. This is for real. This is a country called Pakistan that has actually stolen the trophy. And they're now trying to dodge it. Now, we have given them a warning, we've given them a deadline, and now they're dodging even the meeting so that they don't come face to face with the ICC. This is bizarre. I have Madan Lal, former Indian cricketer, joining us on the live show this evening. He's on the broadcast right now. Madan Lal ji, it's getting very, very bizarre. I mean, you know, dodging meetings, evading deadlines. What do you make of it, sir?
Mohsin Naqvi is behaving like a childish, and as you know that, look at the Mohsin Naqvi where he's taken his Pakistan cricket. And dodging a ICC meeting is not going to make any difference to India. And even if he doesn't give the trophy, which belongs to India, but in the history is written that India has won the trophy on 25. But, they are behaving like that doesn't have any sense because he belongs to a political party. He doesn't know about cricket, how to behave. But end of the day, what he is trying to do, अपने देश का ही नाम खराब कर रहा है वो, और किसी का नहीं कर रहा, हमारा कोई खराब नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि इसने जब से एशिया कप शुरू हुआ है, तब से लेके अभी तक इसने इतना का नाम खराब किया पाकिस्तान का. Even the Pakistanis are abusing him, and they're saying why he is there at that post,
Yeah. Now, there was a deadline that was given of 48 hours. There has been so much of back and forth. Now, where do you think this is going to end? Because they keep changing the goalpost every single time, right, Mr. Madan Lal?
Whatever they do is not going to make any difference to India because whether they change the goalpost or not, because at the end of the day they have to give it to the BCCI. I don't know what to say about him, because this sort of guy should not be there in Pakistan. Pakistan has a very talented cricketer, but the way he's organized the things, is very difficult for Pakistan to come up. But only the people who can stand out, the players, But I don't know whether in their country they can stand out or not. But end of the day, he's making a fool of our own country.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Madan Lal, for joining us. In fact, we spoke to the BCCI. Thank you, sir. We spoke to the BCCI. Here's what Devjit Saikia of the BCCI said to Republic TV's Prem. Prem tried to ask him a few questions on this aspect of Mohsin Naqvi, who heads Pakistan cricket and who also is the face of this entire controversy. He's dodging the ICC meeting. Here's what the BCCI said.
There are reports that Mohsin Naqvi is planning to avoid the complete meeting and he might not join in and avoid the confrontation with BCCI on the ICC meeting.
Coming or not coming, let us see. Comes, we have a different agenda. If he don't come, then also we'll have to raise the issue. Raising the issue does not need his presence.
So BCCI will raise its issue on its part, right?
We'll raise irrespective of who is in the meeting. At the appropriate forum and at the appropriate time, we'll raise the issue and we'll pursue it very vigorously.
There are reports that Mohsin Naqvi is planning to avoid the complete meeting and he might not join in and avoid the confrontation with BCCI on the ICC meeting.
Coming or not coming, let us see. Comes, we have a different agenda. If he don't come, then also we'll have to raise the issue. Raising the issue does not need his presence.
So BCCI will raise its issue on its part, right?
We'll raise irrespective of who is in the meeting. at the appropriate forum and at the appropriate time, we'll raise the issue and we'll pursue it very vigorously.
That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the show tonight.
Bollywood's Thak Thak girl Madhuri Dixit is drawing major backlash for her show in Canada. So much so that the fans are demanding a refund now. Also, on the show, we'll tell you why Elon Musk is drawing criticism for his trolling of Zohran Mamdani. Not just that, we'll show you that emotional moment Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of the Indian women's cricket team, shared with her father on the field. That's going viral. All that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Instead of using his business mind towards growing his business, Anil Ambani started using his mind to deceive institutions. This is institutional deception. State Bank of India, the account holders, saving holders should be the ones raising the questions. Your money was being used to siphon off money to China, to UK by Anil Ambani. He's still flying around in his private jet. I thought times has changed. Where's the accountability? Where is the rest of the corporate media? Where is the pink media of this country? The embarrassment. They're avoiding the biggest story. Why do others not have the guts to talk about Anil Ambani? And this is the question only Arnab Goswami and only Republic Network asked.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ, सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to the smart televisions, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. And today we'll tell you about Madhuri Dixit's gig in Canada that has got fans outraged, as they call it the worst show ever, the most boring show, so much so that they even waited for 3 hours. And that, in fact, stoked the fire that they're demanding a refund. We'll also tell you why everyone is talking about the Beaver super moon of November. Selina Jaitley's brother, who's a retired army officer, is detained in UAE. We get you all the details on the legal fight to bring him back home. And we get you the viral emotional moment that Harmanpreet Kaur shared with her father after the win. And also, she opens up on the moment when the team lifted the cup. All that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita. So you've heard the song Ek Do Teen Tera Karo Intezar, that is about waiting, and that is what Madhuri Dixit in fact got really hit by when the fans in fact kept on waiting for her for 3 long hours. She was at the receiving end of not love and adulation this time. She was trolled, and in fact she has drawn a lot of hate for in just a matter of few days. As what transpired within the last 5 days, we'll tell you about that, because the star actor had taken to Instagram just 5 days back to announce her upcoming US and Canada tour that promised an unforgettable celebration, as she called it, of dance and memories straight from the heart. But it was slated to happen across the states from the 2nd to the 15th of November. Fans were no less than thrilled at this opportunity to engage with Bollywood revered diva. But then what happened was a complete fiasco, viewers. We will just tell you first how Madhuri Dixit had made the announcement.
Canada and USA. मैं हूँ Madhuri Dixit, and I'm absolutely thrilled to share that I'm coming to Canada and North America this November for a series of unforgettable live shows. We begin in Toronto, Canada on November 2nd, then heading to New Jersey on the 6th, Boston on the 7th, Chicago on the 8th, and Houston on the 9th, and wrapping up this magical journey in New York on November 15th. This spectacular tour is presented by Mr. Atif Sheikh of World Star Entertainment, and a big heartfelt thank you to Shreya Gupta from Crazy Holic Entertainment.
But the magic of Madhuri soon waned off. Hordes of love and adulation upon her tour barely made it to 3 days thereon, as the internet was flooded with trolls over her delayed appearance that was by 3 hours. for the tour in Canada. Section of social media users alleged that the actor was supposed to appear before the audience around 7:30 p.m., only for her to take the stage around 10 p.m. One of the most prominent and viral posts amid these allegations was one which alleged it to be an absolute shit show. Yes, they call that shit show, also called them the worst show ever. So the internet was torn between the angered reactions and also those from her fans and also loyalists who heaped praises despite this. They praised her for the graceful performance and the charming presence at the event. Now, the actor has yet to make an official response to, of course, on this controversy. But let us tell you that many of those who attended are demanding a refund. The comment section of posts about the tour, if you see that, it has been no less than a war. Mixed reactions, of course, coming in, fawning over the Bollywood actor, also enraged over the actor, over her infamous late arrival, lauding her ability at the same time, some of them, to put up a show at her age and stature and reasoning out her late appearance to be possible production issue, and to people trolling her for trying to copy Shakira or Beyonce. And more, the internet's reactions don't fail to exhibit myriad of emotions. Okay, viewers, now we shift our focus to the other trending story. On the night of November 6th, sky watchers will be treated to one of the most striking celestial events of the year, the first super moon, the full moon of November, known as the Beaver Moon, as slated to illuminate the sky. The full moon is particularly momentous in light of NASA announcing it to also be a supermoon, which means that moon is the closest point to Earth in its orbit, making it appear larger and brighter than usual. This is the brightest and the biggest this year, viewers. And because the moon's orbit is oval-shaped, it appears bigger and brighter than usual at some junctures. This is also reportedly 2025's biggest supermoon. Interestingly enough, the second of the 3 consecutive supermoons this year. Now, visible to the naked eye without any special equipment, the supermoon offers a rare spectacle for astronomy enthusiasts, photographers, and casual observers alike, creating a breathtaking opportunity to appreciate the moon's full splendor under a clear night sky. Now we'll tell you why is it really being called the Beaver Moon. Well, there are 2 reasons given by the Royal Greenwich Museum. The answer lies in 2 main theories that are debatable still. But according to the Royal Greenwich Museum, some say that it dates back to Native American traditions when trappers set beaver traps in November. Others believe that it refers to the beavers building their dams before winter, symbolizing preparation and hard work. And apart from these theories, some also believe that there is a spiritual side to this, symbolizing it as a moment to build emotional, physical security, release old habits, and strengthen bonds, much like the beaver constructing a safe home before the cold sets in. Other traditional names for the November full moon include the digging moon, deer rutting moon, and frost moon, each reflecting how animals and nature approach the colder months. Now, this is, viewers, the second of the 3 consecutive supermoon appearances lined up this year. And the first sighting was on the 6th of October. The October moon is traditionally called the Hunter's Moon, a name given by the Algonquin Native Americans, marking the time to prepare for winter hunting. Another plausible cause attributed to the name stems from a practical standpoint, where the Hunter's Moon provided light in the evenings for hunters to finish their tasks. It was also referred to as the Harvest Moon this year, solely for proximity, as it was the full moon closest to the autumn equinox. And since the September full moon was too early, the phrase Harvest Moon originated in Native American and early colonial customs, indicating time of year to harvest corn, pumpkin, squash, and wild rice. The rationale being because the moon rose around sunset for several nights, farmers could work later without lamps. All right, joining us is renowned astrophysicist Professor Jayant Murthy. He's an honorary professor at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru as well. Good evening, sir, Professor Murthy. This is, of course, a very something that everybody has their eyes on. After all, it's the brightest and the biggest supermoon of the year. If you could just tell us more about the significance of it.
Well, it's just another opportunity to look up and just see what the sky looks like. Of course, in Bangalore, it's sort of cloudy, so hopefully we'll see it or not see it. But really, it's just a chance to look up. We don't look up enough, and this is another chance to look up and just see how glorious the sky is. A sky that we're losing because of city lights.
Right, sir. Absolutely. Well, it is very, very interesting. But if for our viewers, if you could just help them understand what really is a supermoon, because it really stokes excitement, isn't it? Whenever the headlines are made of a supermoon, so what exactly becomes a supermoon, and how often in a year, on an average, do we witness them?
Well, this seems to be an exceptional year. I think there'll be, even if we miss it this time, there'll be another supermoon in December. It's just when the moon is closer to the Earth. The moon goes around the Earth, of course, and it goes around not quite in a circle, but in a little bit of an ellipse. So it's a supermoon when it's closest to the Earth, and if it happens to be a full moon, then great, it's a supermoon. So so that's the real thing. When you look up at the sky, you probably won't be able to tell the difference. It's about 10% brighter. And that you may just not notice.
Thank you, sir, for Professor Murthy joining us with your insights on this story, viewers. Let's shift our focus to the other trending stories that we're tracking for you, viewers, on trending tonight. This is from the world of cricket. We can move on now. Harmanpreet Kaur, who took Indian fans on a walk down the memory lane in a video, viewers. Harmanpreet Kaur, in fact, also shared videos, and ICC too shared an interview with Harmanpreet Kaur. And what's going viral is this very, very special moment of Harmanpreet and her father from the field right after India won the World Cup. We will just play that sequence out, and that will be followed by Harmanpreet opening up on the moment when India won the cup. The team tomorrow in New Delhi as they meet the Prime Minister and be felicitated for this victory. Okay, shifting our focus to the other trending story. Former Miss India and Bollywood actor Salina Jaitley has issued an emotional plea for help after the Delhi High Court heard her petition concerning her brother, retired Major Vikrant Kumar Jaitley, who has allegedly been detained in the United Arab Emirates for over since September 2004. That's more than 14 months now. In a heartfelt Instagram post titled #SoldierStory, Salina shared her anguish and hope, writing from outside the court gates, and I quote, "After an arduous 14 months, I have finally reached the light at the end of the dark tunnel. You fought for us, bhai. Now it's time for us to stand behind you." Unquote. Now, she revealed that her brother, a veteran paratrooper from the Elite 3 Para Special Forces, had been a victim of enforced disappearance for 9 months, followed by detention. Now, despite the painful ordeal, Salina expressed being steadfast in faith in the Indian authorities, saying that she had, and I quote, "unwavering trust in the government of India, the only entity I trust to bring my brother home safely," unquote. Now, her post has since resonated deeply with followers and citizens of the country, of course, many rallying behind her call for justice and her brother's safe return. Selena's counsel, in fact, argued that since Major Jaitley is an Indian national, the government is duty-bound to offer legal and humanitarian assistance. The petition also requested financial aid, medical support and direct consular access, urging the MEA to ensure that his rights are upheld under international law, including the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations 1963.
It's been a nightmare for me. That's all I will say. I'm very grateful for today's judgment, and our soldiers, especially overseas, are becoming, as India is rising and becoming bigger and bigger in the international diaspora, our soldiers are becoming targets overseas over and over again. And I think today's judgment will really help in bringing him back. And I'm very grateful to Raghav and the entire team here. For this order.
Yourself also a UN equality champion. So what is the response of authorities in India and abroad?
We will get to know. At the moment, it's best that they speak on my behalf. Yeah, let's wait for the status report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ek saal se, it's been a nightmare for me. That's all I will say. I'm very grateful for today's judgment, and our soldiers, especially overseas, are becoming, as India is rising and becoming bigger and bigger in the international diaspora, our soldiers are becoming targets overseas over and over again. And I think today's judgment will really help in bringing him back. And I'm very grateful to Raghav and the entire team here for this order.
Yourself also a UN equality champion. So what is the response of authorities in India and abroad?
We will get to know. At the moment, it's best that they speak on my behalf. Yeah, let's wait for the status report. Thank you so much.
As India continues to celebrate its milestone victory on the cricket field, we get you the visuals that went viral from the field of the World Cup final, viewers. These are moments from the field, from the match, and you see how Harmanpreet Kaur, elated with victory and a father beaming with pride, and this moment is going viral between the father and the daughter. In fact, Harmanpreet also has opened up on this on the victory and on the moment, on what went behind this victory, this achievement. Take a listen in.
जब से मतलब एक बच्चे को थोड़ा सा सेंसेस आने स्टार्ट होते हैं कि लाइक्स क्या है, डिसलाइक्स क्या है, तो तब से मैंने अपने हाथ में बैट ही देखा है. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर के मेरे पापा की किट बैग में से बैट लेकर हम लोग खेलते थे, और वो बैट बहुत बड़े होते थे, तो पापा ने एक दिन अपना कोई पुराना बैट कट करके मुझे दे दिया और हम उससे खेलते थे. वो बैट पकड़ के जब भी हम टीवी पे मैच देखते थे, इंडिया को खेलते हुए देखते थे, वर्ल्ड कप देखते थे, तो यही होता था कि यार मतलब मेरे को भी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी चाहिए. एंड दैट टाइम आई डिडंट इवन नो अबाउट वुमेन्स क्रिकेट, but still I was dreaming when I will wear this blue jersey. So I think this means a lot to me, that young girl who didn't know about women's cricket but still dreaming कि one day I want to bring that change in our country. And I think it all shows कि आप never stop dreaming. You never know कि destiny आपको कहाँ लेके चली जाएगी, and never think कि कब होगा, कैसे होगा. Only thing कि ये होगा. I think वही एक self belief था मेरे अंदर कि this can be possible, and that exactly happened today.
New York City's mayoral election has been the talk of the town for a while now, and from today, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. local time, polling stations across New York City's 5 boroughs are slated to remain open for voting, while prelim results are expected to begin arriving within minutes after polls close. It's being said that no expectations talk of projecting a winner until after 10 p.m. local time. So, New York mayoral race row is now picking up as Trump and even Elon Musk backs Andrew Cuomo, and the three candidates are running for New York City mayor are Democratic nominee and frontrunner Zohran Mamdani, former Democratic governor of New York, who is running as an independent, courted conservatives in Brighton Beach, Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. And now, viewers, the comment made by Elon Musk has stirred a row in what is being conceived as an extremely racist act. Was Musk facing backlash over misspelling Zohran Mamdani's name on purpose in a post endorsing his rival in the New York City mayoral race, Andrew Cuomo. Now, this post garnered the businessman's much online rage against Mamdani, as he deliberately seemed to have misspelled the message, the surname. Trump too is said to have made this statement over his appearance on the 60 Minutes interview on Sunday, also marking his first appearance in suing the network's parent company. During the intense interview, the interviewer, Norah O'Donnell, asked Trump to make his pick for New York City's mayor. He quipped that if it's going to be between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat all the time. He referencing his calling Mamdani a communist. Now, Trump's remark comes a day ahead of New York City's mayoral election, which is slated to happen tomorrow, and a month after he would also decline to endorse any candidate in the mayoral race, including Republican candidate Curtis Sliver. All right, then Zohran Mamdani was also quick to react within hours. In fact, on a post on social media platform X, he in fact congratulated Cuomo for garnering Trump's support, mocking Cuomo, of course, and his reaction has left the internet in splits. There you have how he wrote that post, Trump endorses Cuomo. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close the show tonight, we get you the latest visuals from India's multi-domain Operation Exercise Trishul, as the country continues to be prepared for every operation.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS, tactical data links, maritime communications, and airborne sensor feeds. The overlapping coverage from multiple outposts creates
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
राजा आर प्योर मसाला. भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना.
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना. इंडिया सोना.
इंडिया सोना.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic and unmanned.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Money, power and $1 billion freeze. Assets attached. Anil Ambani's arrest next. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Instead of using his business mind towards growing his business, Anil Ambani started using his mind to deceive institutions. This is institutional deception. State Bank of India, the account holders, saving holders should be the ones raising the questions. Your money was being used to siphon off money to China, to UK by Anil Ambani. He's still flying around in his private jet. I thought times has changed. Where's the accountability? Where is the rest of the corporate media? Where is the pink media of this country? The embarrassment, they're avoiding the biggest story. Why do others not have the guts to talk about Anil Ambani? And this is the question only Arnab Goswami and only Republic Network asked.
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Instead of using his business mind towards growing his business.
Money, power and $1 billion freeze. Assets attached. Anil Ambani's arrest next. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
गुरु शिष्य का बाप बेटी की तरह ही एक रिलेशन डेवलप होता है, क्योंकि आप हार्श भी होते हैं, क्योंकि बच्चा कंफर्ट जोन में रहना चाहता है और आपको पता है उसमें प्रतिभा है, तो आप उसको बहुत हार्ड ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं, जिसकी वजह से वो चीज़ अचीव कर पाता है। उस पीरियड में उसने देश के लिए कॉमनवेल्थ के अंदर इतने मेडल ला के दिए, एशियन गेम्स में मेडल ला के दिए, उसकी वजह से उसको खेल रत्न अवार्ड मिला। गुरु या बाप के रूप में देखा और उनकी बातों को सुना, समझा और उसके हिसाब से जो ट्रेनिंग उन्होंने कराई उसको पूरा किया, फुलफिल किया।
Indie bloc pits faith against progress. Indie bloc labeling temples as anti-development. Why mock temples for votes? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Instead of using his business mind towards growing his business, Anil Ambani started using his mind to deceive institutions. This is institutional deception. State Bank of India, the account holders, saving holders should be the ones raising the questions. Your money was being used to siphon off money to China, to UK by Anil Ambani. He's still flying around in his private jet. I thought times has changed. Where's the accountability? Where is the rest of the corporate media? Where is the pink media of this country? The embarrassment. They're avoiding the biggest story. Why do others not have the guts to talk about Anil Ambani? And this is the question only Arnab Goswami and only Republic Network asked.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, has it become a two-way battle for Bihar as we count down to polling day? Has Prashant Kishore's campaign fizzled out? At 8:30 tonight, interesting twist in the story of Salina Jetli, who's fighting for a missing brother, seeking judicial intervention. And at 9 o'clock tonight, the spotlight is on Anil Ambani, with reports of assets under a massive freeze. I bring you papers which prove that Anil Ambani knew everything that he claims he did. And time to tell the truth about what's going on in Bihar. Ladies and gentlemen, no party has done anything really constructive for Bihar at a broad level. For the last 30 years, it's been 3 decades since the Mandal Commission. And while generations have moved on, from school to struggle, Bihar stands as it is. Why am I saying so? Bihar's per capita income is still the lowest in India. The politics still functions on caste arithmetic and MY plus formulas. The criminal nexus has never ceased in Bihar. Bihar's crime rate remains alarmingly high, ladies and gentlemen, and it's getting worse over the last 10 years. So the BJP NDA can't say that it's made things any better. And cash and muscle power are dominating the electoral ground game. We talk about the Jungle Raj of the 1990s, but I asked tonight, did Jungle Raj ever really leave Bihar? No matter who was in power. Whether it's Shahabuddin or Anand Singh, Shahabuddin then or Anand Singh now, the story is the same. It's Gunda Raj, Jungle Raj, and nothing changes. Then comes the case of Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore said, I'm going to bring in change. But he, unfortunately, is embroiled in the same kind of politics. He does everything with a Mahatma Gandhi packaging. But what did he do in reality? He was recruiting mafia dons like Dular Chand, the same people who use threats and intimidation. So putting a face of Mahatma Gandhi does not change anything when he was using the mafia. Dular Chand, who was killed in Mokama, had over 2 dozen criminal cases against him, murder, extortion, and ransom. And Prashant Kishore recruited the man once known to be the kidnapping emperor of Bihar. What a shame, Prashant Kishore. Then comes to the question of politics of power and dynasty. Nothing changes as well. They're all relatives and relatives. RJD to JDU to BJP to LJP. Every party has Bahubali leaders and dynasts fighting the elections. Prashant Kishore might have been a master strategist or positioned himself as one, but elections are not won on whiteboards or on Facebook or Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is elections are fought on the ground. Bihar voters are extremely confused. They are disillusioned. Every party looks the same. It's the question of voting for the lesser evil. 3 major points I want to wrap up with. Nitish Kumar is still not the chief minister face. Don't believe any of the other parties. PK's factor as a factor seems to be evaporating. He seems to be a little bit of a social media sensation. And lastly, if there's any reason why the NDA is significantly ahead, it's because of the infighting in the Mahagathbandhan. They got it wrong, and that's what's hitting the Mahagathbandhan very hard. That's perhaps the only real reason why the NDA appears to be ahead as of now. That's my assessment. Things can change, but that's my assessment as of tonight.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है?
With less than 48 hours until Bihar goes to polls, temples are being reduced to punchlines, faith being mocked as a distraction.
भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
In poll-bound Bihar, the opposition is back with its selective outrage on faith. And this time, it is RJD's Kesari Lal Yadav.
मेरे कहने का मतलब कि राम मंदिर बनाना जरूरी है, बट क्या अस्पताल बनाना जरूरी नहीं है? हाँ? रोजी रोजगार जरूरी नहीं है, शिक्षा जरूरी नहीं है. रोजी रोजगार के लिए ट्रम्प को वोट करने जाएंगे हम. भगवान दिल में होता है, श्रद्धा में होता है, मंदिर में सिर्फ एक मूर्ति होती है.
His remark has triggered anger for reducing faith to a political talking point.
500 साल जिस मंदिर के लिए हिंदू लड़ते रहे, अपने जान की बाजी लगाए, कुर्बानी दिए, और कोर्ट के आदेश आने के बाद जब वहाँ भव्य राम मंदिर बना है, तो आप बकवास करते हैं कि वहाँ मंदिर के जगह हॉस्पिटल बनना चाहिए. तो ऐसे आदमी को यदमुल्ला ही कहा जा सकता है, अब ये यादव नहीं हो सकता है.
As the battleground of Bihar heats up, the opposition's comments fit a familiar pattern. The Indie bloc's bid to question faith whenever the nation is watching. But beyond the controversy, the real churn in Bihar may be political. Is the election polarizing into a two-way fight between BJP and RJD? Where are the other players, the smaller fronts and Prashant Kishore's once hyped Padyatra campaign? As the battleground intensifies, Prashant Kishore's visibility appears to have evaporated. His Jan Suraj movement, once billed as a third alternative, now seems missing from public discourse. The narrative, it seems, is coalescing into a familiar duel: BJP versus RJD. With this, Bihar's electoral map could be narrowing fast. Question is, in what way is Bihar election swinging?
पहला सवाल सैयद लरेम अकरम से. सैयद लरेम अकरम is national spokesperson of the RJD with Rohan Gupta of the BJP, Sanjay Kumar of JDU, Kumar Saurabh Singh of Jan Suraj, Sunil Kumar of Vikashsheel Insan Party, and Akhil Swami is pro-Congress. Now, Kesari Lal of RJD has launched an attack on Ram Mandir. What is the need? Kesari Lal, जो आपके पार्टी के कैंडिडेट है, वो राम मंदिर पर बहुत बड़ा अटैक उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया है. कह दिया है कि राम मंदिर की ज़रूरत क्या है, राम मंदिर को नहीं बनना चाहिए था, अस्पताल बनाना चाहिए था, अस्पताल चाहिए, राम मंदिर ज़रूरी है मगर अस्पताल ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, भगवान दिल में है, मंदिर में क्या है, सिर्फ मूर्ति है, फलाना ठिकाना. सो मुझे लगता है कि जब आपको पता है कि इलेक्शन आप हारने वाले हैं, तो मुस्लिम वोट कंसोलिडेशन के लिए आपका लास्ट ये गैम्बिट है. दिस इज़ योर लास्ट अटेम्प्ट टू गेट द मुस्लिम वोट.
अर्नब जी सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. और आपने जैसे ये बात कहा, मुझे आवाज आ रही है?
जी आ रही है, बोलिए.
आपने जैसा कहा, मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि आपको थोड़ा सा दोबारा सोचना चाहिए आपके वक्तव्य कि मुसलमानों को कभी भी खुशी किसी भी तरह के ऐसी बातों से नहीं होती जो बात आपने कोट की है. बहरहाल इससे मुसलमान मोबिलाइज नहीं होता. बहरहाल जो उन्होंने बात कही उन्होंने एक परिप्रेक्ष्य में कहा, एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कहा, और उन्होंने राम मंदिर का अपमान नहीं किया, किसी मंदिर का अपमान नहीं किया, किसी मस्जिद का अपमान नहीं किया, और ना ही किसी देवी देवता का अपमान।
नहीं किया इन्होंने किया।
ओके, मैं मेरी बात कर लूं, आप अपनी बात कर लीजिए।
नहीं, इन्होंने किया। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूँ कि मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ कि आपने कहा कि भगवान दिल में होते हैं, मंदिर में सिर्फ मूर्ति होते हैं। इस बात की ज्ञान आपको वोटिंग से 2 दिन पहले मिली क्या?
नहीं, वो
तो फिर क्यों बोल रहे हैं ऐसी बातें वोटिंग के 2 दिन पहले?
सवाल वैसे आ रहे हैं यहाँ आके, बिहार के
हैं?
अंदर में कैसी बातें की जा रही है।
किसने कहा?
नाम बदल के मोहन नगर रखेंगे, ये भी तो चुनाव के 2 ही दिन पहले आ रहा है। ये क्या है? ये कौन सी पॉलिटिक्स है जनाब? ये भी तो बात आप देखिए। और उन्होंने जो बात कही है वो ये बात नहीं कह रहे कि मंदिर नहीं बनना चाहिए। उन्होंने ये कहा है, कहने का लबोलाब ये है कि अस्पताल की जरूरत भी है, स्कूल की जरूरत भी है, कॉलेजेस भी बनने चाहिए। कौन सी बात गलत कह दी है? मुझे तो इसमें कोई गलत नहीं लग रहा है। और या कुछ और भी कही है जो हमने नहीं सुनी और
आप कुछ भी कह रहे हैं। चलिए, मैं अभी I'll get a response from BJP on this because my sense is viewers, जब उनको पता चल जाता है कि इशूलेस इलेक्शन है, रेवड़ी सब दे रहे हैं, गैंगस्टर सबके हैं, माफिया सबका है, दबंग और बाहुबली सबके हैं, तो डिफरेंशिएटिंग यही हो सकता है कि हिंदू मुस्लिम। राइट रोहन, आप भी हिंदू कार्ड प्ले कर रहे हैं, वो भी मुस्लिम कार्ड प्ले कर रहे हैं। क्या ये कन्वीनियंट पॉलिटिक्स है रोहन?
हिंदी में कहावत है, मरता क्या ना करता, एंड यू आर एब्सोल्युटली बैंग ऑन, बिकॉज नाउ दे नो दैट दे आर गोइंग टू लूज इलेक्शन वेरी बैडली। तो जो इनका माय है मुस्लिम यादव, कैसे उसको अपीज करें? अदरवाइज व्हाई देयर इज अ रीजन टू क्वेश्चन टेंपल? यू कैन मेक योर पॉइंट फॉर हॉस्पिटल एंड स्कूल, एब्सोल्युटली नथिंग रॉन्ग ऑन दैट, बट व्हाई टू से दैट मंदिर में तो सिर्फ मूर्ति होती है? ये बोलने की जरूरत क्या है भैया? आप किसको खुश करना चाहते हैं? ये संयोग नहीं मानता हूं, ये प्रयोग है आपका, और ये प्रयोग बहुत पुराना हो चुका और हर बार विफल हो चुका। आप बुरी तरीके से बिहार में हार रहे हैं। जनता को आपका जंगल राज आज भी याद है, वो फिरौती वाला मामला आज भी याद है। अब हिंदू मुसलमान बंद करिए, अब कुछ होने वाला नहीं। अदरवाइज यू कैन मेक योर पॉइंट बट कैन नॉट क्वेश्चन सनातन ऑल द टाइम्स। सेम लालू प्रसाद यादव के कुंभ मेला तो फालतू है, व्हाई ही हैज टू से दैट? This is not the first time this is so-called independent parties, they are questioning Sanatana and Hindutva. And now there is a reason behind that. Otherwise, any logical party in India, they know that people are very sensitive on issues. Why will they question Sanatana? Because they feel that by doing that, उनका जो consolidation है, वो कहीं जो OIC से डर रहे हैं, उसको consolidate करने के लिए ये सब काम कर रहे हैं। हर रोज हो रहा है, हर दूसरे दिन हो रहा है। ये संयोग नहीं हो सकता है। So I think it is now their compulsion. और विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि।
But Rohan, your party and your alliance, you wanted to bring the focus on Jungle Raj. However, will you admit that after the arrest of your candidate Anand Singh, the notorious gangster, mafia don, extortionist, kidnapper, blackmailer, alleged murderer, Anand Singh, everyone on. After this, you can't speak about Jungle Raj anymore. Would you agree, Rohan?
Arnab, definitely. See, you know that I answer very candidly. Say there's a basic difference here. When you say Jungle Raj, it is about the conspiracy which is happening from the CM house. वहां से फिरौती ली जाती है. I'm not talking about one individual. I'm talking about the complete system where CM house decide के किसको उठाना है, किसको अंदर डालना है, किससे फिरौती लेनी है. This is not organized crime. I'm absolutely not going against your point.
What? It is unorganized
any
crime.
Party.
It is not organized, then what crime is it? Why did you give this mafia don, this murderer? It's like giving Ashok Chavan a ticket and talking about corruption.
No, see, there is a basic difference now. When you talk about individual, I completely agree. The Bihar politics, the way it is, we have to accept the fact it is not completely out of the...
We don't have to accept anything. We want the country's politics to change. That was the expectation from you. And on that note, I would like to go across to the very excitable Kumar Saurabh Singh. Kumar Saurabh Singh started by saying that Mahatma Gandhi is our face, Mahatma Gandhi is our emblem, Mahatma Gandhi के चेहरे पे चुनाव लड़ी जाएगी, हम सब गांधीवादी हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, you know why Prashant Kishore was quiet when his man was killed in Mokama? He was hiding. You know why he was hiding? Because The person who was killed was a mafia don being promoted by Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore's campaign in Mokama in Bihar was being led by a notorious gangster mafia don, the king of Hiroti, the emperor of kidnapping, and the godfather of extortion. These are the kind of people being encouraged by the Jan Suraj party, which claims one thing and does another. How unfortunate. Now this man lying dead, Dular Chand Yadav, was he a Gandhian, Saurabh? Was he a Gandhian? Did he believe in Gandhian principles? If so, please explain.
आपको लगता है अर्नब जी, मैं जानबूझकर हिंदी में बोल रहा हूं ताकि बिहार के लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुने। आज ऐसा है, आपको लगता है कि अनंत सिंह गांधीयन थे? ये सही कहा रोहन गुप्ता जी ने कि 15 वर्ष इस राज्य ने सीएम हाउस से फिरौती वसूलते हुए देखा है, और अब यहां जो है, जो कुछ हो रहा है, ये महाजंगल राज, इसमें सीधे एचएमओ और पीएमओ से लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं। और मैं ऐसा क्यों कह रहा हूं? पहली बार बिहार ने देखा, देश के किसी भी हिस्से में, मैं चुनौती दे रहा हूं कि अगर कोई बता दे कि विपक्ष के प्रत्याशियों को स्वयं देश के गृह मंत्री और शिक्षा मंत्री मैनेज करते हुए अपनी फोटो वायरल करे। और अब उसी पीएमओ के एक मंत्री ललन सिंह, जिसको चुनाव आयोग ने कल गिरफ्तार कर लिया, आज उसके लिए चुनाव प्रचार ही नहीं कर रहे, मोकामा में जाकर आम लोगों को धमका रहे हैं कि घर से निकलने मत देना, अपना वोट देने के बाद उसको कहीं जाने मत देना। ये कौन कर रहा है? ये केंद्र में मंत्री हैं आदरणीय ललन सिंह। ये कैसे चुनाव प्रचार करने चले गए? एक ऐसे व्यक्ति का जिसका जो मुख्य आरोपी है वहां के हत्या के चीज में दुलार चंद यादव। दूसरा जो अपोजिट साइड में है वो कौन है?
Are you answerable for your own people? Are you answerable? Why are you trying to escape a very important question? Are you answerable? The people are asking you because you raised the expectations. Allow me for a moment. You see, you 1 minute. Let me ask you again. I'll give you another chance. You raised the expectations among people. You said we'll bring a new kind of politics in Bihar. However, the nation wants to know whether this mafia don, who you brought into politics, Sanjay, please note every word of mine, this mafia don who you brought into politics, the emperor of extortion, the godfather of kidnapping, and one of the most notorious murderers who you made a campaigner. I just want to know, Sanjay, is he a new wave of politics?
No.
Dirty
Allow me to
politics of the
respond.
past?
Again, you are.
Is this the same dirty politics of the past, repackaged a little bit, repackaged, that's all, repackaged. Repackaging doesn't change things.
Yadav was not a part of Jan Suraj first.
Dular Chand was campaigning for Jan Suraj.
He was not.
Sanjay, he distances himself. Sanjay, louder. I can't hear you. You muted yourself, Sanjay. Unmute yourself. You muted yourself, Sanjay. The producers must tell you to unmute. I can't hear him. You got to unmute. Sanjay, you got to unmute. Someone tell him to unmute.
एक व्यक्ति जो पढ़कर आया
Someone tell him
है,
to
क्या ये
unmute.
संत अनंत और महात्मा सूरजभान के सामने
Your candidate acknowledged on camera that Dular Chand was sitting with him in the car. Then how can you disacknowledge? How can you not acknowledge that he was not part of the campaign?
Make it louder. I'll respond. Don't worry. अरे बाबा, we also.
नहीं, आपके कैंडिडेट ने एक्नॉलेज किया है, आपके कैंडिडेट, आप इसको मानने में शर्माते क्यों हैं? आपके भी 44% कैंडिडेट्स का एडीआर ने रिपोर्ट किया है कि आपके कैंडिडेट्स के ऊपर क्रिमिनल चार्जेस है 44% जनता के ऊपर। हाउ डू यू क्लेम दैट?